and start stacking, capping and dip slapping, sipping yakking. There's no reruns, there's new shows, so what's happening? MMA Jeff got the bookies tapping. Mike Kim is the captain, the way we go. Subhuman like Gaucho, so now you know. Joe T got the recipe and we all cooking. Granny's wearing your sister's panties and we all looking. It's the Sports Betting Brothers, Sports Betting Brothers, Sports Betting Brothers, Sports Betting Brothers, Sports Betting Brothers. Super duper Sports Betting Brothers. Oh.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Go time!
Welcome in, everybody, to the UFC live show here in Des Moines, Iowa, the capital of corn and wrestling. We got Figgy and Sandhagen, and I got Subhuman Gaucho with me here today to hold it down. Try to get you guys paid in full tonight with what we have this 12-fight UFC card. Sub, how you feeling?
Good, man. Yeah, we were just talking. I ended up with a lot of action on this card. Some of it I really like, and some of it I'm pretty darn nervous about. If I'm just being honest, feel a little irresponsible with some of these spots.
We do have the UFC playbook out there. I did send it around again too on the post tab, so get out there and check it out. Quite a bit of fights, quite a few bets. What would be any different when we put our heads together? We start filling these things out. Lots of us are in alignment again as well, so that's always fun to see. A couple spots where we might disagree, and we'll talk about that here today. Yeah, we've got the NBA playoffs. We've got the NHL playoffs. We've got first punches being thrown around 7:15 p.m. And maybe you heard about it, a little thing called the Kentucky Derby. Popping off here literally in 5 minutes. 5 minutes till post time for the Kentucky Derby. So it is going to be a long night. Philly Mathis is going to be a long night. I was just telling Sub, I feel like I haven't slept in 3 fucking days. And here we are. I don't even know what happened. It started Thursday. It was a really long night last night. But it was a good night, Sub. I think I finished 6-1 from my pre-gaming. So profitable. And I'll tell you what, shout out to our guy, Andrew Babakidis. He did come in there from the Superbook and talk to us about a couple of things. One, and he messaged me. He's like, it wasn't Houston. Or it wasn't Golden State, he said. So that's all right. We gave out the plus 5.5, so it was all gravy. But Sub, he did talk to us. He said that some of his respected, sharp betting boxing enthusiasts were on the dogs in those Times Square events there. So Romero spot there, big payday. So he did kind of tip us to that opportunity in saying that there was some exposure there. When it comes down to it, we'll get to the UFC here in just a minute, but 2 spots that he mentioned with sizable liability from a book's perspective. And a couple of you guys had asked, kind of like, what does that really mean? Well, look, that means the books are in trouble if these guys end up cashing. That's what the liability means. That's their risk. That's their exposure. And he did talk to us. He said, look, Sandman is the number 17 horse, opened at 6-1. Jose Ortiz on the saddle in the irons, as they say, Sub. And he opened at 6-1. He's now 5-1. The other spot there was the number 16 horse, Colbat. Juan Vargas making things happen out there. 26-1 is the current line on this thing. The morning line was 30-1. And then he said there really wasn't, obviously the favorites. There's a lot of people that are talking about journalism and such. I'll tell you, I'm going to put it in the chat. I made just a couple small plays. I've got a win bet, a straight win bet on the number 16, and then I did an exacta based on sharp betting action. It's the 7 and the 16 over the 1, 3, 5, 7, 8, 11, 16, 18, and 21. I know it sounds like a lot, but it's a $16 ticket for a $1 exacta. So let's see. Then I've got an exacta box that I went a little heavier on here. I went 8, 13, 16, and 17. So I'm going to drop all that action in the chat. But we're here to talk about the UFC, Sub. We got 15 minutes or so. It is just Sub and I and the early card here holding it down like a pound. Jeff is variably committed to winning. And because of that, he is out there enjoying himself a little Shane Gillis concert here, a little Shane Gillis thing going on. So them boys will be finished up with the Derby. They'll pop on over here as well. But look, nobody's better at rocking these UFC events than my guy Subhuman Gaucho. And I'm excited to talk about these fights, Sub. First game on the deck, first match on the deck. I'm going to pull the playbook up here in just a second, but I can't. You know what? Let me take that back. Juliana Miller, Ivana Petravic. Sub, I told you. It was up all night long, 2 nights in a row. I'm going to need some help, man. I got marbles in my mouth right now. Talk to us here. What are we doing with this Juliana Miller, Ivana Petravic spot?
Oh man, this is such an ugly spot. I feel like this line has come in a bit, and I do kind of feel like it's possible that there's some value on the dog here. That's where I kind of thought I would go earlier in the week. I was talking about it Thursday night. Her sub line once upon a time was 9-1. I thought that was a little bit too big. I did end up, kind of sort of backing. I did end up backing Petravic here. Her money line and 30 plus significant strikes at DraftKings got you a minus 105. The thing about Miller, man, she's young yet, so she could very well be improving, but she's coming off an 18-month layoff, and she had multiple surgeries during that time, and some of them very serious. I believe one of them was Achilles tendon. So, stuff that really keeps you off your feet.
Sure.
What's that?
I said, yeah, I get you. I hear you.
Yeah. And she's a very, very good grappler. She's had a number of professional grappling matches. She's beaten some really good women in those events. Beat Fatima Klein not all so long ago. Everybody's high on Fatima Klein in the UFC now. The trouble with Miller, man, she's just such a punching bag on the feet. Just no striking defense at all whatsoever. She makes very mediocre strikers look like Mike Tyson out there. And her wrestling's not great either. So is she going to be able to get on top? I don't know. I mean, Petravic has her gas tank issues in round 3 a lot of the time, but I feel like Petravic should probably just be able to jab her face off and more or less cruise here. As long as she doesn't do something stupid, which is a big if, because Petravic is not, known for her fight IQ exactly. She makes a lot of mistakes. So anything's possible here. That's why I wouldn't really talk anybody off the dog, but I do think Petravic should be able to cruise here. I've also got her in a parlay down at the bottom, Petravic, and fight starts round 2 with some other chalk plays paired with the fight starts round 2. So yeah, I am on the Petravic side, but I really don't feel great about it.
Petravic for our guy Sub. Yeah. Great analysis. Subhuman Gaucho. That chick's been off. And that does scare me. I did mention that in the playbook there as you had commented on it as well. I'm not so inclined to want to go lay at minus 230, though. It just seems like a big number to get involved with here. I was saying the other day, I was like, man, so maybe I shouldn't even get involved in the first 2 fights because they just never seem to go my direction here on any card that we have out there. But for me with this one, I think I am going to get involved with a little Miller spot. Take a little swing at this thing. Just a little fun money here to kind of soften things up. I might do a little rollover on it. I might start a little rollover and see if we can't find a way. I kind of thought, does this thing go deep? I mean, the ladies' fights have been showing us that they can finish early. I know there's a couple of them that I'm involved with here with this thing that I kind of felt the same way, but Juliana Miller
probably does.
Yeah,
it wouldn't stun me if we see like a late finish. Maybe Petravic does something stupid or gasses. But I think it probably at least goes late, probably goes the distance. I'm sure the under is probably a decent number. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Let me take a peek. Let me look here. 2.5 under 2.5 rounds is plus 170. So even the judges think this thing goes deep here. I'm going to just a sprinkle for me on the dog here to open things up. Thomas Peterson.
By the time they touch gloves, I don't know. Maybe I'll throw $10 at a little Miller sub round 3 or something. I'm sure it's an enormous number. I remember looking at it earlier in the week.
Something crazy that's got a big return on it, right? Just something that's
Mm-hmm.
a little fun money. Like I said, fun money to open the card up. So I'm not going to invest significantly like I have been in the last couple of weeks on the fucking curtain jerker. I'm not the curtain jerker guy. You are.
Yeah, I do love the curtain jerkers a lot of the time.
But we got 9 minutes or so until that fight pops off. Dante Maize, Thomas Peterson, the next victims here, going at it and battling each other. Very interesting situation with this one here. I wanted to get involved. I was back and forth with this one. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on how this one gets after it. You know, I looked at this and I thought, boy, on the surface here, like I can just remember getting involved with Dante Maize. But we kind of talked about this the other night with Thursday. These fucking heavyweights, man. What are we going to see? They're going to go up against the cage again, sub, and just kind of cheese grate this bullshit out and press them up against the cage and try to make some control time and go to the judges' scorecard? Or are we going to actually see these boys get out there and battle? And if they do, I feel Dante Maize is the better striker.
I agree.
Sucks, though.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, you pretty much broke it down. Maize has looked pretty awful lately, which is weird because he's not like that old for a heavyweight, but he just seems to be, if anything, regressing. I mean, that said, there probably is, another spot. There's probably value on the dog. Thomas Peterson shouldn't be minus 300 to really anybody. Just got knocked out not so long ago. He's very, his hand speed's very slow. He has some good dirty boxing, and you mentioned it. He's a good wrestler. If he gets on top, maybe he can find a finish. He'll probably at least make minutes if he's getting takedowns because Maize doesn't get back up and just has no danger from his back. So this is another spot where I parlayed that previous fight. Petravic fight starts round 2 with Peterson, and fight starts round 2 together with Jillian Robertson, and fight starts round 2, and it comes out about 5-1. But I absolutely hate it. I mean, honestly, if you just took like both dogs in these first two, I feel like there's a decent chance one of them is going to win. And since they're both, better than 2-1, you'd be doing fine. These are some ugly fights to start the card for sure.
Yeah, I thought the same thing here. It looks like we do have the finish in. The finish is in. It looks like Sovereignty gets the job done. The number 18, that's my number, sub, damn it. Junior Alvarado comes out there 7-1 to close her up, and it looked like it was the 8. It looked to me like it was journalism there. That was a pretty big favorite to come through. Unofficial. Don't use my official numbers here. I was just looking at it on the side as Sub was talking a little bit there, and it looks like the 18-8. The exacta, $1 exacta, looks like it'll pay about 24-1. So 24-1 payout there on that exacta. Estimated numbers out there. Congrats to anybody that had it. Michael Bisa's Sovereign. Winner, chicken dinner. 12-1 was the number as he gets that thing done out there. We got our guy backstage. He's Ramon Scott. He's been running so hot. Let's just bring him right in. Ramon, how are you?
Hi, guys. Ready for a great card here tonight with you guys from Des Moines. And, should be Sub, I'm predicting some wrestling tonight. We're going to have a UFC card in Des Moines. I imagine we've got a few grapplers on this card.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say. Definitely, yeah.
I hope it's just not a lot of lay and pray, though. I hope there is some physical violence, some action here. We're just 2 fights deep here as we kind of started this breakdown, Ramon, so perfect timing. Did you make any cash on the Kentucky Derby?
Oh, Mike, I didn't I didn't include Sovereignty in my top play. I ended up playing 120 try box and it did not score, but journalism finished second. I was really bummed about that, but Sovereignty, an appropriate winner. Godolphin, it was a Godolphin weekend at Churchill Downs. They won both the Oaks and the Kentucky Derby, the Blue Silks. I should have known better. I did include Sovereignty in my. I've had a try with four on top. 4 horses on top. You know what I mean?
Yep.
4 horses on top and 7 in the middle and 7 on the end for a $120 play, hoping that something struck in there. But I did not include Sovereignty because I kind of eliminated those post positions from winning. But Sovereignty looked to be a great horse in there. Journalism ran well as well. Those are 2 very solid horses. And we scored on a few because I had some Sovereignty mixed in there and some place and show money, kind of sprinkled the win play, kind of sprinkled the place and show because I was riding that Journalism future. So headed on over here as soon as I wrapped up watching the race, and I'm ready to go with tonight's card. So look, I'll just touch and let you continue on the analysis because I think we're getting close here, right, to this first bout. And I did send out as my play here in the first bout with Miller and Petravic. I took Miller plus 3.5 minus $1.35 on the cards.
Yeah,
that's a clever play. Yeah,
we weren't too excited about. It's a tough one to get to. That's not a bad play either. We were talking about the total distance here, and 2.5 is juiced. Does look like the books think it's going to go deep sub. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, that spot on. I rather like that play. I mean, Petravic loves to drop round 3s when she starts getting tired. So even if she comes out looking dominant early, I think there's a very good chance Miller covers that plus 3.5.
Not a bad looking spot. Ramon, we did just talk about the Dante Maize Thomas Peterson fight. Anything from you on?
I'll just throw in my play and let you guys are here for the analysis. I'm here to take up space a little bit, but no. And then I laid 3.5 with Peterson. I played another spread on the second fight. I laid the 3.5 with Peterson at minus $1.35 over Maize.
I like this 3.5. I don't recall these 3.5s, and maybe it's just me, but it's like the past year. It seems like they've really evolved the prop market when it comes to UFCs and.
Yeah, and a lot and Bovada, obviously, the way it works, you guys know, but in case anybody, because I haven't been on any of these shows and I like that type of bet, but, if your fighter wins, they've covered the spread, if you know what I mean there. So I'm sure a lot of people do know that, but basically that is when the fight goes to the cards, you're getting a handicap or you're laying the points when they add all 3 cards up. And you got to cover those numbers. So I'm on the dog plus 3.5 in the first one here with the ladies, and the favorite minus 3.5. Obviously, that line's pretty much moved on Peterson here, but there's some competitive fights. Go ahead, Sub.
Yeah, we kind of covered this one. Yeah, makes sense. If he's going to cover the line, he's going to have to be dominant. And you're getting a good price on the minus 3.5. Should have some finish upside if he's getting on top.
Well, third fight on the card. We'll try to give you guys the high level overview, and then we'll certainly circle back and tighten up our bets here as we roll. But again, the UFC playbook is out there. Look for the UFC Iowa tab out there. I think we're on our 13th or 14th installment with this playbook now. So that being said, Gaston Bolanos, Quang Lee. Interesting spot here. Bolanos, to me, feels like the striker. Will he wrestle with Quang Lee? I don't know. Sub. It's hard not to ignore the striker versus grappler situation here, but this Lee dude, is he just a bum or is he just catching some tough matchups? What do you think?
No, I love Lee here. He has had some tough matchups. I think he's looked pretty good lately. I think he definitely has wrestling upside. He's got real power on his feet too, man. Bolanos. He's certainly got skills, but he's one of those guys. He's like more suited for Muay Thai, where you're just going to stand in front of each other and throw. And I think Quang has a lot of power, and he'll be a little bit more in and out. Bolanos also, I haven't played it yet. I was looking at those late submission props for Lee, because Bolanos, when he's trying to get up, gives his back up all the time, and I could see. As this fight goes on and he starts to slow a little bit, I could see Lee taking the back and getting a rear naked choke. Oh, I also took Lee 2 plus takedowns at plus 120 as well. Yeah, I like Lee here a lot. Probably one of my favorite money lines, really.
Yeah, this was a tricky one for me. I just thought I don't want to fall in love with the fact that, you kind of fixate on something and you can see like, all right, this guy doesn't have any wins, but his path to the UFC, he's been fighting. He hasn't been fighting, tomato cans. That's for sure. He's been a guy that's been trying to battle. I just kind of have this. I mean, look, I don't want to say the dream killers got me here, but Peruvian fighters. We don't see too many of them, and it just feels like they do a lot of damage when they get out there. We saw what he did to Ramos. It was a unanimous decision, but interesting spot about that was coming off that knockout against. He did have to come back out there and kind of redefine and defend himself, but he's a guy that likes to go deeper. He goes out on a shield, so this is a tricky spot. Ramon, did you have any thoughts? Any way that you're trying to get paid on this one?
Yeah, I did end up on Bolanos, though concerns me that no, actually I can't say it concerns me that I'm just making it good for TV. I looked at the picks from Sub, and I still ended up on the favorite here, maybe more so those Sub just on a big discount off that early price there. Obviously, it's moved within a little bit of range for a favorite, down from what $1.70 or so to $1.30 here, right? So for Bolanos, look, he beat Ramos, so I think he showed good composure in that fight. His takedown defense isn't great, I'm pretty sure there, but look, if Bolanos can get in there and stand up and use his leg kicks and elbows a little bit, maybe control the range against Lee. Good accuracy for sure. Does absorb some punishment, I do believe. So I'm not sure about his defense when standing up. So this one could go the distance maybe here, but feels like, I don't know, the old striker versus grappler kind of matchup. So I'm going to end up here on Bolanos, maybe with maybe he can get enough volume, accuracy a little bit to score here. But go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna get on that Bolanos side of things here. I'm just gonna figure out how cute do I want to get with this thing when it comes down to it. Kind of that early process for me in the card is just kind of getting a couple plays out there that try to make a couple bucks on here. It's a reasonable price tag too at -125, but I still think, man, I don't know if it's because it's Iowa that we're seeing. I know this wrestling flair, but someone's gonna get knocked out and. Maybe it's this fight here. Maybe it's Bolanos that puts a KO up on the card. We'll see how it gets when it comes down to it. Strawweights, Jillian Robertson, Marina Rodriguez. This is a spot that I gave out on First Strike this week. And look, I always was the classic women's fights. They go deep. They see the scorecards all the time. And apparently 2025 didn't get the note. They said, hey, let's see these women. I think Sub, tell me I'm wrong here. Almost every single one of them's been a finish this year. Literally going back to the start of the calendar year. Jillian Robertson, Marina Rodriguez.
Yeah. I'd like to see the actual stats on it. I wonder. I feel like we've cashed on a lot of them, so a lot of them stick out. But I wonder how far off the benchmark it is this year as compared to past years.
I wonder, to me, is it just one of those spots where, again, I've seen a couple of them and it's surprised me, and we've seen some recently as well. So that being said, I did take Jillian Robertson. I thought this Marina Rodriguez situation, a couple of things that I was looking at with this one. First and foremost, I think Marina Rodriguez might be a little bit of a tomato can. She's 1-4 in her last 5 fights. You look across the board, does like to go deep. The thing is for her, I thought the thing was. So you see a lot of decisions and you'll say, well, she doesn't get subbed, right? Well, there's no question, because when she goes on the ground, she's just laying there trying not to get finished. So because of that, she goes to the scorecards and she loses a lot of fights. But if anybody's going to be able to go out there and get the sub, why can't it be Jillian Robertson? Now, she's another decision fighter as well, but it's the new era. Polyana Viana was a KO finish from her. She went to back-to-back decision spots after that, but I got a +160. She hasn't seen a loss in 2 years. Tabitha Ricci gave it to her that last time out there, but I think this is one of those situations where this girl, Jillian Robertson's tricky. She'll try to get on the back. She'll try to go for the choke out. And I think she might even be a live sub situation here, but I thought keep my pats open for victory here. Just give me whether she knocks her out or whatever the case may be, Marina Rodriguez goes to the ground. She's in trouble. That was my thought, boys. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, I when she goes to the ground, I agree she'll be in trouble. But you kind of talked about it. When she goes on the ground, she's pretty good at regarding, and she's often content to just kind of stay there and avoid getting finished. And that's my worry with the inside the distance.
Yeah.
And also, like, as much as I love Jillian Robertson, this would be Gilrab's best win of her career, I think. Even though she's aging and whatnot, Marina's been in there with, a lot of the best of the best. And speaking of who she's been in there with, she's been in there with Verna Jandaroba, probably the best BJJ specialist that this division has ever seen. She was in there with Mackenzie Dern, actually beat Mackenzie. And she was in there with Amanda Ribas and beat her. Those are probably the three best pure BJJ girls that we've ever seen in this division. So that's not to say that Jillian can't get her out of there, but I almost kind of like the KO at the huge number on Jillian. It's like over 10-1 in some books, because I do think it'll be hard for her to sub her, but maybe she can get the elbows going from top and cut her open or something like that. We get a doctor stoppage. Maybe she gets to side control and she can get some 12-6 elbows, etc. So that kind of interests me. I did put Jill Robb in that parlay that I talked about earlier. And I took Marina over 30.5 significant strikes. I think this will go deep. And I think Jillian will spend some time on the feet with her. The big cage probably helps Marina as well. And very small here, but Marina over half a takedown at plus 600. I think there's an outside chance that, if Jill Robb fails, a lot of times she'll kind of pull guard just to get the fight to the ground. And you might see Marina credited with the takedown and cash a kind of easy 6-1 there. So I had to take a little poke in that spot as well.
Not bad. I like to take. I mean, it's going to go to she's got to flip the script and try to keep this thing alive. She definitely get that takedown opportunity at 600. It's a great price tag. These girls are in the ring now for the first fight here, so we'll keep her going here. But Ramon Scott, put the bow on this fight for us here. Do you have any action that you're trying to get paid with?
I laid another 3.5 here with Robertson, the 3-fight win streak, the 10 years age gap, or 9 years age gap there. Rodriguez, the skid, I don't know. I think in the women's game, you don't want a losing streak. I think that shows. The rosters are a little bit shorter there. Who can you beat? Who are you going to beat? So if Rodriguez can stop those early takedowns and keep the fight standing, her striking volume could keep the score close, but she'd need to land upwards of 40 or 50 strikes, I would think, because Robertson's grappling should dominate, and 2 or 3 takedowns, and maybe some control time in the upper range of 5 or 6 minutes should probably do it. Actually, in this one, I think she does have a strong chance for a submission there. The later it gets, I would imagine, the better the opportunity there. I don't think it's a quick striking type of thing as far as getting the right grip and position on any kind of submission here. So look, I think your point total, if you will, should exceed what Rodriguez can do here right now. So maybe it's I'll say 75% chance of finish, 25% chance. I'm going to lay 3.5 points there at, again, I think it again, minus, get this for you here over at the old offshore book, minus 120 on this one. Robertson minus 3.5, minus 120 over Rodriguez.
All right. I get down with that. Get down with some Robertson. I mean, minus 3.5. If she finishes her inside the distance, then maybe we can all try to get some money on this one. Let's see what we got going on. Let's see. They're about to officially touch gloves. They're about 10 minutes behind. Maybe they were waiting for the derby to finish up. Maybe that's what the situation looked like out there. I'm not sure, but they're going to kick each other in the leg to pop this thing off.
Well, I know you had, Mike, I know you had that superfecta. It only paid $1,600 over there, with journalism finishing second, Maize finished third, Final Gambit was fourth, Owen Almighty was fifth. The 20, everyone talked about the outside. I did too. Out of those final 5 horses there, right, for the super high 5, Mike, 18, 20, and 21 were in the top 5 there. So maybe it wasn't a big factor. And again, the weather may have played a role there. So, all right, we're underway. Oh, also, Mike, if I could mention, just moments before the race went off, I've talked about this kid before on my show, on here with you. My kid, Kyle Stowers here, who I covered. I've told you, I've made the story. I don't want to, but I got to tell it again. I mean, I covered him. His dad sold me my mortgage sub for I had a house for 15 years in San Diego. His son, who I covered in high school, hit a walk-off grand slam today for the Miami Marlins, and they win the game 9-6 over the Oakland Athletics there on Stowers' walk-off grand slam for the kids. So I got pretty excited there right at the race was about to start.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Not too often that we
he looks like almost their best hitter, I think, this season. I mean, the way he's going. All right, we're into the action here.
I had one loss on the betting card yesterday. One. And it was the over in that Miami game. So mad. It's like, oh man, and it was a 21-0 trend. Couldn't put some runs on the board for me yesterday. Whatever, it is what it is.
Also, did you see it today? Cody Clemens at a home run in front of his dad.
I did see that.
Red Sox.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Did you see the one? I can't remember who it was. The one kid that hit it was a foul ball, I think, the other day. It was like maybe a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago. I think it was like 2 weeks ago. And it ended up going to his dad. He ended up hitting a foul ball, and his dad actually caught it in the stands. I thought that was kind of random. That's a random little. Can you imagine that?
Have you ever caught a foul ball?
No. I'm going to tell you this. Those fucking things come in fast, man. They come in hot. It's not you look at it on TV and you see these guys with the glove. It doesn't do it justice. I told the story before. I was at a minor league game here with a friend of mine, and we may have been overserved. And I hate when people say that. You know what I mean? I mean, I drank too much is what I mean to say. And we ended up coming up with this deal and said, if you catch a fly ball, because we were sitting right off the first baseline there, he said, if you catch a fly ball with your beer, then the other guy had to give you $100. So a couple of them came in our direction, and the one came right in between the two of us, and it hit so fucking hard. The thumping sound that it made was like, holy shit, this thing is flying in there. And I stopped trying to catch it with my beer after that. Not to mention it was like a $12 beer anyways, but it would have fit in the cup. It just came in hot, man. I was not getting involved with that thing. Have you caught a fly ball?
I'll tell you in a moment. I want to get a sub here. Miller pushing into the cage and trying to just use some pressure here a little bit. Not much movement between these two. Mike, I had my chance, and it was embarrassing. I felt like it was on national TV, like one of the old George Jefferson. It was back years and years ago, and Gary Matthews hit it. That's how old it was, and the thing was ticketed right for my seat and hit right off my hand, and I could not handle it, and I dropped it and never caught one. Picked it plenty up off the ground because, going to games in San Diego, there weren't a lot of fans back in the day. But missed my best opportunity in a playoff game. The thing was foul ball right for my seat here. Okay, so we've flipped the tide here a little bit, sub, it looks like. Petravic now. Go ahead if you have any analysis here.
Yeah, well, I mean, Miller was winning that round, and she really made some mistakes in the grappling and whatnot at the end, giving her back up, and Petravic landing good punches. I fully expect Petravic took the round there after that. Which is too bad if you're a Miller backer, because I do think Miller landed the bigger shots early and kind of had more control up against the fence.
Yeah, but she was just doing, control basically. And here Petravic has actually, scored some blows to the face here. She's, has cage control for sure as we end the round.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was pretty foolish there. It looked like the last 45 seconds or so to a minute definitely instead of it being the Miller side of things here, I watched this number swell. It went up almost a whole buck now, plus 250 from the 150 it was sitting at there a few minutes ago, plus 270 now. Jeez. Okay. And there they go. Sub, have you ever caught a foul ball?
No, never.
You go to a lot of baseball games, Sub?
Not a whole lot. handful when I was a younger man.
When you were a young buck. We used to go all the time when I was a kid, but I don't know. I think hockey kind of took over. And then soccer, the minor league soccer team around here got really good and was winning a lot of big matchups. They were even playing some international programs and beating teams up. So they were winning the I forgot what the league was called. A lot of championships out there, and soccer became real popular around town. And then of course, Abby Wambach, and maybe you heard of her. She didn't do anything to hurt the sport of soccer when it came to representing in our hometown.
Final.
Something's over. We just started.
Yeah, we got full night of it, and we're going to be moving close. The action's underway in round 2, or within an hour here now for Avalanche and Stars tonight. Oh boy is right. The narrative in that thing is unbelievable. I don't know if you guys saw that or not, but the Dallas Stars coach, what is he, 7-0 in game 7s? Twofold. One, the Avalanche coach is 0-4 in game 7s, 0-3 or 0-4. And of course, what's his name out there? Escapes my mind now, my memory here. The guy for Colorado. I can't think of his name. 0-4 in game 7s as well there for the Avalanche. So there's some competing narratives out there saying that maybe there's some value on this big dog. I mean, that's a big dog for being the fucking home team in a game 7 situation. You're almost a minus $2, $1.75. That seems crazy.
Man, more poor decision making from Miller. She looked good with that takedown early, and then just rushed things. Yeah, Miller's striking is looking really ugly. She landed a beautiful right hand in the first round, but it's just so slow and loopy, man. She's got a lot of work to do. I will say her physique looks better in this fight than it did in her previous fights. She's far skinnier and noodly back then.
Noodly.
That's the only way I can describe it. Just a big Gumby character, really.
McKinnon. Jesus, it took me that long, boys. That's how many alcoholic beverages I've consumed the last 3 days. Tell you this, though, my cornhole game is on point right now. On point. Speaking of on point, maybe a bad strategy if you're Miller. I guess I'm going to give it a little bit more thought, but if you're going to get up against the fence, you probably don't want to have red toenail polish. Kind of sticks out. I mean, I guess that's something we'll have to take a deep dive on that thought process later on here, but it kind of sticks out when you're getting those toes stuck in the cage there. Let's see. Do want to thank you guys all for hanging out with us here Friday, or Saturday. I'll be all right. I'm gonna be all right after I get this first drink down. I'm gonna get this thing in me, and we'll figure it all out together. But thank you guys all. Make sure you do smash that thumbs up if you're just getting in here with us. We're just getting started. Fight number 1, round number 2.
Final.
Not yet.
Speaking of, I saw, nail polish is all the rage. I saw the kid Green from the Rockets. He wore it quite nicely with his black nail polish. I could see more men wearing nail polish in sporting events. A new raging trend.
I don't know if I'm going to get down with that trend. That one's going to probably miss me. That one's going to probably go right on by me. What do you think here?
Yeah, we've got we're a little bit the other way again here, Sub.
Yeah, Miller's starting to flip to favorite. It should be 1-1.
I'll tell you, if she can pace herself a little bit better, right? Like you mentioned it at the first round. And even at the start of this round, a couple stupid mistakes in there. But if she gets a little bit more comfortable, we roll into round 3. We might be able to pick up this plus 400 price tag with a decision. Let's go. I am always surprised nothing pops out when they do that move. I'm probably a little behind you guys. So when you grab the upper torso and you start pulling back, somehow everything stays in position. If you're picking up what I'm putting down.
I'm going to go round 2 here, but we could. Yeah. Looks like a third round for the money, maybe, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd say
Let's
so.
see it.
Miller was all pumped up after the round there.
She did look like she had some, and cardio does not look to be any sort of an issue at this point.
Well, I missed time. The Derby was kind of might have to go with the Uber Eats here because that kind of sporting event in the middle kind of thing maybe messed up my Saturday routine where I usually watch you guys get a snack, but no problem. I will. I'm not complaining. I just need to.
Yeah, Jeff had commented the other day. He said that he had this plan to go see Shane Gillis, and he looked at the calendar, and there was no UFC. It was kind of like that weird situation where they didn't really have the card built out, and the pay-per-view event was obviously next week, but I believe this one was always there. It was just a matter of they didn't really have all the fights filled out for this thing, and when he got his tickets, he came back and he's like,
"No, you go. We got Jeff here. You get some Shane Gillis tickets. We're not going to hold you to some fight night card. You enjoy. I'd like to see. I like him. He's
funny, dude. He's got a. I'll tell you what he doesn't give a fuck about is cancel culture. And I respect that, man. He just goes out there and does his thing. It's almost like he embraces cancel culture in a comedic tone. So shout out to our guy, Brent Matthews, though. Happy birthday. I don't know if Brent's in here or not today, but I know it is his birthday. He was telling us he's going to have a birthday weekend. So fights on his birthday. Hopefully my man's getting some cash, getting some cocktails. I know he said he was half pinned.
All right.
Earlier.
Happy birthday.
Couple hours ago. We're gonna have some fun. Hopefully we make you some money here tonight. If you are here, Brent, appreciate you. And shout out to our guy Algus. I don't know if he's here either, but he did send me his he got the prize for winning the March Madness here, Sports Money Madness tournament, and got himself a nice sports money shirt.
We were playing for money. We were playing for gear, right?
Yeah, gear. Sports money shirt.
I'm glad he got it.
And he got a custom job that lets everybody know he's a champion on that shirt as well. So pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. Me, however, I'm not a champion. I think I was eliminated in the first game of the first day. Wasn't that when didn't Clemson get rocked I think it was that very first Thursday. And I had Clemson I think I had Clemson winning the whole thing. So day one, I was out.
Okay, Miller exuding some pressure here against the cage again. Pressing her opponent continuously as she tries to get away from it, but Miller just keeps forcing her back into the cage. So this sort of sense of control here.
Oh,
some blows to the face as well.
Put a little leather right on that kisser. There you go. Stop. Gio's got the stats. Thank you, my friend. I love you guys, man. You pick it up right where I'm dropping the ball. You guys are coming through for us. He says Stars coach DeBoer 8-0 in game 7s. I think you mentioned that. Yeah, that was a big one.
No, it's just I don't know are the injuries to Dallas why Colorado was. I mean, they were the 3 seed. They're not much any better than Dallas. I'm going to need Colorado, and I went with Colorado. You got Heiskanen out. You've got Robertson. Maybe their 2 best, players injured for this game. But it's hockey. I mean, it's hockey. It's a great team sport, and anybody, we got guys who can. They've got loads of talent on this, this Dallas team. Beyond that, okay, 2 minutes to go here, and maybe Miller's inched ahead here in this round, but they squared up in the ring again, and was able to get some blows here in that last stand. I'm talking about Petravic there, but now Miller pushing her up against the cage again and trying to ride her a little bit.
Final.
Now they're back on the ground grappling. Now they're doing a double headstand. Yeah, this rain down here might be the decider right there. It feels like, Sub.
Yeah, it's got to be a Miller round right now.
Ugh. On a side note, was out at a little cookout last night. Rather fond of the Blackstone. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Blackstone grill or not, but I've converted. I think I'm a fan.
It's a cooking apparatus.
Yeah, it's just a giant flat top for with a grill, right? So it's got the propane that kind of hooks up to it, but it's almost seems like a restaurant kitchen, like just a flat top where they,
I'm gonna look that up. I'm a grilling kind of guy, but
I did a lot of research on the grill that I bought. I ended up with a Broil King, and the thing is literally like an oven. It works exactly. I mean, it's you set the temp, or not set the temp, but you get it where you want it to be, and then it manages. It doesn't flare. It doesn't deviate from the temperature you set it at. But the Blackstone was fun. It was fun cooking on it.
All right, it's gonna be a decision here coming up, and hey, you know what? I might have got lucky here and might be able to squeeze in there a little bit if that second round, if that first round did indeed go Petravic's way. But we'll have to go to the cards here and take a look. Does feel like Miller is going to get it, but it could be 29-28, 29-28, 29-28. We'll see. What do you guys have in the chat? How did you score it? And I'll start to scan social media here a little bit and start to see some of the cards rolling in from the experts.
I'll take my plus 400 if it's going to cash for me here. The plus 400 Juliana decision, and then the plus 220 if we can get this thing here. I don't want to jinx it yet. Let's not jinx it yet.
Yeah, I may have said I think I transcribed the names there a little bit but you know what I mean.
Yep.
With Miller here, we'll be able to get this with those points for me. But again, we'll go to the cards. 29-28 will be in favor of Miller here, but we'll see what happens when we get back from the commercial with our scores. That's what Nick Handy has it, 29-28 in there for Miller. And I think that's what it probably is going to be for me too. So I'll go with a win. Let's go.
Miller looks jacked the fuck up too. I will say though, I might be a fan of Petravic. She might have got me. There we go. We'll take it, boys. Should have gone fucking heavy. What was I talking about? What was I thinking? Why are you second guess yourself? I haven't been in this game a long time.
I knew better than to mess around with the favorite in a spot like that. Yeah.
And it was indeed 29. I believe it was 29-28, 29-28, 29-28 as the result.
Yeah. Take it though, man. I'll take it. Hey, Jeff's usually the button guy, but I'll work the fucking button here. Let's go. I don't know if you guys caught the segment last night with Andrew Babakidis there, but he talked about quite a bit of the UFC. Looked like despite it not being one of the biggest cards here, like a pay-per-view card, he did give us quite a bit of analysis. Surprisingly, he talked about all the fights that we picked on First Strikes up. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Those were the fights. The ones that we selected were the ones that kind of had
Critical notice.
critical information.
Yeah, the Royals and the Orioles are going to a rain delay.
Unders are 45, 26, and 9 in NHL Game 7s, going all the way back to 2005. Unders. It's at 5.5. It's a pricey. It's a pretty steep. This game feels like 4-2 to me. Game 7s, the team's favored to win. They're on the road and they won the last game. They go out in 3-0 in the following spot. So Game 7s on the road, favored to win, won the last game, 3-0. That is the Colorado Avalanche tonight. Some of you guys asking about that information. Sharp Respected Betting report came through and did put it in on the Colorado Avalanche. And Ramon Scott, who's been running so hot. Talk to you guys about some Avalanche as well. Man. I'm not going to be a little bitch and not play it. You know? Let's go, fellas. It's only one hockey game tonight. Got to take advantage. Man, I was on that Blues game last night. What a knockdown, drag out that sucker was. What do you think, Ramon? Regulation? Take a little Colorado in regulation? Do you think this thing has a chance to go to the overtime?
We're going to spice it up a little bit. It sounds like they're still going to be, got to give Dallas a chance here for sure at home. Like I said, funny that they've just ended up a dog here after earning the number 2 seed, and it's only gone up, right? I think maybe the talk of the injury, maybe that's starting to seep into the minds a little bit, because why else would they be a move, basically what, 30 or 40 cent move here on Colorado today? Is it really worthy of that? I almost feel a little bit dirty, if you will, because on the show this morning when we talked about it, it was about $1.35. As the show progressed, the steam kind of came rolling in towards the end of the show and went up to about $1.50 or $1.55. You look market wide right now, and there's no doubt it's either $1.65 or higher at this point. So it's been all an avalanche, if you will, Mike. Good money.
Well done. Well done, Ramon. I see what you did there.
Michael B said it right there. So, look, I'm on Colorado. Nothing I can do now. But
I'll take it in regulation. I'll take I just looked at that. I looked at a couple trends here while we were discussing, and playoffs round number 1, game number 7s when there is a 5.5. Yeah, the favorite comes through. And there's only a couple of overtimes across the sample, so we'll see here. I think I like it. I'll take a shot with the regulation. Nothing crazy, just a little regulation play. Maybe if you want to look for some live bet, if we get some scores in this first period, you can catch a 6.5. Might start to look at firing on the under.
Well, the interesting thing about this being a game 7, you do expect a tighter game, no one wanting, but this series, 9 of the last 10 meetings between Dallas and Colorado here in Dallas, where maybe they over time have been known for their unders during the second half of the season, they were heavy on the over at home, and 9 of the last 10 meetings between the two at Dallas have gone over when these two teams have met. You can throw out all the numbers. You can throw away the numbers if you want in a game 7 and maybe look at things like you were saying there with, the game 7 tendencies more so than maybe the heads up, because, the thought process is going to be the same for players in that critical situation. So we'll see who advances. And, of course, we know we're trying to get through the first round. But the winner, of course, waits on tomorrow's result.
Yeah, I think it's a situation where Game 7. I always wonder about that when it comes to trends, right? Because it's almost like they say, the Moneyball quote there. You can use the information in the aggregate to build a player. And remember, they were trying to replace Giambi, and they were like, "You're gonna give me 3 guys that hit under 200 to replace Giambi." Yeah, you can pull it together in the aggregate over the course of the season, but when you come down to one game, one spot, I'm kind of with you. I might throw those trends out just a little bit and start to look up, specifically around a Game 7 situation, as opposed to. Although I guess you could argue that the coaching advantage does lie with Dallas. If he's 8-0, take the regulation. Fuck him. Heavyweight battle, boys. You're going to use that term loosely. I did put Maize plus 3.5 in the playbook.
Oh, you did? Oh, great. So I'm opposite you. Good job.
I did. I think I did it this morning, though. So, in all fairness, you guys were on point with this, and it was not me. So, I was behind. I don't know what the hell happened this week. I don't know where the week
line in there. You can flash it on the screen if you want. It's under your heading, but I put Ramon's pick in there for Peterson, and you're on. Oh well, hey, we could have avoided the juice. We could have just bet with each other.
Like the exchange, that you guys have there.
I always whine about California and only offshore, but now they've got they're allowing those. The Profit X is in California. Everybody's saying a lot of people going to that Profit X. It's available in a lot of states, and it's one of those betting exchanges. Peer-to-peer betting is the wave of the future. It's just you got it. We're kind of stuck in the past, and those types of exchanges are just popping up. But with today's technology, why do we have to pay 5%, 10%, whatever we're paying?
Shit, they're trying to get even more now. They want 15s and 20s now. That's kind of become minus 115s, 114s.
Watch out, because these betting exchanges, we have those guys on with the BB show, and it's only in Canada with that. But there are plenty of states here with those betting exchanges. Michael Piccioni, I don't know if he's talking about the results of the Kentucky Derby there with those prices there. He's talking about the exacta box, or maybe he's saying how much does it cost to place. Oh no, he's saying pay. So Michael's wondering. It's a pari-mutuel thing, so it's always going to vary on the prices. I don't want to talk down. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the question. I don't want to be.
Is it based on the Derby result winners? $1, an $8 exacta?
He says, how much does an $18 exacta box pay? So I think because the Derby exacta itself paid $48, but I don't know if that's the answer he's looking for necessarily. I think he's saying,
let us know, Michael P. We'll do our best to answer.
We'll say yes, like I was saying it right. But okay, we're also ready to go here in our bout. The ring girl has dropped her card, and we're set to go here with our second fight.
Away we go, boys. Fight number 2.
I could have put it up on the screen. I'm on the Sports Money channel here.
Heck yeah.
I'm holding the controls too.
Yeah, you got the keys.
I can put Michael Piccioni's question up there that I can't figure out.
It's a complicated answer, Michael P. Because if you did a $1 exacta and you did a box, that $1 exacta box is going to cost you $6, right? So if you're saying if you did an $8 exacta box, then it would have cost you $48, right? And then the payout based on that scale, I forgot what was the payout.
Depends what the odds were. Depends what the pool is for the exacta, and then divided up by the number of winning tickets.
So a $2, the exacta paid 24 to 1. So in that $1 ticket that cost you $6, they'll give you 24, which means you made 18. Probably the best way I could break that down, right? So if you did an $18 exacta box, the $18 exacta box would have cost you like $54, and you would have gotten paid $360, something like that, $370, something like that. Just quick math off the cuff. Don't fact check me, Ramon. I did not know we were going to be doing math today.
Yeah, let's get to the fight here, and we see Maize on his back right now.
Doing what I expected this guy to be doing. Actually, that's not entirely true. I thought he'd be up against the cage.
Maize was doing a decent job of getting back up there early until he solidified this side control position. And
Bryce Terang ties it up for the Brewers, says Fernando Mendoza.
Oh, okay. My Padres been a real nail biter here with the Pirates, 1-1 in the 9th inning.
Critical notice.
Hey, critical notice is that line is moving like a banshee on the Thomas Peterson side of things here.
oh yeah, he keeps trying to set up this arm triangle.
Pretty much all control here so far for Peterson. Maize can't get anything done. He's just being held down here. Still got less than 2 minutes to go.
Yes, the NBA is underway, DJ. 15-15.
Yeah, let's not bury the lead here in the game between the Nuggets and the Clippers underway as well. Didn't mean to overlook the game here. I got over to the side here. Probably should move it to the main page, but the Padre game's running a little long, and a wild pitch, and the Padres have just taken the lead here. Ball skipped away. Tatis scores from third for a 2-1 lead. Bednar threw a pitch in the dirt. It bounced away, and Tatis, one of the hottest players in the game right now, when he's healthy, and he just scored on the thing didn't even bounce out of, they're going to review it, but it didn't even bounce out of the dirt area, I don't think, and he took off running. Great awareness. And Clippers, yeah, with that lead there. The ball didn't even bounce away, Mike. Barely, only, never left that dirt circle. And Tatis, I don't think they can. He's safe.
What a time to come through with that's a back-breaking play right there. 9th inning.
Yeah, Bednar, he's pretty good. I don't know if he's been quite what he was last season. Boston's coming up at the bottom of the 9th, down 4-3 to Minnesota. Going to come down last seconds here of the round. I think you got to give Peterson the nod for the control there, Sub.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm surprised he didn't at least come close to finishing one of those arm triangles. I mean, he looks like he was getting deep on it, but
I thought I almost saw him tap at one point there when he had it, like with a minute and a half to go. It looked like he wanted to tap, and he just finally snuck out of that.
As long as, for Maize here, he's not wearing any damage. There's no, loss for wear. He still can try to get in there and mix it up. He's going to be down here, it looks like, around. But, there was practically no punching in the round, it felt like.
Mm-hmm.
Boston starts.
Rivers is hanging the submission at nearly 3-1. It's kind of tempting if Peterson's going to keep getting on top in the middle of the cage.
If Dante LeMahieu does
like
nothing,
sooner or later he's liable to finish one of those.
Right. You're likely to slip it in there. And
for Phillies, Mike, a big 7-0 lead over Arizona.
Final.
I lost a baseball game earlier today, and I pushed a baseball game earlier today. And I didn't really mess with it too much this afternoon. Not. But I did like that over in the Phillies game. I got the over in this Boston game too. That's another one that was. I think it's Boston.
Well, yeah, you're going to need this Boston run then here with the score right. You're going to need a little more, but got to start somewhere. Boston did put the lead runner on here. 1 out, runner at first. We have a matchup right now for Minnesota. It's Duran versus Duran. Duran is batting. Yeah, I'm hungry like the wolf. We're underway, round 2 here. Not my favorite. I'm a Duran fan. I'm pretty old, but
shit, sub. What's the
I
K?
like "Come Undone" is my favorite song by Duran Duran. Everybody likes that one.
Come Undone, huh? All right,
sub. We're back right where we left off here in round number 1 with top control here. And
shout out to our guy Ignatius Pennyfeather.
Ignatius Pennyfeather.
The Sports Money membership, my friend. Thank you. Raise the glass up and say cheers to you, my friend. Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here, being a part of our community, and helping us grow our community.
Yeah, we got 100 of you watching right now, so really appreciate it.
Birthday blessings.
That's
Pennyfeather. All right, my guy.
Underway.
Let's go.
Well, at least Maize has been able to get to his feet here, subs.
Yeah.
I know what
to
do here. He's just trying to get
see
away.
If he can make it interesting here.
Final.
Ref took one hard off the mask. He's going to need a second here. The umpire, I mean.
Cheers, Ignatius Pennyfeather. Thanks, man. Is it your birthday? Are you birthday blessing our guy? I know. I thought a couple of you guys had a birthday today. I remember somebody said it earlier this week. Mine's at the end of the month.
Team play.
Stop counting.
I'm almost at that point.
Now, back on top is Peterson.
Brent. Okay, this is Brent. Okay.
Got him down again.
Cheers, Ignatius Pennyfeather. Thank you. Boy, that chick's fight was way more entertaining than this dude's fight. Sub's looking good in the digs there. Look at that. Look what he's got on. Look at me.
These punches are in slow motion, sub.
No kidding.
Final.
Some of the golf scores are rolling in. Scotty, though, leading by 5 shots.
Fucking killer.
He's only made the turn here. He might win this one by 10 by the time it's over. Now we're getting some movement here for sure. Some damage here. Well, not, but repetitive elbow strikes to the head here right now as control here for Peterson continues. Maize hasn't done a lot, guys. Peterson just able to lay on him, put his right forearm under his chin a little bit or on his chin. And it's just a scramble here. Runner moves the second mic, but there's 1 out now. And the Boston are going to need a run here.
Final.
Yeah, I have to wonder how much Peterson will really pursue the finish in this third round here.
He's got to be getting a little bit tired of just beating on this dude, don't you think?
Maybe, but again,
yeah, his ground and pound's looking kind of feeble.
It's kind of like
but Maize can't get up, so there's it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Worthless son of a bitch.
Boston just need a little bingle, and Devers is up here.
Come on, let's get one.
Did you see the Bulls? I said it. The White Sox uniforms today, Mike. They were wearing.
Yeah, I saw those, dude. Those are cool.
Bulls inspired, yeah.
The city. What are they called? The City Connects. I thought those were really cool.
Dressed like the Bulls. Amazing Michael Jordan never made it big in the major leagues.
Isn't the old tinfoil hat plan there that he went to baseball to avoid a gambling suspension in
What?
the NBA for fixing
What?
his What? Sub, did you ever hear that?
I think I have heard that. I don't
No?
know what how much truth there is to it, but
Oh, listen.
Well, I don't know.
Absolutely.
I agree. So because right after 30 years, you'd think someone would spill the beans.
Oh, listen, I don't know. There's some mysterious things happening. His poor old man. I don't know.
Yeah, that was those fucking kids, those idiots. It's a sad thing is I know that we know those kids' names still, and that's that's not right.
Nope.
All right,
All
two
right.
rounds down here, and obviously so far 2-10-9 rounds for sure here.
What's up, Jay Main? Shout out to all you guys here rocking. Thank you guys. Hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. Take a moment to kindly do that. Leave a comment. Fuck it.
Maize has got to know what stands in front of him now here. So he's going to have to not get taken down, and he's going to have to.
Dude, he's labored. Although there's a little flying knee action.
Well, he knows he's got to try something here. But
I kind of think he might have been playing possum there. He kind of acted like he was hurt, and
he did a really
then
good job.
when Peterson came rushing at him, he throws the flying knee. Probably not a bad strategy, really.
But he's found himself up against the cage, taking leather, sucking on leather. Not a lot of games left in the MLB here. Jay Main says baseball's getting crazy. Flea Mathis says, so is the UFC going to be on Amazon since Netflix said no? It's funny. We talked a little bit about it the other day.
Yeah.
Netflix doesn't want to pay $1 billion and be in the every week business. They just want to pay $1 billion to have one Mike Tyson fight.
Or the biggest UFC cards of the year, maybe if there's, we all know that, when you get the special, the UFC 300s or the ones that, maybe they could for a big price, make something special for Netflix to, have big cards, because I think that's what you're saying, Mike. They don't want to deal with the week in, week out, and they can break up this contract. You see it every other sport.
It's. I can only imagine, after what it looks like if you're a network, and you're looking at this information, because we see it in the views when we do week to week, shows. We always talk about the pay-per-view cards, like put an extra 0 on the number of viewers that we're getting there. Literally, it's that many people that jump in for the pay-per-view cards, but then it's us diehards that like fighting. We enjoy the sport and we like making money. That get in on it week in and week out, but it's got to be hard to want to pay for the full meal if you could just bite off a couple of main entrees. And that's probably what Netflix is looking at. I don't know about Amazon though. I don't know about Amazon. I didn't hear anything about Amazon getting in the game.
Oh, did I get were they talking about? Oh, Flea was talking about Amazon. Oh, he mentioned.
He said, "Do we think it'll go on Amazon since Netflix?"
It's so funny, right? You'd think that. And today with the way the apps work, I know there's technology. I know you got to put money into it, but why wouldn't you just have your own UFC app and we're going to run our pay-per-views on here, and that we're going to take all the money, we're going to do all the in-house production, just download it, pay for it, and you're in there. All right, we're down to 2 minutes now, and
should have taken the over.
Desperation time here for Dontel Maize. This was a little blooper in the left field. The Twins are going to win it at 4-3. 2 men were on, but a blooper in shallow left. And the Red Sox have lost here to Minnesota tonight.
Jeff did have a little Peterson decision action here on his card. His plus 105 card here.
That's right.
Okay.
Should have been. Well, we didn't even. All these plus 3.5, minus 3.5. I don't even think I considered the over. Over 2.5 was minus 154. A little disappointed. A little disappointed.
Want to shout out Nuke. He gave a soccer winner on the show this morning. New England over Toronto. Thank you, Nuke, if you're out there. I think he was watching the horse racing with those guys. So I stopped in there, tried to bring my winners home, but man.
Looked like a pretty full house when I jumped in the chat earlier.
Gonna have to win this card here. Dropped a couple hundred on the I whined in the morning. I don't want to be down a couple hundred. Well, no. Hey, you got to spend a little money at the races to have a little fun.
It's funny because some of my friends decided to go out and about tonight, and they went up to this. They got these. You guys heard of those Apple theaters where they? I know you were talking about going out to the Sphere there the other day. These things have where they'll bring you booze, they'll serve you food.
Oh, yeah.
Enjoy on a leather sofa, enjoy watching the games type of thing, or watching the movies.
Yes.
So they made it. This is their first time. They're all excited. I heard about it for 3 straight days, and all I kept doing was saying, "It's the Kentucky fucking Derby. What time are you going?" And they're like, "Oh, the movie starts at 5:30." I was like, "You couldn't have picked a worse time to go." And so then
I like those, and also have you seen, Mike, those? I know I do like those theaters with the the big leather seats. Those are kind of all the rage. But also they have these places now where you can go to watch sporting events that are kind of like a with the IMAX style screen. They put you right in the end zone a little bit, and they've got a few TVs so you can watch the action. But might get a finish here. Oh boy, they got to the final.
Gonna go to the cards.
The bell, but Peterson was rating there a little bit anyway to put the seal on this one.
Yeah, he tried.
Michael B says, "How about the fact that another one?"
Yep. So it will be a unanimous decision here. I would imagine 30-27 all the way across. I didn't see any.
Yeah.
No overwhelming round there.
It was a shit fight, is what that was right there, boys. Let's call it what it was. That was horrible.
So, Mike, I had a great time at that. I just want to mention, because you heard what I was saying and you mentioned it. But the funny thing was about this sub, I went to watch at the Sphere here in Las Vegas. They had an IMAX movie. It was more of the visuals. It wasn't a plot or anything. There was a little bit of a plot about the future of Earth and traveling to other planets. But the Sphere, it's the IMAX with the huge, and the seats are vibrating. But funny thing was, Mike, I talked about the aromas that they put through. I was there with my elderly aunt, and while she did enjoy it, and we discussed afterwards, I said, boy, the smells were amazing. And she goes, what? I go, oh, no, it wasn't my cologne. They were pumping aroma. She missed it. Maybe I don't want to say she's older. Maybe I feel like she probably breathes better than I do, if you know what I mean. But they had like a church scene, and you could smell leather and wood. They would have a scene with an orange field, and you could smell the citrus. It was really cool.
That is cool.
Here we go. Decision here, and it is win here for our man. I'm on it with the winner here with Peterson getting that win convincingly.
It's gotta be. On a side note, get that fucking mouth guard up behind your ear, dude. That's gotta be the worst place to put a mouth guard. Very visually acute today, but it did sound like fun, Ramon. I'll tell you, that's maybe not a bad idea for the future of some of these events like the UFC. Could you imagine if they had like a Cinemark, right? One of those big major theater networks across the country that was able to sign up for it and lock these guys down. I know some of these singers have done it now with the concerts that they'll go out there, and you can go to the movie theater and see Taylor Swift live, albeit in a cinema, IMAX type experience. So that would be pretty cool for a UFC future. I don't know.
So, Sub, I had mentioned that I figured 10-9, but they had actually ruled here that Maize was so lifeless. Did you hear those scores? 30-25, 30-26, 30-26. Wow. Someone scored a terrible round in there, but Maize just did absolutely nothing, really. So,
what's up, Bobby Mack?
Yeah, I guess it kind of makes sense.
But man, that 30-25 though, usually you have to have some real damage in there. I don't think Maize is going to wake up tomorrow and say, "Oh, my face hurts" or anything. Yeah.
No, that was the remarkable thing. I mean, Peterson had a lot of free shots from ground and pound, and it didn't really look like Maize was bothered by him. He just kind of laid there. He was
There
all
was
right.
no chance. The only time that thing ever got a chance, even being close to finish, within the last 15 seconds of the fight.
Mm-hmm.
Peterson started to have a little bit of free reign. I think Maize had just given up at that point, anyways, figuring it was a moot point.
Yeah, I think so.
Did you guys catch the segment there with Andrew yesterday? And he was talking about the judges' scorecards, and some of these wrestling matches are a little bit difficult. And I said, yeah, there's one guy that's named Sal, and we won't talk about his last name. And he starts laughing. He's like, yeah, that guy's scorecards are really something. He's like, you don't know what the hell that guy's going to do. It's pretty funny.
It's not the Amato really is something, man.
See,
I mean, there's a lot of bad offenders, though. He certainly sticks out, but
it's the consistency of which he's inconsistent. That's the most impressive part about it.
Yeah,
right? Like that guy sticks out more than anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Michael B says, Maize looked like a moot point. I'm going to jump in. I'm going to get a refill here, but I'm going to take some Bolanos. The line did just move a little bit. I'm going to take Bolanos by KO at plus 300. And I'll sprinkle a little KO round 2 for plus 900. I'll be right back, boys. Sal Amato.
All right, 2 fights down, and they're about ready to drop the puck. Also, in game number 7. Yeah. Basketball game's close, 31-30. Denver currently leading over the Clippers, just close all the way so far. No one's been able to really get away. The total kind of right on pace, maybe just ticking under a little bit at 202.5 currently is the live betting number. Nuggets have actually extended the lead here to 34-30 here with 7.5 to go in the first half. All right, there's my pick. I put my pick in here. I'm going with Bolanos. And we saw, go ahead, Sub. I know we talked, you argued your point there for this one with Lee here. And, you picked a couple different methods, but that plus that 18-1 on his submission here, possibly.
Sub 2-3 there. I do think that sub line is off. I've got that in a little parlay as well. Quang sub, Joe Rob decision, but Bikoev KO. I really like that Bikoev KO spot too. We haven't talked about that fight, but I think that's quite a bit off compared to his sub and decision lines. Well, Jeff's off to a good start. I don't know if he knows it yet. Out there enjoying the comedic stylings of Shane Gillis.
Let him enjoy the show tonight. Gets me on the big show here with you guys.
There you go.
You just sent me this picture, literally, just as you guys are saying that.
Oh, he's on. So it looks like the show has started. Is that the...
Yeah, I think it's at the Key Bank Center.
And is that they found the microphone a little bit? Gillis likes to do that.
Yeah. It looked like he was doing that.
That's right.
So if it starts now, realistically, I thought he'd be back for the main card. He lives literally about 10 minutes from the arena, so he does tend to drive like a... Well, let's just say I can beat him. Let's just say I can get there faster. Ice Viking says he's calling him Steven Peterson all fight. Oh, no. Robert McCormick got the no goal in the first 10 minutes in the hockey game. Time to sweat, he says. That is a sweat.
I don't know if either of those two that we just saw, I know Peterson only has 2 losses, but
we had a feeling those first 2 were going to be some pretty ugly fights.
Need a little excitement. All right, we'll see here.
Yeah, this should be a fun one, I should think. Boy, Inter Miami putting it on them. 3 goals in the first half. Luis Suarez, goal and an assist.
I only played one. I didn't put an MLS card together tonight. I only played one play. I gave it out on the show this morning. That was LA is still to come, I believe, here. LAFC. Team total under 1.5. But didn't have a great card here last 2. So looked at the Derby.
One thing I played is Philly. They're up 1-0, so hopefully they hold out here.
Woo.
Took a loss
Bang
tonight.
Lee coming in here.
Yeah, we're underway. We got some excitement.
Fireworks are flying early with a bulldozing takedown.
Yeah. There's
After watching that last fight, I'm like, slow down, guys, slow down.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Yeah, I don't know if I mentioned it, but that was really the play in the last fight was the Peterson takedown ladder. He ended up with, I don't know if it was 9 or 10, but it was a lot.
Wow. Quake Lee is going to work.
Oh, that'll be 2 takedowns. That's going to cash the 2 takedown prop for
plus 120 action.
Yeah, I guess I should have went bigger on that one. God, I really should have laddered it. I don't know. I don't think I did. I think I just took the 2. He's got 2 this early. He's certainly live for going up that ladder.
See, I gotta pull up. Tell you, if you guys aren't following our guy Andrew Babakitis there, make sure you do check him out on Twitter. He's got some really, he puts out this. So here's the Superbook Sharp Action Report for the UFC. He's shown the line movement for the UFC here as well. I mean, it's good stuff.
Is that in the playbook, you say?
No, it's on his Twitter page.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, it was 9 sub in that Peterson fight. 9 takedowns.
9 takedowns. That had to pay. Quang Lee is absolutely blasting Bolanos right now.
Yeah.
I mean, he's all over.
Yeah, pretty dominant first round so far.
I mean, he got the back. He just put the hooks in there, and he's just literally having his way with the dude right now. And you know what? In hindsight, should have looked at this. Bolanos went from minus 180 down to minus 125, says Andrew's Superbook report.
For sure.
Peterson went from minus 210 to minus 300. Interesting. Respected Sharp Action came through. He's got the Sharp Action report. Montel Jackson, Cameron Smotherman, and Ryan Loader. I know we talked about all 3 of those guys yesterday. Ponzinibbio sub. He did talk about the Ponzinibbio moves. He said came out early for Pons. Then the number swelled and it went a little bit on the other side of things here, but the over took some action this afternoon. Rodriguez Robertson. Rodriguez Robertson. So I'll figure it out. I'll figure out how to talk here before the show's over. Under 2.5 rounds at plus 240. Under 2.5 rounds at plus 240. That seems strange considering it was only plus 165 to take Robertson inside the distance.
Yeah, that is strange. And I guess she does have all the finishing upside, or most of it. But yeah, that's a pretty big discrepancy between her 2.5 and her ITD.
Which is going to finish her late in the 3rd round. Fuck everybody.
Yeah, but Bolanos does not look like he's having a good time in there right now.
No. You got this dude connected to your back like a fucking backpack, literally. Just everything. Anytime you try to move, he's just all over you. He rolls up. I mean, 4 minutes of control time for Quang Lee. That won't fly at Madison Square Garden, but in Iowa, they love it. Bolanos, though, the line's come down a little bit. It's plus 154 now. It's an interesting little maneuver.
Little power play here for Dallas. Just a couple minutes into the game.
DJ Hardy's asking if you have anything for boxing tonight.
And in turn, Subway, again, your thoughts there on the boxing.
Really.
How did we not go against Garcia? This guy's been gooping around for a couple of years now. He's not going to beat anybody. I can't believe I wasn't on that.
I'll tell you what, Davikinas told us that his sharp boxing people they've been watching both took the dogs in the co-main and the dog in the main. Dogs finishes there, and one of them cashed. So he did talk. He did
Sub tonight. I want to try Alvarez by decision. He's not knocking anybody out these days. I don't care if he's 4-dime favorite.
I'm so not good with boxing.
Yeah, it just seems like Canelo doesn't have that, knockout motivation. I don't know. Maybe he has somebody he can beat up here. He's minus 5,000, but I'm going to take Alvarez by decision.
That's probably not a bad play, huh?
Yeah.
Plus 160? It seems fair. These boys are swinging.
Yeah, we're standing up here a little bit. This is better for Bolanos, or at least gets him back in the fight a little bit.
Gets me alive for my KO in round 2. Oh, and then he gets bulldozed. Can't let this Quang Lee get back on you again, dude. Once he gets on, he ain't getting off.
Nope, no, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
And he's doing it.
Yeah,
I think I'll tell that, Ramon. I think I'll tell you on that Alvarez.
Also, Mike, by unanimous decision plus $1.80 or so.
Really? Here, let's see. I got plus 210 on it, Unan. All right.
Oh, shit, I'm in the wrong state.
Come on in, Ramon. We got snow 7 months a year. It's fucking gray and overcast for 9. But there are 3 really nice months here.
Avalanche killed that power play. We're 5 minutes in, no score. Royals and Orioles about to finally resume here. Dodger game still in a rain delay. Quan Lee's putting the pressure on that neck hold sub.
I think he's going to get him. Yeah, that's tight, man. That's deep. That's tight. Baby, go night-night. He's got it in there, man. He's out. Yep. You can see when he went out. Fuck! Round 2 finished and it's just the wrong dude. Nice job.
His name is
Sub. 18-1.
There you go.
Let's
there
go.
You go.
That was a big one.
His name is Sub.
Nice call, dude. Nice job. I wish I tailed you. Let's find it here. Let's get it for a guy. What a fucking casher. There's too many clips. There's too many videos.
Oh no, Sub.
There he is. Nice job, Sub. Fucking 18-1. Dude.
Yeah, that was a huge one there, man. That
Nice
was
hit.
great.
Nice hit. Phew. The police says, I thought that too, Flea. Says, dude woke up not knowing where he is. He woke up and he was like, what happened?
Right. He was gasping.
Yeah, I was waiting. Like, isn't he out? Like, I was waiting for the ref. Like, are you going to stop this anytime soon? Or?
Shout out to our guy, Cameron Sinnett, coming through. He gives the old, Ramon, you probably do this better than I can here. Good morning, Vietnam. I don't know if if I did that right. I don't know if I did it justice or not, but shout out to you, Cameron Sinnott. I gave it a try. Let's go. Fucking sub. 18-1. Anytime a guy named Sub gives you a sub, you better take a fucking note.
So that was the first leg of. I put out 2 of the cycle parlays tonight. That was the first leg. I need Joe Robb by decision and Bakayev by KO now to cash us 61-1.
All right. All about the finish,
Yeah,
baby. I like it. The ATF.
Critical notice.
Not to be confused
That'd
with
be
the
huge
ATF.
there.
DJ Hardy. Hit the like, scumbags, because it's shot time. Nice job, Sub. Fuck, man. I wasn't on that one, Sub. What was I doing? Shithead.
10-point lead for the Nuggets here. They're getting away a little bit on the Clippers here with 2.5 to go in the first half.
Man, I took a sizable gas bag on that one.
And I should have laddered those takedowns too. Did he end with 4? I think I just took the 2, but he must have had at least 3.
It was at least 3. Let me see if I can get those stats for you, Sub.
I think
It was, let's see here.
I think
4.
4 of them. So that had to be a big number. If 2 was plus money, then 4 had to be, I would guess, at least 6-1, probably bigger than that.
I don't know what happened. G-Rob inside the distance is +2. I think I left a 1 off of that thing when I dropped it out there the other day. +275 right now for this gal to win inside the distance. Under 2.5. Let's sprinkle a little sub in round 2 on this thing as well.
And I forgot we're already on the Joe Rob fight here too.
Yeah. Jill Rob.
I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back.
Get it, sub. Fucking 18-1. Get yourself 2. So anyways, I was starting to tell the story earlier about laughing at my friends that were deciding to go to the movies because I was like, oh, the Derby's on. And my boy's like, I'll just back bet you, whatever you're going to bet. And so he texted me before they went in the movie. He's like, what are we doing? I was like, dude, I really don't have much action on this Derby at all. So sorry. It's like, you gave me shit all night about going to the movies today. You don't have anything? Nope. Not for you. Sometimes that happens, Ramon.
Yep.
Ramon likes a little G-Rock. Joe Rock. Yeah, that's right, Flea. My first strike fight is here. Let's see what happens. I need to bounce back after last week. I'd like to put a moratorium on the term bounce back. Ramon, I hear it way too much. All of a sudden, it's dismissive. You can dismiss a shit day because, oh, we're going to bounce back, or we're going to have a bounce back day. It's like, wait a minute, dude. Sometimes you lost. You got to own it a little bit. Michael B likes a Robertson decision at +145. Let's go. Dan Adele. Go rub it out some. 18-1. Hell yeah. It's a great call. And man, if he hits the cycle parlay, that'd be a lot of fun. We tried to start doing that a little bit more, Ramon, in the last couple of weeks, try to focus in on, let's take a shot at one. You know, let's see if.
We're showing some highlights here with Sandhagen a little bit. We're on the horse racing show, and Dylon kept trying to push for a Sandman Sandhagen because he's a Sandman. He wanted to put those together for a little bet.
Parlay?
Okay, Denver by 11. We got probably 2 more possessions left here. Clippers down 11 with the ball. 6 seconds shot in game clock here in the first half. Denver's going to cover the first half spread, and it is going to go over.
Critical notice.
In the first half here, I believe Denver with there's a shot clock violation for the Clippers there. That's not great.
Man, that track looks like shit at the Derby. I'm seeing a replay of this.
Yeah, there was, it played pretty fair though most of the day. I don't think as wet as it looked. It wasn't an unfair track necessarily. Colorado, a 4-minute power play right now.
Oh boy, let's go Avs.
Michael says it there in the chat. Denver leads 58-47 at halftime right now, and we'll get that line issued here in just a moment for the second half. Keep an eye on all the action here.
I hope this Marina Rodriguez gets her fucking top pop. Choke her out. Give me the second round. Give me that 10-1. Ooh, give me a fucking second here, boys. It was a late night. It was 2 late nights in a row. Late nights too. Like not. I'm an old man saying 10 p.m. was a late night. I mean, like, fucking sun was coming up late nights. Sometimes that happens, Ramon. Sometimes you get going and the vodka keeps flowing.
Well, it sounds a little unfair. It sounds like because, with your show being a weekday show at 6 at night, and Ramon has to be doing a show 6 a.m. I think I might have to renegotiate my deal.
DJ Hardy 2.5. You know what though? I was saying this to my buddies the other day because I was obviously at my one friend's house last night, and I said the 6 p.m. It's a great spot because we can really capitalize on all the moves and pulling all the information that we've learned all day together. But it's the worst fucking time to have a social life. 6 p.m. 5 days a week is tough. Now that being said, shit, man, you're up at 3 a.m. your time, rolling out there getting ready for your show. That's early. We got it tough, Ramon. We didn't do ourselves any favors.
Well, it all is rewarding with our viewers.
Shout out to Robert McCormick. He got his gift.
Okay.
There we go. No goal in the first 10 minutes for Bobby Mack. I like when you yell out Bobby Mack.
Yep, and that power play is still going, but we're 9 minutes to go in the first half. Still a minute and a half to go on this power play here.
So far, we've all kind of caught a winner somewhere along this card. Sub's got a big start. Jeff's got a good start. You got a good start. I got a start. I'm not going to call it anything until we see what happens with this Robertson fight. I feel like when I think about Canadian fighters and the UFC particularly, the only one I give any credit to is Jillian Robertson. And I think a lot of it has to do with that. Was it Edmonton? Was it UFC Edmonton a couple months ago? And like every one of the Canadian dudes lost, and the female fighters played well for Canada, but Robertson, she's not afraid to take some beatings, wear some blood, and go out there and finish the job. There's a breakdown for you. Zero factual data behind that one, other than just my own 2 eyeballs. Ramon, who's going to win the Stanley Cup?
The Golden Knights.
Yeah?
Well, that was my pick. Start of the playoffs. Knights. I went with Knights and Capitals. Funny, I was talking on the show. Oh, I've got these. I ended up too top heavy in futures. I probably wasn't going to win any money unless my big ones came in. But now I'm down to. I have Edmonton, Washington, and St. Louis on the futures plays, but I've got Vegas here. I think I just never saw. You know how it is. I mean, it's not about picking the winner necessarily. When we do our betting, we want the right price. So never really found it for me on Vegas here. Dallas kills that power play, and the fans are waving their towels here with 7.5 to go in the penalty kill for Dallas. Did a nice job there for that one. So yeah, Vegas for me, Vegas and Washington. That's probably what I'm going to need. In the end, DJ Hardy's got his pick in there. He likes sea oil. That's my one big future. Actually, I placed it. Remember when last year, Mike? I was one of those goofballs. I'll just say because everyone was saying, "Oh, Trisha, thank you."
Shout out to
Trisha
Trisha.
enjoyed the Derby today. I don't know what she had, but hope she enjoyed the races today and this weekend.
Shout out to you, Trisha M. Thank you so much. Gifted sports money memberships.
So yeah, and Steve says here's how I'll finish the thought. There was for me, like, remember at the end there was like, well, might not be, but Edmonton next year now. That's gonna, and I'm like, okay, all right, I'll do it. I'll take it, and I did, and it wasn't a terrible price, but everyone was kind of jumping on it. It was after last season. That's how long ago it was. But I got
that was the first future bet people were making was Edmonton to win down.
Yeah, and I was at one of those guys. I don't know if it was a great idea, but
I really put myself out there by shit talking that whole process too. Because now Edmonton, I said it, man, they woke up that giant. Them Kings let that giant wake up in Edmonton and beat them up.
Hey, Sub, it's goals aplenty so far in the MLS tonight.
Yeah, I noticed that. Unfortunately, Philly conceded. It was 1-1 when I last looked at it.
Sovereignty.
Good job, Trisha M.
And we said it, and I said it as well over there. Good. It was a Godolphin in the Oaks. It was Godolphin in the Derby. So you remember from our coverage of the Breeders' Cup. I'm a Godolphin guy, and Godolphin wins with Sovereignty there, Junior Alvarado and Bill Mott. But
shit, I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, Trisha, you know what? I should have just tried to place around it because I did have some Sovereignty in my big $120 trifecta that I placed, and I actually did. Let me go back. I kind of looked now. In the Derby, I did kind of sprinkle the board so much that probably don't even know exactly what I had, but I know I did have some place and show on Sovereignty, but not going to make up for the probably a couple $100 loss on the day over there at Churchill. Just like I said in the morning, I'm like, I don't want to play any of these early races, and I kept sprinkling along the way. It's hard to watch the coverage leading up without playing the races. Mike better win some of these. Better win some of these fights here. I can't afford that loss there.
Shit. Like I said, I was giving him hell, and then I didn't come in as heavy as I thought I would. And there were good prices. It wasn't like there was anything wrong with the prices that were out there. It wasn't like there was a clear favorite that was going to go dominate. It was a competitive race, but maybe my evening influenced by decision making this morning. It's fair to say, Sub, isn't it? Sometimes that happens.
Oh yeah, it does. Can't relate. I'm going to take a little bit of the Jillian KO at 11-1 here.
Okay.
On Rivers. Just a little sprinkle.
Steve, my guy, says, did you guys have a look on either Game 7 that I missed? Been busy at work. I was tempted to get behind Dallas with that Game 7 record from the coach. We did get in on Colorado. Big movement, lots of injuries for Dallas. Yeah, the coaching factor for Game 7, but Ramon talked me into it. Ramon got me there. I ended up going in regulation, though. I like that regulation look.
I'm on Colorado. I'm on Denver. I'm on
Denver, too.
I didn't even realize I'm on a Colorado parlay there a little bit with the Avalanche and the
nice.
Nuggets. there, and I did go over in both, and maybe the basketball game slightly going over, but obviously the hockey game here, just 9 shots on goal through the first 14 minutes of the game here. And the ladies are in the ring here.
I must have.
Trisha said, Trisha, I don't know if you caught what I said about the Marlins. I want to say it just one more time here before we get it, because it was funny, Mike. The first time I got all excited about my man, Kyle Stowers, hitting that home run. Or I thought he had a walk-off home run earlier this season. My eyes are so old that he had actually a double. But Trisha, if you saw your Marlins with that grand slam, Kyle Stowers, that's my guy. I've covered Kyle Stowers since he was in high school, and his dad sold me my mortgage. I bought a house for $100,000 at the bottom of the market back there in when it was 2008 or so, and cashed out for $400,000. 15 years later. So thank you, Mr. Stowers, and thank you to Kyle Stowers with that exciting home run there. Grand slam, bottom of the 9th inning. See if I can bring up some of my coverage with Kyle Stowers here a little bit. And we're underway with the ladies here.
That pink hair. Robertson in the red trunks with the, was that red or pink hair? What would you guys call that? Looks like pink.
Definitely pink.
I know we had that controversy last week with the purple trunks, and some of you guys thought they were blue. Clearly, I don't remember the end of that fight. Right. Some of those pictures you sent me with those fucking dudes, I was like, really? What fight was this? You were like, I think you messaged me.
Dude, that was so funny, man.
You were like, dude, I don't remember this. I was like, I don't remember that either.
Yeah, watching it back, I was like, wow, how did that not stick out in my mind?
Barely remember it.
Here's one I wrote on. Here's what I wrote on.
You know the pictures we're talking about, Ramon?
No, what is it?
The fights, there was some interesting poses from
I was gonna say you should bring it up, Mike.
What was that?
Do you still have it? I can dig it up. I was going to say you should bring it up on screen because it's pretty funny.
Yeah, let me look.
It might get us flagged for X-rated content. I'm not sure.
Well, we got the ladies here. Trisha's having some fun with me. Yeah, here's a story I wrote back a few years ago when Kyle Stowers of Orioles Minor League Player of the Year. This is from my little website where I cover all the kids from my neighborhood there a little bit. And then had another story I wrote where this was back in 2022. I had a story when Stowers hit a double for the Orioles in his major league debut here on my little website here. And so, like I said, I've been covering him, but probably have some as a kid too. I probably have some pictures of him in high school.
Well, here we go. Rodriguez on her back, doing everything she can not to get finished. Sub, that KO might be a really nice look, just given the fact that she doesn't usually get sub, but you got to, if she's going to be on the ground, Robertson's got to probably smash her head. So did you text that to me, or did you? I can't remember if you texted to me or you.
I think I must have sent it on WhatsApp. Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, I got it. I gotta be careful what I show from the WhatsApp.
Yes, don't show them the photos that I've sent you, Mike.
Some sends me this one. He goes, I don't remember this fight.
I may have been trying to send them to my Italian girlfriend in Italy, and I might have actually sent some pictures to Mike.
Those were tasteful pics, though.
But you gotta admit, I got a pretty good dad bod, huh?
She's a lucky lady. I should say he's a lucky lady, probably. I hate to even say it out loud. I have a buddy that fell for the old honeypot, the international honeypot, and they tell the story, and I'm every time they tell it, I'm like, how the fuck could you be so stupid? stupid to the tune of a lot of zeros. Everybody knows one. Come on, G-Rob. ITD this girl. Oh, there's the elbows raining down. Looked like she caught her attention. Trisha. Ramon, was it a good race day all in all, though? I mean, yeah, you said the track actually worked out to play pretty well, but decent race day?
I didn't win, but I do enjoy still. I know that a lot of people are down on the thoroughbred game, but look, I mean, still a huge crowd out there. And yeah, I thought it was a fun time. I only joined those guys really for the big race. They had a great crew of guys covering, so they didn't need me getting in there and mixing it up. But I wanted to hang out with them for the big race, see if I could score there. But like I said, it's been 120 overall on my little trifecta, hoping to hit maybe a little price in there. That's what you got to do in the Kentucky Derby. Someone who's bet my first Kentucky Derby, Mike, I did pick the winner. One of my first.
I heard you tell the story. You're a young man down south of the border.
Seattle Slew, 1977 Triple Crown winner. Didn't know hardly what the Triple Crown even was at the time. I was 8 years old, but had Seattle Slew, a great thoroughbred. That almost feels like the era that was horse racing was really, be on the cover of Sports Illustrated. The winner would be, a newsworthy thing all over the world. It's not quite like that anymore, but back in the day, you had, remember the great run, you had Seattle Slew, and the next year it was Affirmed, and Affirmed had the great rivalry with Aladar in the Triple Crown races. Affirmed was a little bit better with the young jockey, the Steve Cawthon, remember, a young man who I think he ended up being the Sportsman of the Year for Sports Illustrated for his rides on Affirmed. Second round, here to go. What'd you think, Sub?
G-Rod for sure. G-Rob, let's see if she can't. She's looking for that KO. They're standing and banging. Here comes.
She did great work in round one there.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Did you have a score at all? Did you?
It's got to be 10-9, I would think. Right?
Was a winning round there.
Well, we did get our two Jillian takedowns.
Okay. Yeah, most of the social media is pretty much 10-9 all the way.
Softening her up. Some punches to the belly. Up against the cage again. On her back. Just trying not to get finished. Oh. Getting the hooks in. There comes the elbows.
Big elbows here. Yo, Rob, looking for this KO.
Get it done.
I'm surprised this ref hasn't stopped this fight.
He's got money on the sub. He's like, you're not going to KO. You're going to sub this girl. Those are some big help. Whoa, man. Ref's got his head right in there, too. No, she's giving up the back now. Come on. Get that arm around the throat and choke. Bam! Those are big hammer fist raining down on her. Get the elbow. No. KO. Good job.
Right? Yeah.
Round two, inside the distance, boys. We get some cashers. Let's go. Let's go. Fucking round two, but KO. Nice job. I think we all won something in that one, huh?
I think we scored.
That's gonna put a kibosh on my all about the finish parlay, but I ended up playing that 11-1 KO, and I played some Gil Rob 2-3 KO at 21-1.
I got the under 2.5 too.
Yeah, good
Big
stuff,
wad.
Mike. That'll cash the first strike play.
wad.
First strike play of the night.
Let's go. Lee Mathis says, monster night. Let's go. Nicholas Handy says, flawless victory. I've been a little slack on the buttons, boys.
Mm-hmm.
I've been slacking. I think I'm backed up on a couple of them here. We'll just go with this one here. Just go with a nice neutral little cover.
7, a winner. Way to go, kid.
All right. You know, in hindsight, a great call with the KO too, because I was like 80% of the way there with the breakdown that I gave, and then it made sense. The only way she's not going to get subbed, she's going to get knocked out when she goes on her back like that. Everyone tries to sub her, and she doesn't get subbed, and that was a good call. Good work, boys.
Yeah, her takedown her submission defense is very good. You got to give her credit for that.
I'll take that fucking win. That was good.
And what a great start to the night with these long shots so far for me. I mean, still feel a little silly back in Petravic, but you know, it all worked out.
That G Rob was plus 275 inside the distance. I think I fucked up with a 1 when I did first strike. I don't know what the hell happened because I got it on the sheet. It's 165. I don't think it moved like that. I just fucked up. Round 2 sub no good, but the under 2.5. Shout out to our guy Babakitis. Had that sharp action report. Nice win. Damn yeah. If I wasn't so hungover, I'd be a lot louder.
Marina's retiring.
Oh, go figure.
Yeah. Makes sense. I mean, she's
You're fucking
almost 40 now. And what, 1 in 5 in her last 6. So yeah, it only makes sense.
So we got this plus 275. That under 2.5 rounds was sitting around plus 240. Sub that. What was that KO? Was that would you say 11-1?
Yeah.
Fucking A, man. What a score.
And then I put, what was it? It's like 47 and change, brought in a grand in profit on the KO 2-3. 50 brought in a little over 500 on the KO. Yeah, that was big. Not too worried about the finish parlay when it dies on in those circumstances. And she called out Amanda Lemos, it sounds like, huh? That's a pretty smart move from Gil Rob, because Lemos is also almost 40 years old and can be taken down. Yeah, that's probably a good career move there, calling her out. Oh, nice. Ice Viking with the KO round 2. Yeah, KO round 2, 33-1.
Woo!
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I agree, Nicholas Handy. Yeah. Rodriguez is good. Or she was good, you know. Father time comes for all of us, I suppose. All right. Well, I don't think we've talked about the Bikolev. Yeah, I do like Bikolev here. I took his KO. Kind of thinking about the KO 2-3 too. I kind of think it's unlikely that he'll do it early. In fact, I wouldn't be shocked to see Loader get a takedown or two early. Might even get a decent live line on Mikoev. I know Jeff liked the submission here. He backed the submission round 1. Could certainly happen, but I don't know. When Loader's fresh, I think he'd be very difficult to get on top of. I don't know if I'd see Mikoev really going to that, at least not early.
Shout out to
You
Dan
taking
the
action
man.
on this one, Ramon?
Yeah, I'm going to pop it up here now, and I'm going to roll with Mikoev in this one. I'm going to go a little ITD, I think, here.
I'm going to be on the island, and I hope I'm not missing the goodies that you boys are serving up to everybody here. But
Critical notice.
I think the wrestling advantage that Loader has here, lots of movement. We heard about that yesterday. This thing opened up around plus 320 at the Superbook. It moved significantly down. Yeah, I like the Loader spot, man. This guy's a wrestling coach for some UFC fighters. The sub's very high. I can see the sub making a lot of sense. That does make a lot of sense here, but this is a nice dog price, plus 275. This Loader decision. I thought the decision because if we're gonna wrestle, 50-50 shot.
To be honest with you, I kind of look forward to fading Bukayev in the future. I'm not really that high on the guy. And yeah, I mean, Loader's an All-American wrestler, and we are in Iowa after all, right? So maybe it's his night. You never know.
Well, hopefully I do know. I can use it. I deserve it. Let's see. Sharp action report from the Superbook. Did have Loader, Smotherman, Loader, and Jackson. I mentioned they did have Maize, Peterson under 2.5, so that obviously did not cash. But Rodriguez, Robertson under 2.5 did cash, and then the other one is subs fight there with Ponzinibbio and D-Rod over 2.5. Mm-hmm. Man, I'll tell you that last fight. So many different ways you guys all made money on that thing is awesome. Good job collectively. Getting her done.
Yeah, that was good stuff there.
Early. We're striking early. Fucking.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to sound so amazed, but it's usually not that. Usually it's the main card, and I can't remember the fights, and I'm texting you the next day going, what happened in that one? You're like, I don't know. I got to go back and watch the tape. Shout out to Dan, the man. He's got some action coming out there. He says he's going to do a video shoot. Make sure you guys check out the late mail.
Bye-bye.
Here you go. Plus Money Rugby Play cashed yesterday from Leagues Club Podcast. Make sure you watch it for today's ladder play as well. The boys are fired up, man. I told Dan, I said, the early part of the rounds one, and it's like any league, I'm sure, right? Early week or two, it's kind of tough to kind of get the rhythm and see how things work. But that boys flipped a switch and just started firing across the card there with their Leagues Club podcast, which you can see here at Sports Money. Appreciate Dan sharing the content with us, helping everybody catch winners, overnight winners too, best ones. Wake up. You don't even have to sweat it. Just sleep it off. Wake up and see if you got that money. Dan does have the invite though, so if he can get done, he knows to show up here and spend some time with us tonight. What's up, Twisted? Says, what dogs you guys like? I like Loader, but I'm on an island. The island of Loader. Loader plus 260 current number. Now I know you boys are looking on the other side of this thing, so we'll mask my excitement here for a few minutes and see if I can't get this cash. The Loader sub is 1,400. That seems out of whack considering this guy and his wrestling abilities. Ryan Loader, man of steel. There he is. Healthy beard on that specimen.
Underway in the third quarter now. The Nuggets have opened up a 25-point lead on the Clippers here. I don't want to say the game's over. The Nuggets going to advance, but that is a pretty big lead with 7.5 minutes to go in the third quarter.
Just one last note I had on that there was I wrote a note there somewhere in my lucidity there saying this guy can gas and Loader wants to wrestle. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I was obviously on the wrong side of Quang Lee. Look at all the green though, boys. Lots of green on the sheet there. You love to see that. Hope you guys do enjoy the UFC playbook. Kind of sub Jeff and myself to spend some time jotting those notes down for you guys. They get mad. They get mad, Ramon. We give away too much, they say. I don't give a fuck.
I'm going to put this out if Trisha's still in there. I was trying to. This is pretty hokey or not great. Shows about how old this is. About 10 years old. I do have a picture of Kyle Stowers. This is how bad of media. This is why I never made it, but I can show that I was out there trying to cover Kyle Stowers anyway. There he is. Not the best photographer in the world going on there. Ramon Scott, a little blurry, but there he was dancing off the third base a little bit. I've been following this kid a long time. Thank you for putting that up there.
That's cool. That's really cool.
All right, we got some plays in here. We got Nick Handy there, and talking about also, let's see. He's going to sprinkle the Loader by decision. Ice Viking as well. He might be giving himself the business there. Was he talking about Steve grabbing the points? He make it, or did you do it, Mike?
I didn't say anything.
Okay. Maybe Steve's giving himself the business a little bit on that.
You think you're sharp grabbing the Clippers plus 9.5 and they're down 11. Dude, I did that the other day on the I forgot what day we had a couple of really good days. When was the Lakers game? Was that Thursday? I can't remember. Wednesday or Thursday. Anyways, I fucking jumped in and I had a really big day and I put a excessive amount of cash on the Lakers live, and I got them at like plus 105 or something like that, and they were up, and I was like, "There's only a couple minutes left in the game." I passed out, and I woke up the next day, and I was like, "Where's all this fucking money?" And I looked, and I saw the Lakers lost outright. I was like, "Are you kidding me? How did that happen?" I thought I was sharp. I thought I was making a good play. It wasn't. It was not a good play. Funny, I'll remember the losers more than the winners, Ramon.
Apparently, we all do. That's what they say. Phillies won 7-2, by the way.
Let's go. PHL, baby. Big score.
We're getting ready here for our next bout.
Hazmat.
Sounds like what they tell you at work, not when you open the chemicals. When you open those.
Let's go, boys. Let's keep it rolling. Good start so far. Appreciate everybody spending the time here with us tonight. Smash that thumbs up if you haven't already. Let's keep her going. Let's keep winning. How's that sound?
Yeah, I forget. We were talking about Loader being a wrestler. I think was he a Northern Iowa guy? I think he wrestled somewhere.
I think that's part of it too, right?
University. Yeah, I think so.
I'll check it out. So
we got our.
Yeah, indeed. From 2009 to 2014, 114-27 career record.
Wow.
Pretty solid, yeah.
Did make it All-American there. I think just in his last year, I think. 3-time team captain, 3-time team MVP.
Jesus, look at this. Look at Gary Copeland.
Do you know all of them by name, or do you have a little?
Who's that?
The ring girls? You have one of those,
Oh.
Because
No, Gary Copeland's the ref. I wasn't talking about
I
that.
thought you said Kerry Copeland. I see the. Oh yeah,
Look how fucking jacked that dude is, man. That guy doesn't do any squats.
Yeah, he sure is.
It's all bench presses and arm days for this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Look, his head doesn't even look right on his
a
body.
leg day or two myself, but
I stopped doing.
He's got a huge head too.
Yeah. It doesn't look right on his body, does it? It looks
taking
weird.
that creatine, because I'm getting old. I want to have more muscles, so started taking that creatine gummies. I think
The old juice. Juicing up. Loader came out early, looking aggressive. He's trying to get a takedown. This is where foot stomp would come into play. There it is. There's one. There's two. And then that was it. Loader's like, fuck you. Stop stomping on my feet. That might be the shittiest fighting move ever. The foot stomp. But Kyle's doing everything he can not to get taken down. I don't know if that's a takedown right there.
Oh, Trisha's gonna give me some Stowers memorabilia there. Wow.
Woo. Boom. Big left stiff jab. Oh, down.
Oh,
Is he in trouble?
whoa. Can't be much longer after that. He was definitely rocked.
Woo. And he's just, Bakayev there's got the distance down right now. He's just nothing but contact here. Uppercuts, stiff arm jabs. Loader looking a little wobbled up against the corner. What's up, Bo Jackson? Shout out to Gerardo Hernandez. What's up, my guys? Hope you guys are doing well. There we go. It's like Loader went to try to load up for the takedown, couldn't get it, and then it was like the switch flipped, and Bakayev there just everything clicked at the same time for that guy. A lot of time left in this first round too, man. Not a good spot if you got touched up early.
That's gotta be it right there, guys.
Yeah. That's it. You're in the fetal position, and dude's raining hammer bombs down on you. You're toast. First round. Holy shit.
Look it up right there a little bit.
Look at you boys. I was on the island of stupid. The round one sub does not come, but Bakayev KO plus 285 for sub.
Critical notice.
Loader under 42.5 significant strikes. I'm pretty sure that cashed. I haven't counted them, but it doesn't look like he might have gotten 5 if he was lucky. Great job, sub. Another bomb for the boys, you guys. Let's go. Great job. How about this? Let's give you another one here. Let's give you a good one here.
Underway in the second period now with Colorado and Dallas.
Big dick player.
Swinging past your knees.
Big dick, baby.
Yep.
Nice job. Wow. It was embarrassing to see him fetal up there. Do you see that? It's turtling. You do that in hockey, you're getting cut. If I can just get a load of this. Yeah. Michael B thinks Loader left the load in his pants. Now you got this guy strutting around like a fucking peacock, too. Probably could see a quick turnaround. This guy could he didn't get touched up at all. Wouldn't be surprised to see him back at a short-term replacement in 3 or 4 weeks.
Home run Royals over here, 2-0, top of the 5th.
Nice. Damn. Fuck you, Loader. Scumbag.
My San Diego FC about to get underway here, sub against Dallas. Favored tonight at home, San Diego FC.
What do we got, boys? Next fight on deck.
All right.
Yana Santos. Miesha Tate.
Oh, is that the next one?
I think so.
Okay.
I'm blindly looking at the book. Yeah, I think so. Yana Santos. What's up? What do you think?
I love Miesha here, man. And I know she's old and everything, but Yana hasn't really looked great since she came back from the pregnancy. She's always had a problem with people that can wrestle her, and she throws a ton of kicks. 65% of her distance strikes are thrown to the legs and body, and I think that's going to get her in trouble here when Miesha can catch a couple and get her grounded. So yeah, I like Miesha quite a bit. I might fool around with the round 2-3 Miesha props too, but yeah, I put a whole unit on the money line. I'm tempted to just kind of add on that.
Is there a price on this sub? Because there's no doubt this has been a move today of at least, 30 cents or more today alone?
Yeah, it was moving towards Yana, right?
Oh, no, I thought it moved against her this afternoon.
No, Tate was as low as an opener of as low as $1.15 way back, and then slowly moved up. But I don't know, late last night it was like $1.30 or $1.40, and now we're looking at $1.65, $1.70 here at some spot.
Yeah, you're right. I hadn't checked back in a while. That's what I got was the minus 130, and I kind of just assumed it was still hanging around there. Yeah, I guess I'll probably just stick with that. I don't think Miesha's likely to get her out of there early. If you got a book, you can pair Miesha with an over 1.5 or fight starts round 2 or something like that. That's probably not a bad way to go.
This move is just too much for me to. This is too big a move for a women's fight here, it feels like. And something that's going to go to the cards here. Is Tate really going to outscore here? You got Gerardo here with some pretty solid confidence for sure. But Tate's had that playoff, right?
That's kind of how I see it too, Gerardo. Yeah, those sub props I think are good. Yeah, Yana has shown a tendency to tire later in fights too, and if she's getting grappled a lot, I could see Miesha having an awful lot of success.
I think the fight goes the distance is very much in play. The Captain Obvious statement of the day, and it just simply comes down to being a Russian, and Russians are not permitted. It's illegal. It's a state violation to quit inside of the distance in a fight. So unless she gets put out, which is the sub, this fight's going deep. The question is, can she do enough to pull these judges and get the score here? You know, Jeff came out there. He put it in the playbook. He liked Santos. I talked with him earlier this week about Santos. I think we all talked a little bit about it backstage there with First Strike, and fucking over 2.5 is juiced. Yeesh. Ugh. Ugh. My island's shut the power off on my island here, so I don't know if I want to.
Yeah, I'm going to take a little Miesha submission 2 or 3 on FanDuel at 11-1.
All right.
Yeah, I feel like she gets the win. I guess the price tag's not that bad, but to Ramon's point, it's a lot of movement here. Late movement involved with this thing here.
Critical notice.
I know, yeah, it's critical.
Basically saying, right? Obviously, got to, what is the line on the over now? $4 practically, right? $3.50, $4. So something that is, pretty obviously going to decision here.
Mm-hmm.
I got it. I'm going to take the dog.
You know what's fucked up is Yana Santos to win by decision is plus 140, and her to win outright is plus 140. Make that make sense to me. Her only path to victory is to win by decision, and I mean the sub is plus 2,500. I'm gonna take Yana. I'm with you, Ramon. I talked to Jeff about it earlier this week. I just not enough for me with Miesha Tate there. I mean, fucking reality star turned UFC fighter turned reality star turned UFC fighter as well. I mean, look, you're in the social media business now. You're not in the UFC fight business. That's a year and a half ago. You fought Julia Villia. Yeah, you won. You choked her out, but you spent a 1-3 record the previous, really in the bulk of your prime. I don't know. Got the younger fighter here. Not by much, but man, 77% of the cash or 77% of the bets via Tapology are showing Tate. 86.6% of that is Tate to win by decision. So this fight's going the distance. I'm going to take some Santos. Fuck it. How's that breakdown? I'm going to take this one. Fuck it. It's the kind of qualitative analysis you guys are looking for here.
Yeah, I mean, it is hard to have a lot of confidence in a fighter Nisha's age and what have you, but it does strike me as a very good matchup for her.
I mean, this is what I thought, Michael B. earlier this week. That's a great point. Just takes the name people know. You know, not surprising she's taking money. Yeah, I mean, the only difference I would say to that, though, is these non-pay-per-view cards typically are just getting sharper bettors. So they're not just falling in love with the name, but I mean, I could argue with both sides, I guess. It's a nice price tag on the Santos or on the Tate side of things if you're looking for the favorite to come out there and finish, but I'm going with Santos. I'm going with Ramon.
All right, well, we're getting that. You know, I'm going to order here because I got the I got the 50% off on the up to $15, $25 minimum order sub. So gonna have to order, I guess. I'm not gonna cook here. I'm here with you guys. I usually, you know, I'm in the chat, smacking my food here a little bit, watching you guys making dumb statements in the chat. But here I'm on screen, so I gotta.
Well, we appreciate you being here. Yeah, slim pickings this week. Everyone's got a lot of stuff going on. Your commitment to winning and helping us win, Ramon, is what we really appreciate.
Well, and you got to take it. It's like getting the boost. You know, when you get the bonus on the food, you know, the app, you got to take advantage.
Did you hear? I asked you guys again. If you didn't listen to the segment at the end, listen. The last 20 minutes of first strike of pre-gaming on Friday. There, last night's pre-gaming show. Talked a lot. Andrew was great about answering questions out there. We talked about the boosts. And, you know, there's no surprise. We all talk about it. We laugh, right? The books are boosting this, and it's probably not going to come through because the books are boosting it. And it's not just that, but they're selecting the boost because they're trying to attract action on the other side, and they're giving you a better price tag to get that action coming in. And that's why it's losing. And it's because there's sharper bettors betting the other side. The book has a disproportionate amount of cash coming in. It came right from the risk manager's mouth telling us about how they go about those boosts in that process. I thought it was pretty cool. And it's more reaffirming than it is surprising to recognize that they're boosting a spot.
That's a great segment. And if you guys haven't seen Mike on Fridays with the risk manager of the Westgate Super Book. So a real good segment there on that Friday show. Sub, it's $1.85 now here on more Tate money right now.
Wow.
Are you done betting on Tate, Sub? You're driving the line way up here.
So let me know when you're finished so I can come in and sweep up on this other side.
Yeah.
There's no doubt, guy. I'm not kidding, right? You guys see it there.
Yeah. No, I see it continuing.
Yeah.
You know, another interesting point that came, you got to check it out. I say it again and again and again here, but the interesting point came out about the Sharps. Feels the Sharps bet their action on Saturdays when it comes to the UFC. Not so much early in the week. Like I thought.
You got to wait for the weigh-ins, a lot of these experts. Was there anything, Sub, was there anything of note in the weigh-in? Did you review the notes there? Maybe is there?
I thought they both looked in pretty good shape, really. But yeah, I do think the Sharps, the bigger bettors, they do come in late a lot of the time. I think the very, very early movement is sharp as well. But the limits are low.
Right.
So, they might only let you get 250 or 500 down. But I think they're sharp lines nonetheless, or sharp moves nonetheless at that point. Because people know, maybe a good example is like Montel Jackson coming up. That opened to pick him. Now he's down to minus 250 or something like that. I think people knew right off the jump that line's not going to stick around. I better take what I can of it. Because that minus 110 on the Jackson side, that certainly did not stick around very long. Yeah, it's a bit of a sketchy fight when you've got two older women like this. I will say that. I certainly like the Misha side for some of the reasons I talked about earlier, but hard to rely on an older fighter. Kind of a similar story with Ponzinibbio and D-Rod coming up here in a few fights.
Boy, I just keep scrolling, guys. I can't.
What are you getting, Ramon? Chicken parm?
And we did get a Philly goal, so hopefully they can hold on for 4 minutes and added time here.
I've had a chicken parm craving for about a month. Probably going to have to do something to scratch that itch at some point here. Good stuff.
Yep.
Good stuff so far, boys. Good stuff. Let's keep it going. Let's keep the vibes real high right now. We're doing a good job. Let's make some money. That's what we're here for. I'm going to tell you the truth. I've never had a mint julep. Have you guys had a mint julep?
I've had someone think they gave me a mint julep, and they say mint juleps are pretty bad. This drink was pretty bad, so maybe it was close to a mint julep. But apparently it's not a terrific drink.
Doesn't seem like it's in my wheelhouse. Maybe it's the mint. I don't know. I see. The reason I brought it up is I'm scrolling through my timeline here, and it popped up. They're making a mint julep here on the screen. Kentucky Derby. You can have that one. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm pretty soft when it comes to the nowadays. I like my cranberry margarita kind of much.
Cranberry margaritas. It's another one I've never had. That doesn't sound too bad, though. It sounds like I could get down with that. Silent Rob says mojitos, baby. Yeah, I could get down with some mojitos.
Yeah, that doesn't sound half bad. I haven't had a mojito in a while.
Yeah, it's been a minute. Trisha M says mint julep is trash. Michael B says, I hate when the UFC lags like this. That's why we're talking about mint juleps, Michael B. That, and we want to know what Ramon's going to order. The inquiring minds want to know. I feel like I'm going to say it's either going to be I'm just guessing. It's either a Chipotle bowl or maybe a.
Yeah, we had pizza last night, so it's obviously not a pizza.
All right, we'll take that off the list.
Kind of what I'm thinking of, maybe some burnt ends here.
Oh, that sounds good too.
And I got to spend them, I got to get up to the minimum. I can do that. I mean, no problem to get that discount.
I was telling the story last night. I don't know what happened. I don't know how it came to be, but I went and placed a Uber Eats Taco Bell order about a week ago. Barely remember doing it. I shouldn't have done it. There should be a password, something on your phone when you're lit, not to be able to go over a certain amount. $85 worth of Taco Bell showed up at my house. I was like,
were you alone?
Yeah. I was like, who the fuck ordered $85 worth of Taco Bell? I think what happened is I
did it 2 or 3 times. You ordered the same thing, and
yeah, I think it was already like in the queue or something, and then I just added the order on top of that, and then I don't know what happened. I don't know. I got 8 quesadillas. What are you gonna do with 8 quesadillas? Silent Rob says Uber Eats Taco Bell's ultimate teacher. It's the only thing that was open. It's like,
yeah, I can't do Uber Eats, because I got to go get my own Taco Bell. I want no delays. I don't want I want my crunchy tacos to be soggy with the meat. You know, I've got to go there and get it myself. And I do like the steak quesadilla, though.
Well, I had about 14 crunchy tacos that were not
Yeah,
crunchy. They were soggy.
Too. I don't know. They have their own little chicken bites. They're a little bit spicy for me, but they were good. I've tried it already.
I had Taco Bell for like 3 days. I was so done with Taco Bell after that. Can't even look at it anymore. Couldn't believe. I was so mad, dude. I actually reached out to the people. I reached out to customer service. I was like, the fuck can somebody allow an order for $85 at Taco Bell? What's wrong with you people? They slid me $10 back on my $85 order, plus whatever the tip was, right? That comes out second.
Obviously didn't have your discount on. Power play here for Dallas. But you know what? Colorado's got a shorty right now.
Oh!
Goal. Colorado a shorthanded goal here just seconds ago. 1-0. They were not even a minute into the power play here, and a turnover in their own end has resulted in the first goal of the game here for the Avs. What happened was actually the puck was tangled up a little bit on the boards, and man, not good the way Dallas tried to come back on defense there. And it's Manson for Colorado here on the penalty kill with the goal. 1-0 Avs.
Let's go.
How about that?
How about that? Nicholas Andy got the Avs line. Nice job. Joe Dub says 7. Action continues to come in on Misha Tate. Now a minus 180. Before we got rolling here, she was around a minus like 166 or something like that as we started talking about the fight.
Yeah, that's kind of wild.
Makes me want to keep taking the other side. Probably not the best strategy. Silent Rob wants to know what the rest of Sub's parlay was.
His name is Sub. I asked him.
His name is Sub. Still to this day, I'll say that's my finest work. Excellent crop job with the.
I just realized I don't have my sports money. I didn't wear it this morning either. I've been wearing this shirt all day. I don't have my sports money gear on for.
I saw you sporting a hoodie the other day on the show.
Yeah, it got a little warm.
But, yeah.
Yeah, these hoodies are so comfortable, Sub. You're wearing is that the hoodie there?
Yeah. I like the black one.
That's right.
I got the gray one. I like the black one.
God, I'm in trouble ordering. 33-point lead for the Nuggets. Thanks for playing, Clippers.
Thanks for stopping out. Clip show.
Cubs beat the Brewers 6-2 final.
Did you see that picture of the Brewers guy in the stands? I don't know if you guys saw that or not. I think he caught a foul ball. He threw it back and he said, "Fuck you, Brewers." You could see him saying it. You could read his lips. The announcer's like, and that's a Brewers fan right there.
I think they said that gentleman that fell has shown some improvement, I think was the news today.
That was awful.
From that fan Sub, you saw it?
Probably. Sub, you see that Pirates guy fall out of the stands?
No, I mean, I heard about it. I never actually watched the video.
Okay, walking into the ring here now.
Nope.
Yeah, they're having, but you're right about, the delay there a little bit. Whenever you get those early finishes, then you're going to delay it because, of course, this is the last fight of the preliminary card. Main card is expected to begin at 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific. So we have the last fight on the preliminary card here now. Bantamweights.
Twisted. Little Maker's Mark over ice.
Sounds like a night at Sub's house.
Shit.
No doubt.
Michael B says, "You're dumb enough to fall out of the stands at a baseball game. I'm not sure how much you can really improve."
It was still weird to see, though. You don't know. I mean, was the guy was he jumping up and down kind of because it was a hit by the Pirates, but he jumped and, it fell over, obviously, but you could see at the last second, right? He was trying to grab back onto the railing in front of him a little bit, and that only helped propel it, leap him over there.
I could see a situation in which it happens. I mean, it's never happened to me, thank goodness, but you pop up, you're a little tipsy, you lose your footing, and all of a sudden you're falling over. And if you're in the front row, you're falling over the board. Michael B says he watched the video. He looked like he was trying to climb over. I think he went down head first, dude. Didn't look like he was trying to.
Couldn't stop his momentum, but why would you jump? You jump kind of forward, It was just weird to see. But also, like I said earlier on our previous broadcast, they talk about an investigation and everything. Was he drunk or whatever? It still doesn't matter how hammered he was.
The ballpark,
the
right?
stadium's going to be right. And we've seen remember the terrible incident with the Rangers fan that I think it was a Rangers fan that fell. This was about 15 years ago, but Josh Hamilton tried to throw him a ball and he ended up falling, and under where the railing was underneath there was, those metal railings that they have to partition and people walk in, they're really heavy, and they line them up when you're going into a stadium, right? Those were stored underneath. So when the guy fell from the stands, he hit those.
Oh.
Instead of the ground. Maybe it's even worse to hit those than it would be the ground, maybe that was below there. So.
Yikes. Just one of many reasons why I don't go to too many live events anymore.
We don't let Mike sit in the front row. That's for sure.
Although when I lived in Philly, we had season tickets, and my buddy and I got some season tickets, and we had fantastic seats. We were in the corner on the side where the offense shot twice, and we were in the very front row. So we had that cement, basically it was a drink holder. We had a spot to put our drinks right in front of us without having to put them on the ground. It was great. They were fantastic seats, but I could see falling over.
Final.
Misha Tate loses. Final.
Yeah, just some of the
No, not yet.
Just some of the golf scores coming in.
Scotty Scheffler kicking the shit out of everybody.
Yeah, it leads by 8 strokes right now.
Dude, he only had like 3 holes left in the first round, and he was down. And then all of a sudden, he hit the accelerator on that last 3 and popped off like 3 strokes ahead of everybody in that. Just not looking back.
Yeah, shot a 61. So there. Also tonight, if you're looking for some sports fun, it's going to be all the sports pretty much going to be over by the time we hit this evening. We'll still be here probably with the main event, but the Live Golf action tonight is at on Fox Sports at 11:25 Eastern, 8:25 Pacific. So if you're looking for some late night, Bryson DeChambeau does lead by 4 strokes, but the betting action is going to thin out. And if you're looking to play something late night, you can maybe tune into the golf and on the Live Tour. Yes, DeChambeau is minus 450 with a 4-stroke lead. But hey, if you ever watched the Live Tour, it's pretty interesting because they golf at the same time. They're a shotgun start. So, you can't really play the end game a little bit with, last group. That doesn't work. So just have to have somebody have a big day. But Bryson's been crushing the ball out there. They're playing in South Korea this week. Trisha, no, I don't think was Sandman dead. I thought Sandman. Oops, I'm sorry. You hit it. I hit Mike.
Final.
Yeah, I don't think Sandman was. Are you sure, Trisha? I think Sandman. I don't know. It's felt like last, but
These girls came out standing and banging right away.
Fight here a little bit.
Yeah.
Fighting.
Misha
They're fighting.
extremely aggressive right off the jump there.
They're fighting.
They're fine.
Final.
That's a good clip. That was during I think there was a live Flyers game when I was doing a show on that one. Is that the Marty Riggs?
Hey, Marty Riggs.
What's up, Marty?
Miami over Red Bulls 4-0 sub, 4-1 sub.
Nice. Yeah.
Oh man. Got to order in between the fights here.
All right, they release. Santos releases Tate. Now Santos in the center of the ring, trying to be the aggressor.
You don't see many of the ladies wear that full T-shirt. I know we see it occasionally.
I didn't even realize they had the option of a tank top versus the sleeves. Nasty Nate. Jeff gonna be around. Jeff's out enjoying a Saturday night with the wifey, and he's out there doing a little Shane Gillis comedy event tonight. So he's having some fun. I'm sure he'll come back with some Trump voice for us.
Philly gets that win for sub down there, right? Sub, is that okay? 2-1?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. Nice to bring that one in.
Critical notice.
Yeah. Critical notice is right. Sub's fucking heating up. Nicholas Handy says, am I the only one that thinks Misha looks good? No, I mean, everybody else likes her.
Oh, she looks good. All right. Yeah.
In the ring. In the ring, all right. With a... Oh, boy.
Taking some knees to the head. That looks pretty good. Fighting the takedown is Santos here, taking some uppercuts to the belly. Fires off a knee herself and then a couple stiff jabs. I got 2:12 left in the first. You boys are probably at the end of the first round.
I'm right about there.
Trisha M. There she goes. Sandman was second to last.
Okay, I don't know what I'm looking at. I thought Sandman finished 7th, but maybe I'm looking at the wrong final order of finish here. I could share this here maybe real quick and see if this is maybe I've got it wrong, but I'll share what the Yahoo has got anyway on this. There real quick, Mike.
Yeah, I see Sandman in 7th as well.
Someone also in the chat said it as well. So there was the final order, and the race is going on there. I don't think we better get this off there, actually. I'm probably not a big deal with the race being over, but
7-second rule.
Yeah, it wasn't live or anything.
A very good round for Santos so far.
Okay.
Yeah, she definitely. It does look like Tate kind of gassed out just a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, couldn't get her takedowns going. Santos did really well in the clinch and busted her nose open with an elbow.
She's got some stocky shoulders too, though. Look at those things.
Mm-hmm.
Nuggets minus 28.5 live. Anybody interested?
I'm satisfied with the nugs.
Final.
Hey.
DC United over Colorado 2-1. End of the first round here.
Yeah, Yana, an absolutely massive favorite. 1,500 on some books.
Great job today. Great job, Razor, today with your coverage of the Derby. Appreciate you letting me stop by and lose some money.
Shout out to Razor Sharp Picks. Good job, Razor. Soft motherfucker.
Yeah, all of a sudden I'm thinking, it's got to be something we can handle on the air in case we get it, in case it gets here, obviously during the card.
What's that, your Uber Eats?
Yeah, man, I'm still struggling here. Struggling to order.
Razor. You guys had a full house. You guys did a nice job.
Yeah, when I showed up, I was counting the guys on screen, wondering if I was going to get to be on. Oh boy, I don't know. This might be.
Truth be told, the sun was up before I went to bed. Hasn't gotten much easier since. Actually, now that we're a couple cocktails deep, it's getting a little easier. Probably should be looking at Tate plus 750 at this point as a little middle spot, just in case. Look at those. I mean, she does have some stocky shoulders, man.
Yeah, Yana's always been pretty jacked. For sure.
Let's go. Wonder if Razor.
Man, Yana piecing her up here.
Did Razor crush the books today? Razor Sharp Crusher? That's what we want to know. Was it a big day? Twisted. Our boy came in last night and said his sharp butters were on the dogs. Boxing's just. Look, I remember back in I watched it live when Mike Tyson bit Holyfield's ear. It was a big thing back then. Pay-per-views, the big Tyson fights, and boxing is just. Can we say they jumped the shark? Is it fair to say at this point they're just not quite there? It was kind of cool that event was in Times Square, but I don't see these dudes. I mean, they're not hitting each other. They're just dancing around. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I share that take alone.
Main event tonight is scheduled. The Alvarez fight scheduled for 11 Eastern. I imagine it'll be a little after that. But end of the second period, 1-0 Colorado.
Nope. I realize I have been negligent in my AI duties here. We'll get the AI back involved on the main card. Flea says Tate's leg is getting fucked.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of the whole package. She's got a busted snorkel. She's got a bruised up leg. Probably the last thing now is the cardio.
Yeah, she wasn't very efficient the way she was going after in round one either. I think the cardio is already kind of gone too.
Gonzo? Robert McCormick says the Braves game is finally scheduled to start at 10:15 Eastern. I tell you what, that would
we do got a night game. All right.
I was talking about this yesterday. I said I don't like to get involved in the rain games, and I don't like to get involved in the doubleheaders. Those are two spots, unless I'm a D-gen, so I want some action. But unless there's nothing else on the card, I scratch those games right off the card immediately.
Yeah, no, I did take Alvarez by decision. Why not? Here, I took him by unanimous decision, plus 1. Well, 180. I don't want to say it now. Mike might have got 210.
Yeah, I tailed you. Listen, if I was up early enough today, I would have watched the morning steam, but I
Trisha, I think talking about
Wait.
was that Garcia fight there last night, but I watch live streams of poker, and that's what I'd like to do when all the sports are over. I'm handicapping. Besides watching my Trump podcast, my Trump videos, but Garcia is often on the Hustler Casino live stream, donking away money all the time. He's a terrible player, and the other players know it. He's going to win some pots playing crazy like he does, but that's it for the second round now. Sub, what is it?
Final.
Yana, massive favorite, better than minus 3,000.
Wow.
Worse than minus 3,000? Yeah. She's getting dominated, though. And she hasn't really shown any capacity for a takedown. And short of that, I don't really know how she wins.
plus 1,600.
He's going to know it here on her stool.
We're going. Your call of the end of round 2 was almost in sync with my end of round 2. It was perfect.
I'm going to end up with famous Dave's.
Some barbecue?
Might be barbecue winning here. So I can get a 2-meat combo with some burnt ends and maybe some ribs. It's going to add up to right over $30. I'm going to give that 15. You know us as gambler, right? I'm going to aim it right at that $30. I'm going to get that $15 off, that 50% exactly. I'm not going to go over.
Crushed it. Sharp. It's a sharp order right there. Man, I'll tell you, Santos is catching those jabs too, though. I mean, Tate's still trying to be aggressive, and obviously, I think she knows now she's got to come in here and do something special. But Santos has just got the distance down. She's finding the way to clip.
Yeah, it seems like Misha's not doing such a poor job of cutting off the cage, but she just can't get close enough to land anything. Yana just way sharper.
Twisted. I did the same thing. Says grab some Misha. I got 750, but to hedge the original. Yeah, just as a little insurance play. I never take insurance when I play blackjack, but I can catch a plus 750. I've heard subs say it enough for me to not want to be out there on my own.
And Trisha says I get on her case. From what they've described to me in the interactions, we've had a few people meet. I think Trisha and I'd probably get along famously, actually. From what they've told me.
She's back to plus 750. I'll be right back.
Okay, so we got 3 minutes here now, and we're
trying to make something happen here.
So Tate's got to know, right? This is got to be aggressive here. Could still find a way to pull this off, but if and look at what Nick said. Could be awesome here. Could we get a bit of a comeback? And I think that Santos. Oh. Feels like Santos knows just got to try to grab her and hang on to her, even though she's on the bottom a little bit.
Mm-hmm. He's just trying to make something happen here.
Yeah, and she's also right where those other rounds were at least a little closer, right? She might be able to get a little bit of a score here in this round, right? We're still 2 minutes to go. Oh, boy. Big time.
Yeah, I think Misha made a mistake trying to take her back and go for this rear naked choke rather than just go for the ground and pound.
Right. If anything, if you're going to, because if it ends up going to sit, you could try to rack up a 10-8er, right? If you really did some big time, and not to say that it's not a lopsided round here for sure.
Yeah, just a lot of time being eaten up by this submission attempt.
Twisted, DM me on X. Hit me up. You're looking at us. We're the guys doing it.
Right. Down to the last 30 seconds here, but be interested to see actually how this ends up now on the cards, because this has been one-sided this round.
And the numbers come way in.
Yeah, and so how, it's going to come down to a matter of, right, 15 seconds.
I don't know if she got the fight grounded quick enough for a 10-8 though, would be the thing.
Yeah. But there was strikes. There was plenty of strikes, and they were all Tate.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. We're going to the cards here. This one's going to be a little closer, I think, than that. Those odds were saying there.
Shit, they were like plus 2,000 at one point.
Yeah, it's too bad Misha couldn't ground that earlier. I mean, once she got it to the ground, she was obviously extremely dominant. Just far too late in the fight.
Lee says it comes down to round one. I think if that's the case, it definitely was a Santos spot.
Yeah, I think round one was pretty clear Santos.
Is Sal D'Amato in the building? Michael B thinks 29-28. That's probably fair. What do you think, Sub? $29-28, Sub? You think that's a fair number?
I think Sub's not hearing us there. Most of the MMA experts on my tweet deck, where I have them all tagged, where all their cards come up, is pretty much 29-28 all the way here. It's just a matter of, could anybody have gotten that round? I mean, it's all 29-28 pretty much. Nobody's going to have a 10-8 round there, it feels like. All right.
Moment of truth, gentlemen. Moment of truth. Or moment of judges.
Denver closed out the Clippers, by the way.
Perfect. There it is. Nice little dog winner. Nice little dog winner. We'll take it.
I'm Rick James, bitch.
Yep. All right. We're going to get on to the main card. Boys and girls. Yana Santos. Them Russians.
Final.
Got to kill them in the ring. Because they ain't tapping out. Cool. Good start. Good start here for the shit. It's one of the more profitable prelim cards I've had in a minute.
Final.
Yeah, I went good on the whole.
And we'll take a winner with them. Nuggets. Denver Nuggets.
Final.
A little surprising. The Clippers falling apart there. Down the stretch. Can't finish it off. Kind of feels like that's the way it's been for a lot of these final games, though. It's like it's close early, and then the one team just pulls away in the second half, and it's over.
All right, down in 1974. We're going to need it after that Kentucky Derby. So we've got this $40 meal down to 1974. Think we can do that?
Final.
That's a value play right there. And it's barbecue? That's fucking great. It's a steal.
Value play.
Final.
If you scroll up a little bit, we can see that credit card number, and we can all get in there.
Well, I was kind of waiting for maybe for you guys to order for me. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. You know,
I'm seeing this on the Twitter timeline. The Dana White Contender Series announcer Justin Bernard called Thomas Peterson Thomas Jefferson, and BSP's calling him.
someone mentioned that in our chat actually, but was it the ring announcer that did it?
Yeah, it was BSP that called him.
Final.
Steven.
Oh, okay. So Bisping did it, and who else?
And the other guy did it. The other guy called him Thomas Jefferson, and now this guy's calling him Steven Peterson. Disrespect. All right, boys. Main event time. Big spot coming up here. Jeremy Stevens, Mason Jones. Mason Jones coming into this one. Let's see what we have for some action on the books here. Let's see. We've got Jeremy Stevens, 1-4 in his last 5. Goes back 5 years. This guy out there. On the flip side, 4-1. The big favorite of Mason Jones, the Dragon. Now, I'll tell you this right off the gate. Almost 9 years the younger is Mason Jones. We know that 7-year plus age differential is a big factor. I can't remember the exact number, but I see a ton of action coming in. Jones, here we got 85% of Tapology looking at Jones. 65% of that, 85%, says KO. That seems strange.
Yeah, I did take the other 2.5 earlier in the week. I've kind of got some worry about it, to be honest. I mean, Jeremy Stevens hits very hard, no doubt about that. You know, kind of a legendary power puncher. But yeah, he is old. He's been in BKFC for a while now. And yeah, I mean, my thinking was, you know, Mason Jones, if he's grappling, should have huge upside. And then on the other hand, he does get hurt early a lot. So there is multiple paths this could end inside the distance. I do kind of worry, though, like Jeremy Stevens is pretty hard to submit. It could be a case where Mason Jones is getting on top but not finishing, and just kind of dominating on top. That's kind of what worries me. And yeah, Ramon talking the Jones decision. Yeah, that's my worry, is that I could very well see a Jones decision. Yeah,
I took the double chance. I took Jones submission or decision spot there. The double chance opportunity, -120, felt fair number to get 2 of the 3 paths to victory. I don't see the KO situation.
Yeah, I think if it's a KO, it's probably more likely Jeremy Stevens
right?
knocks him out. But just how likely that is, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I like that double chance. I thought minus 120 gives me both paths open. It's a big favorite, so I felt like that was a fair way to cut the juice down. The only thing I can't expect here is the KO. And to your point, if it is KO, it's going to be Stevens. Silent Rob does say,
Yeah, I
give me the
should think
Stevens
so.
KO at plus 1,000. It's not a bad look.
Mm.
Says the Iowa boy back home. Nicholas Handy says he lost 7 of his last 8. I mean, he went to bare knuckle. He got chicken from the UFC. He went to the bare knuckle fight club.
Okay, does that include the fights in the?
In his recent,
does that include the fights in the bare knuckle when you're talking about those?
No,
losses?
that's just his MMA
PFL
record.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
PFL and UFC.
Just
Yeah, I mean, I suppose in his defense, he did have a very high level of competition for a lot of those fights.
Bare knuckle. Let's talk about
is
his
it
bare
more of a favor for Stevens? I know he was based out of San Diego, but he's from Iowa, right?
I think that's what I saw in the chat there.
I
Great.
believe so, yeah.
Okay, yes.
So his boxing career, he has a majority draw decision against Jose Aldo. He fights on the Paul Diaz card. He gets a UNAM decision loss to Chris Avila. Goes into bare knuckle, wins with a doctor stoppage in the 3rd round for a cut. UNAM decision against Bobby Taylor and corner stoppage round 3 out there. So he has done some damage. That kind of lends back to what Sub was saying there about the KO. If he's going to win, it's probably KO. I like the double chance, though. Give me the sub and decision for Mason, minus 120. Everything but a KO.
Ab's got that big second goal there for a 2-goal lead here on Denver.
Oh!
Wow, I gave out Colorado on the show this morning too. I was on Colorado here, and McKinnon with the goal.
McKinnon, there you go. Was he 0-4 in his game 7s? Stepping up. That's what you better do.
Twisted, if Twisted can do anything for Mike, Twisted's welcome to join us. But Twisted, look, Mikey's a great guy, but I can say this: the pay's not great around here.
Yeah, it's fair.
But we're lucky. We're lucky to have a great channel with someone who promotes the hell out of it. So that's what I like. It's good enough for me.
Let's see if we have any thing from the Superbook.
Okay.
For this fight,
Final.
Jones just moving as a bigger favorite, open at 500s, now minus 650s.
Okay.
And nothing really from the sharp action side of the house.
All right. So clearly, a move's still on this, but even with this high price, so if it moves, been on the favorite there for sure. Yeah, Nicholas Handy said this is his first fight in several. I was like, man, are they just bringing him back here for like a curtain call here in his hometown?
Yeah, they might. I wonder if he doesn't leave the gloves in the cage in a loss, because this was it's a 1-fight contract too. He didn't sign up for a 3-fight deal or anything like that. Just one and done, apparently.
Oh, I know.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
He's 38 years old. Born in Des Moines.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
I'll be right back here, boys.
Remember, I mean, a ton of UFC. I mean, this guy was in the UFC for years.
10th most fight time in the UFC history. Holy cow. Experience.
All right, guys, I'm in. I've got some burn ends coming. I've got some rib tips coming.
Well, we're gonna have to We're gonna have to get a zoom in on that order when
Yeah.
it shows up and see what it
We're
looks
in.
like.
We're in.
Any
Had to get
sides?
it in before the main card here.
Any sides? Any fries? Any mac and cheese to go along with
Yes.
that barbecue?
Yes. I went with the fries,
Final.
but I did put a salad on there because
All right.
I don't know. I probably should have went for something more yummy, but I went for a salad. I'll probably save that for, tomorrow or something.
Fair enough. Sounds good.
The meat will be enough. I want some meat.
Saturday and meat go together.
Trisha looking ready for the Formula One in Miami, and man, they've done a nice job down there. Look at the Formula One, and more and more they're gravitating to the United States. Even though Formula One hasn't been huge here, we like it. I do. Nuggets are the first team in NBA history to have 6 different players score 15 or more points in a Game 7.
It's a balanced squad. Makes sense. You look at some of the names they've got. That's a balanced squad for sure. Now, can they? Who do they play? I haven't looked at what these. The only one I know is the Florida Panthers play the Toronto Maple
You
Leafs.
want NBA though? NBA.
Yeah, who are they playing in the next round?
Pairings. Yeah, I got you right here. So Denver advances. They'll take on Oklahoma City, and that's going to be it's right. And Mike, I said this several times. You might have heard on the show, and maybe even on some of our other shows. Can you look Oklahoma City? We're great. We love them. They're awesome, man. These guys are fun to watch. Yes, they're going to be favored, but you line up these two teams, and given the experience of Denver, can you really just go out there and say, Oklahoma City's going to win this series, just a matter of how many games? It feels like, well, with the Jokic factor, that Denver could match up maybe with this. Okay, they've obviously got that championship pedigree, the experience. That's great, Twisted, because we're looking for a little OBS. I think Mike has been working on his OBS game a little bit. So cool, Twisted. That'd be cool. Trisha says Ramon's hungry. Let's go. We need a second wind here a little bit.
Couple big winners on the main card will do that for everybody. Police says, does anyone have F1 picks? Listen, I don't proclaim to be an expert in NASCAR, and I certainly am not in F1. I'll see if I can find anything across my dashboard here, but I don't.
Well, I'll come up with I'll come up with a little something here. I've been looking at it already for tomorrow. I mean, Norris and Max are basically. I mean, this is going to be the one thing about the race tomorrow, and unlike a lot of times where you have an odds-on favorite F1. Right now, you got 3 guys who are can win this race tomorrow according to the odds. You don't see that very often, but you got Norris and Max are both right now 3-2, and Piastri is 3-1. So you have 3 guys in here that can win this race. So we'll see. But I'll come up with a little preview here maybe, and try to also maybe go with some picks. But I just think that's so interesting that because usually, and this year maybe it's been a little bit closer. There have been more winners this year, it feels like, and I think that's exciting that we can have anyone here. In fact, I don't know, I kind of think of those prices, and it is F1. I'd probably take a look at Piastri here. He's done well. He did well in Saudi Arabia. McLaren kind of likes this type of circuit here. So yeah, I don't know. I kind of think that it could be Piastri 3-1. I might be able to take Piastri here there. So it's very interesting, and maybe I'll go outside those top 3. Maybe I can get a podium finish for Russell. Here he was, I believe, 3rd in Miami last year. He had a couple of podiums already this year. Mercedes seems to be closing the gap a little bit, and Russell looked good in qualify back when they raced in Japan. Just looking at some results actually here, and
I mean, McLaren and Ferrari. Those are the two that I think that I watch it. I don't watch it second by second, but I see the finishes, and I see that Ferrari and McLaren have been the ones that have been finding a way to win. But I don't know if that helps. It looks like some sharp action coming in here. Sergio Perez points finish. There's so many different ways that these F1 particularly, the double podiums. I mean, there's so many different.
Well, I think that's what has been kind of the thing with the way F1 has been, right, Mike? When you have one guy who kind of, remember Max dominated for so long too, that you try to find other ways to get involved and cash. A top 10 finisher here possibly. Maybe a guy like Carlos Sainz can come in. He's at Williams now, but he's been getting points all along. Carlos Sainz, to get a top 10 finish, you can probably get him at about 100, about a plus 125, maybe even a little bit higher there. He was sixth in the Saudi Arabia race. I just equate I do. I think the experts equate the Saudi Arabia race to the Miami circuit a little bit. And Sainz was third here a couple years back when he was with Ferrari. So maybe a top 10 for Carlos Sainz could be a possibility. Let me know in the chat. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Michael B's got prop tonight. He's got to play in the Angels, it looks like here. Tigers on the money line live in the game against the Angels here. It's 1-0 Angels, bottom of the third. Royals 4-0. Here, bottom of the eighth, going to flip the tables on that shutout yesterday and maybe get a win here. That Dodger game, you guys promised me it was going to start, but I think we're still
waiting.
10 minutes or 5 or 10 minutes away here.
Ramon, what are your thoughts, Ramon, when it comes to some of these things? Regarding double headers and rain delays. How do you approach those differently than maybe a traditional single header?
Oh, for sure. And I do find myself always taking it down and so maybe a real high premium play, if you will, is kind of, you bump it down a little bit. Everything gets kind of to me. And, game one, you're always going to know a little bit more, right? And game two is kind of something that maybe you make the decision at the, closer to game time. To me. So the betting, I think as far as, especially when you talk about the plays you send out and stuff like that, it's definitely not as strong.
Team play.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. Like I said, if it's a solo spot on the card and it's the second end of a doubleheader, I guess I'll take a look at it. But something to be said for that. Fleet, I see you in the comments there. Listen, man, this is a big commitment. A lot of stuff goes into this thing on a regular basis. And, Jim's been dealing with some personal things. He'll be back. He'll join us again.
It was Bobby Max said that I think we're just a few minutes away. You're fine. The great thing is we get to watch the whole game. Oh, we got to go to Fox Sports 2 here, apparently, for tonight.
I'll tell you what, Jones is a cocky motherfucker. This guy coming in, I mean, everything from the way that he walked out to the ring, experience and just taking it all in. This guy's he's drinking it all in right now. Is what's happening.
Well, make no mistake, he is the road team in this fight.
Yeah. Home dog. Everybody loves home dogs.
You see, this crowd is I'd say
Mason Jones is.
I'd say they're looking good. They're liking their hometown man Stevens here. And why not? When you get 5-1 on them or better, 1 of 2. It says there on the graphic, 1 of 2 Iowa-born fighters. Dallas with a goal here, guys. Dallas.
All right.
Let's that definitely changes.
Dallas trying to climb back in
here for sure.
Trying to make a game.
Just a wrister here by Rantanen into some traffic that found its way past Mackenzie Blackwood. What a story. Think about Blackwood here. If he can hang on and win this game, though, Mike, you're languishing. You've got all the tools. You're really expected to be one of the best goaltenders in the league, but you're stuck on San Jose, and then your fortunes change. And I think it's been overlooked a little bit for Colorado with, and maybe Colorado's been an overlooked team to a certain extent because, they've had great success. There's obviously some other good teams this year, and but kind of getting rid of the Gurdjieff problem, if you will, that everybody made fun of, and pick up a goalie like Blackwood can't be overlooked here.
I thought Blackwood's got to feel like a fucking superhero. Coming out, got rid of that San Jose situation, comes into Colorado, gets some fresh start across the board for this thing. Why not feel good about yourself? And mental headspace is very important, especially when it comes to the playoffs. As a goaltender, the guy that's on the ice more than anybody else. Twisted says, who you guys got on this one? I did the double chance. I took
did I not put my play up there? I'm sorry. I thought I did.
Hey,
yeah, I did. Jones by decision. Jones by decision.
We've had quite a bit of delay here as they get ready for this main event, but on time, on schedule. Main event's getting going. We got the big card here. Mason Jones.
Yeah, I rather like your plays more than my under, if I'm being honest. I almost cashed out. I think I'm just going to let it ride, but I don't really like my under.
Well, it just feels to
I
me
did throw out a bunch of parlays, and those have not gone well. I think I've given back about 2 units on parlays tonight, but this is my final parlay. It's oh no, I don't have them involved in the final parlay. Yeah, I tell you what, I don't know. It might be too late to get a bet in on this fight now, but you could probably do worse than Jeremy Stevens by KO at 11-1. I mean, he's KO'd a lot of good fighters in his day.
If he's winning, it's KO. If it's
best
if it's not,
really behind him, but
I mean, he looks pretty good too. No disrespect.
Well, it's wild
It's really
because
tough to
Mason
make a
Jones
UFC
was
parlay, man. A UFC parlay has got to be. I mean, it's not easy making any parlays, 3, 4, 5 legs, but a UFC parlay is. That's why the returns are so great, right? If you can catch that
right
cycle finish with a KO, a sub, and a decision, that's paying out gravy because it's just so damn hard to get there.
All right, we're underway. No touching gloves here.
No touching gloves and take a high kick right to the face.
Yeah, I didn't know. You told me this is a 1-fight deal here.
I didn't realize that either. That's good intel.
That to me says you've been brought in your hometown here to get it on one last time. So, and no cupcake, no. Maybe that was built into the line a little bit, UFC layoff and all that. But because what has it been? 4 years? You said 3 years, 3 or 4 years.
Well, I tell you what, the little heathen is doing great work with these calf kicks early on. We'll see what he can do throughout the rest of the fight, but pretty good start for the underdog here. I think it might have even been over 5 since he's been in a MMA bout.
Watch Jones.
Must be at least 4 years.
Yeah, that's what it says. Sub last fight for Stevens in the UFC was July of 21. Now, to be fair, he was in the PFL.
Right.
After that, and you can.
So, I mean, these boys are clearly standing and banging right now. The KO method of victory for the finish is minus 225. That sub decision I thought it sounded great. Jesus.
Dodger game's underway, Robert. It's on Fox 2 if you didn't see that. So I think it's gonna be all night on Fox 2. I think they're done on Fox 1. You missed your window. If you got a 3-hour delay, we're not gonna leave you on Fox 1. Apparently, I think it's gonna be on Fox 2 all night here with that game. And Flea, I think, is on the Braves money line. Is that what that says there?
Seems a strange game plan for Jones to want to go and stand and bang against the guy that can put you right on the button and knock your ass out.
Stevens just put him a punch to the face there. But,
yeah, I agree, Mike. That's kind of why I liked the under originally, was because Jones he'll just do this for no reason, rather than take the easy path and use his grappling. He's kind of known for going out there and banging.
He wants to challenge the other guy's strength, it seems like, and it's like, I don't know, man. That doesn't. You wouldn't see me fucking around with a guy that's looking for one-hit knockout power.
I was talking about the calf kicks from Stevens, but Jones has really turned the tables. He's been landing a bunch of his own calf kicks, kind of.
Jones does have
a taste of his own
bloody nose right now. Looks like Jones does have a bloody nose there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Stevens is swinging for the fucking fences.
Definitely.
Crazy. And Jones is battling right back, though. I mean, no disrespect. He's not battling. He's not backing down. Get them leg kicks in there.
No.
High and aggressive. Good fight so far.
Yeah, these guys are definitely trading here, but does feel like Jones also has him measured a little bit.
Yeah, he's got that distance down, it seems like, doesn't it? Stevens sitting around plus 550 on the money line. Woo! Just Jones is like, all right, I'll see your KO and that instead. Man,
his strike is even though he got the bloody nose, does feel like Jones's punches are a little bit more oomph.
It's so. There you go. Do something. Now there you go. Get in the sub game here. You've taken a couple. There's a
once he finally got his leg buckled real bad, he finally decided he'd start.
Once he's wearing fucking damage against the guy's number one strength, it's like, all right, let me go back to what I do.
Yeah,
son of a bitch.
I forgot to mention, but Colorado is on a power play here right now, but it's already almost over. But I think right now we could be seeing another Dallas penalty here. No, it's on Colorado, so they're going to go back to 4-on-4 here. Apparently, Natchez is hurt a little bit.
I feel like Natchez is always hurt. Back in his Carolina days.
What happened was Makar lost his stick, and he had to get in the way of Rupe Heinz with his body, and ended up taking a penalty. Using a little hip check there, cost him 2 minutes here. So Dallas will be on. They'll get 1:13, Mike, when this is said and done. So the fans are pretty fired up here.
Ramon Scott, I'll give a little throwback here. How about this? Paul Coffey, Brian Leach, Kale Makar. Kale Makar in that quality? I don't know. Maybe just a little bit. Fucking guy's an incredible defenseman. I like offensive defensemen too.
I used him in the little contest there across the street. I'm making some headway in that too.
Getting there? Getting the boys in play?
I'm in 7th right now, but my hopes will rely upon the Vegas Golden Knights and the Washington Caps for sure. One thing that will help, there are a lot of guys who are heavy Dallas that are up above me right now. So
right.
I have the 3 abs.
So if Dallas gets knocked out, that
it is going to be another turn here in my favor. I do believe in this one. And I kind of doubled down here. I said I'm on Colorado in this game, so it is unfortunate. Look, Dallas ended up here. Now they're on their power play for 1:13. Here we go. Nick Handy with the score there with his score.
I cannot believe these guys just keep standing and banging. Stevens getting fucking pieced up by Jones, but then he comes back with like 4 straight uppercuts in a row.
Yeah, you're gonna give. I don't. If Stevens even gets knocked out here, I'm gonna give him a standing ovation for coming to fight in front of his hometown here. In this
giving it to him, right? I mean, this. How about this though? The KO lines come down to -165. I say come down, but it was pretty aggressive. I cannot believe they're just banging like this. So, but I wouldn't have guessed it, but the way this fight was going, that this is how these guys would attack this thing here.
Even every punch that Steven throws is connecting. It's just he's getting touched up too. But fun, yeah.
Literally, Mason Jones is like, all right, I'll take this guy that's a one-touch power, and I'll just go out there and match his power. And that's exactly what they're doing right now.
We have a tie game in Dallas on a short hit and a power play goal here to tie the game. 6:14 left, and nothing's for sure now because a goal by Dallas has tied it up. It feels like the momentum maybe has shifted here for sure.
Wow. What we got for draw, boys? What's the draw number looking like?
Oh, boy. What an effort here. It was an accidental goal, actually. It went off of the skate of Gerard, but it was really the spectacular play, actually, by Rantanen. He whipped around the goal, Mike, controlling the puck, was falling down, barely got his blade on the puck just to kind of, he was, of course, trying the wraparound around the goal, but it slipped off of his blade, hit the skate of Blackwood, and went into the net.
Wow. You'll fuck around and find out. Look at this, the damage that Stevens is wearing all of a sudden. Holy cow.
Yeah, because the punches keep landing in the face.
Woo! Literally right in the center. They're both bleeding. I like it. See some blood. That's my token shout out when I go to these UFC events. Let's see some
this
blood.
this round is wild.
These boys are fighting round 2, man. Was that split in the hairline? Stevens just looks like a horror movie accident, doesn't he?
No kidding.
Whew,
They're both messed up.
They're both busted up. Man. Take him to the fucking ground and stop it already, Jones. Fun fight.
Yeah, sure is.
That's all I can ask for. Give me something good. And let me win. I guess that's the other thing I could ask for. Wow. It's interesting because Jones, I mean, you got to give him the first round, right? You can't see that with Stevens in the first round, 10-9, I guess. And then the takedowns at the end. It's like he'll stand and bang, and then at the very end of the round, he's like, all right, let me go clean up some takedowns and get myself in the right spot here. And I bet he does the same thing here. With this last minute or so, he's going to try. I bet, well, someone's going to try for a takedown. Look at the significant strikes, almost 2-1. Oh, and there's the takedown. Fucking A right.
Yeah, they come so easy when he goes.
And he almost caught the spinning elbow in the fucking kisser, and he just took him down right there. Like, why are you not doing this the whole time, dude? Oh man, I wouldn't want to.
Yeah, they come for free when he actually goes for him. He just doesn't go for him.
I don't want to say that was a fluke goal. It was a great effort.
Now
coming down the final seconds here. Apparently, we're behind the chat a little bit, behind sub too. But
yeah, I'm trying not to give too much away. I mean,
give me a sub.
I'm never about it. I don't. But so yeah, one round to go. I'm going to take a look at the scores here.
That's another big round.
I mean, there's an outside chance, in my opinion, that it could be 1-1 right now. I mean, it's probably 2-0 Mason Jones, but I don't think 1-1 would be crazy at all.
Okay, well, I'm looking at the
Stevens Live is plus 650.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm looking at. It's kind of calling my name.
That was a great round, no doubt about it. And I'm seeing the from the, I have all the beat writers on one little tweet deck where, they got to be approved by me to be on the tweet deck. It's a mix. There's some 2018s out there, but there's a lot of 1919s as well right now. So
this might be the old back bet here. Take enough of that plus 650 to cover the big win for Mason Jones on the other side. Let's see. Let's go. Let's keep rolling. Plus 750.
Mason Jones once again with the easy takedown, man. When he goes for it, it's so easy for him to get him down. He just doesn't go for him.
Literally, it's like he's trying to prove something. He's trying to prove, like, okay, you're going to give me this guy that likes to go knock people out. I'll go stand and bang with this guy, and I'll do my takedowns as well. Yep. Oh, man, he snuck in so silky smooth on that too, Sub. He kind of ducked underneath it. He grabbed it, just packaged him up like a little baby.
mhm.
Nice, I don't know. You boys talking. I see you guys in the chat talking about Jeremy. Guys, seen how many comments about Jeremy hurting him? Are we watching the same fight, or are you guys watching a replay of something else?
Spenny, I see Spenny in there. He's
Jeremy definitely was hurting him in round 2.
He's clipped him a few times for sure, but it doesn't seem. I don't know. Sorry,
I was just Spenny's in the chat there. He's exhausted from the. I'll leave, Spenny. I know you don't like
body shot.
Be on the air when I'm on with you. Yeah, we got these guys aren't exactly multi-dimensional, but at least Jones is able to get some control on him.
He's going to go for the takedown again here. There it is. Just fucking pick the guy up and manhandle him. No? Little takedown defense out of Stevens there. Flip. Oh, there you go. There's a move. There was a move.
I think I tried that move. Oh, no, wait.
My hip would hurt. My hip would hurt for a week if I tried that move.
Dallas power play here, guys, with 4:13 to go. Wow. Colorado falling apart a little bit.
I think Mason Jones is a little tired too because he's had this Kimura set up. He can't quite pull it out. I think his
arms like trapped too.
I'm sorry, guys. Johnston has just put it in, and Dallas leads 3-2. Phillies out of the box. Stars lead with 4 minutes to go. What a comeback!
Wyatt Earp, amazing.
Wow. It's so easy to say, and it's not done yet. But in hindsight, like, such a big number.
Right after I talk shit is when it happened.
Yeah, thanks.
Great, crazy.
It goes like that, though, doesn't it?
Great goal by Johnston. A terrific angle there, and Colorado out of position there. All right, 2 minutes to go here. Does feel like, Jones maybe has now done enough here in this round to set whether there was any question or not, right?
Final.
Yeah, he was kind of playing with his food earlier. He's
for sure.
There's another take.
More MLS finals coming in, Sub. At Orlando and Chicago scoreless draw. Minnesota beat Austin 3-0. My San Diego FC's up 2-0 over Dallas.
Yeah, this was another spot where the takedowns, we should have laddered them.
Yeah. I
was
just thinking the same thing, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, what's he got? 4 or 5?
Yeah. I forgot to give it out. I did take his over 1.5 or over 2.5. I can't remember which, but yeah, I should have went all the way up the ladder.
There's another one. He gets those legs bundled up and he just manhandles him.
Steve Fehrenbach, nice to have you in the chat.
I mean, if you were going for him earlier, he probably could have got 20. He just didn't go for him.
No, he spent 2 rounds standing and banging. Stupid.
Mm-hmm.
He could have subbed this dude easy.
Very stupid.
Easy, but
well, Stevens gave him a as much as he could give him, I'm
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to respect it.
Value
Now you're
performance.
gonna try for the finish at the end. No, he doesn't have it. It doesn't look like.
There's not enough gas in the tank
No.
left. This one's
For
over.
rather
We're down to the final seconds of the fight here.
And Jones on top is just gonna.
He'll get the, but I don't know if it'll be 30-27 on all the cards. I don't think it. I mean, it's going to be unanimous.
I bet you can see some 29, 28s in there, at least one. I wouldn't be surprised if there's
That's
two or
right.
three.
Maybe one of them is. Nick Handy says the Royals win over the O's.
Oh, look at that picture right there.
Ready to go here now.
That's a great.
The hockey game.
Wow. That was a good fight. I'll tell you what, that was a good fight, boys.
Yeah, give a credit
That was
here.
a fun one, yeah.
Yeah.
The home man. He's going to get a nice round of applause, I'm sure. 2:20 left here. They're ready to pull the goalie here right now. They have pulled the goalie, not quite yet, but
It's gonna fuck up the under.
oh shit, I went over here, but
No, I said 5.5 didn't seem right. 5.5 seemed low. I thought 4-2 was the finish. I thought it was Colorado though, not Dallas.
right now, I mean, it's going to depend. It is under here, obviously, but Colorado not only an empty net here, but full on pressure that it does seem like is ripe for that extra goal here. 1:45 to go. Colorado's just having trouble right now, even getting control of the puck.
Well, unless Sal D'Amato's on the cards here, Mason Jones sub or decision. Looks like decision. I don't want to jinx myself. I don't want to.
Yeah, I think you got to. Right. I hear you. I think you're pretty safe. I'd be pretty surprised.
Hometown boy though. That's always danger.
True.
Damn
That's
good.
true.
It's competitive. I'm gonna use the restroom here while I hear you boys celebrate my victory.
Yeah, we don't need to hang out too much, right? For the
Only a room away.
and we're getting it right now here with this final decision. And I'll take that plus 150 myself with the decision coming in here final now. And we see it is Mason Jones by decision here with that win. Both guys got black eyes for sure.
Oh, yeah. No, they're going to have some swollen faces tonight. Let that swelling settle in. And yeah, they'll be feeling that.
Good work, boys. Nice job, Ramon. You got my minus 120 with your plus 155. Great job. Good win, boys. Let's
Waiting
go.
for your I'm waiting for your Cash App there to come in.
Mark, yeah, Ing, yeah, Bird, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
How's your burger?
52 seconds to go.
Well,
Colorado.
I think we know what the fight of the night is tonight.
Might be that
It's going to be
one.
hard to top that one.
Maybe cash a little extra money there for Stevens on the way out the door.
Yeah, he deserves every penny. Yeah, that's going to be hard to top. I would be very surprised if there's a runner-up that's anywhere close to that one.
Steam play.
Well, we are into Jeff's first strike play, and spoiler alert, we are all unanimous here with some smotherment here. Mine's come in a little bit. Jeff gave it out a plus 135, I believe was the number. We're seeing plus 120.
Yeah, I put my price in there that I got, so it shows you how good I am. I just put the price that I got. And it's obviously even a little bit better right now. Plus money, better than my $1.05. You get $1.10, $1.15. It looks like here with, $10, $15 here, right? 30 seconds to go here in Dallas. Colorado has at least gained some control of the puck. They're not, fighting Dallas here for the puck. They've got control of it, but they're down to 15 seconds here. And Ottinger's come up with 4 nice saves during this empty net sequence. Glove saves every time, and the crowd's going crazy. 15 seconds left. There's time for a face-off and a shot.
Game 7s, man. You got to step back from the overall trends, I guess, and see some of these guys. DeBoer, right, as the coach, going to go 9-0. Game 7s. McKinnon's going to go 0-5 in Game 7s. That's impressive. Got to recognize that.
Got Spenny, though.
Yeah, that's going to put it away 4-2.
4-2 final?
Yep.
Wow.
Oh, wow. He did put it in for that empty netter, huh?
Wow. Exact score, wrong side.
Yeah.
Sound looks like a bunch of you guys made some money with us thus far there. Robert McCormick says he tailed the Jones by points play at plus 170. Tarek P says we cashing, baby. Mason Jones decision.
Great job, guys. Great
Let's
job.
go. Good work, everybody. Good work. Profitable here today.
Not only is it an empty net goal, but we've got hats on the ice here.
Heiskanen? Was it Heiskanen again?
Yeah, let's see.
Wow. What an
think it
ad.
was-
I mean, he was
Favorite? Was it Heiskanen? I took my
I
eyes
thought,
off
he
the
had,
screen.
I thought he had 2 already. I did. Maybe I'm not paying as close attention.
Woo! 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 Ow! Love that money.
Rantanen, because Heiskanen is out of this game. It was Rantanen.
Oh, Rantanen. I'm sorry.
No. Okay.
Former Colorado Av.
Wait, and
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's weird hearing him
Dice
score on his own team like that.
here.
Shout out to Flea Mathis, the $4.99 dono. Shout out to you, Flea. Let's go, you guys. Let's continue this run that we're on here in the UFC. Having a lot of fun, making money. Saturday night. That's what we do. Let's go.
Dodgers couple men on here against Schwelle.
Look at Flea says, biggest day of the year. He appreciates us all. Appreciate you, Flea. Thank you, my friend. Keep getting that money, boys.
Yeah, I like Smotherman a lot here. You can certainly make a case for Seedy. I like both these guys, to be honest. Some of the trouble with Smotherman is he gets hurt a lot. I think his defense is actually pretty good. I think his chin is just not maybe great. But Smotherman, a super slick boxer, man.
Silent Rob, thank you. Wow. Mikey.
Hey! Bottle in the air. Yeah, let's go, boys. Congrats and thank you guys.
Throw one back here.
All right. I'm saving myself. Wait, I have breaking news, though. I have breaking news right here on my phone.
Your order's on the way.
Uber Eats.
Uber Eats,
On
baby.
the way. Cheers, Rob.
Let's go,
Silent
lady.
Rob, Flea Mathis, appreciate you guys. Thank you guys, man. Silent Rob. Bottles in the air. Keep slacking tonight. He sure is.
Thank you, Silent Rob. Silent Rob made some noise there.
Woo!
And Dallas wraps it up. It was real tough. If you see that goal, that was a real tough break there for that. Not that Dallas deserves this win for sure, but Blackwood, it was a great effort. There's no doubt on that spectacular goal. And I think the Avalanche are appreciative of their young goalie here. But Dallas advances.
This brings me back memories of
for me.
of last year's playoffs. I remember one game, man. I got just really, really drunk watching a Stars Avalanche playoff game and just live bet the hell out of the Stars and started screaming when they won. Woke up the whole house. The lady of the house was not happy with me.
All right, I'm looking for more sports here. I'm going to go to Apple TV and put on some more of these soccer games. That's what I should have been doing.
You know, I lost track. I was thinking about betting Anders Dreyer tonight to score or assist. He ended up having a goal and an assist, but I didn't get there in time.
And all the 10:30 games are underway as well in Major League Soccer. Houston and LAFC, St. Louis at Seattle, Portland and San Jose.
And you got the team total under for LAFC, is that what I recall?
LAFC team total under 1.5. Yeah. Fernando's ready to go with some Aussie soccer. Want to mention, I guess we should, let me at least bring us up to date because of our NRL. Let me get our NRL info here. Dan might be watching. He might be upset if I didn't get this right here. We have a break in between the fights. And coming up in just a few moments here, it will be the Titans and the Bulldogs in NRL action here, followed by the Panthers and the Broncos. 2 games tonight, just 1 hour away. So we don't want you to lose us here, but if you're looking for a little more sports action, we do have the NRL games coming up here tonight. 2 good games, certainly. When round number 9 here, Gold Coast and Canterbury. Canterbury right now, they did lose their last game, but they've been the hottest team in the league. Currently with a 6-1 record. Gold Coast near the bottom of the standings. And the other late matchup tonight. So check it out. Check out Mifey and Dan at the end of the video. They always have the predictions for all the fights when I can see them past Michael's ad panels up there.
I changed them this week.
Oh, okay.
I changed them this week. You called me out the other day. You're like, what can we do to fix it? I was like, well, that's on me. Dan is
I hate to be
Dan
the
is
bearer
shooting,
of bad news, Ramon, but we do have an LAFC goal in the 10th minute.
Okay, I thought you were going to say something's happened to my driver.
yeah,
I track the soccer games, not the Uber drivers, I'm afraid.
He got high and hungry. He's eating some barbecue.
Yeah. It's the young Salvadorian international, or Days, right on the goal line, just pokes it in.
DJ Hardy, Dan's video is on our videos tab. You can see him out there. Dan is shooting the late mail. You guys can follow Dan and see some of those extra bets that they put out there throughout the week called the late mail. And he said if we're still here, he'll join us when he's done.
Right. Also, we're just about ready to get rolling. We're doing fighter introductions here right now. But I will also mention, so we mentioned the NRL coverage there, but also about to go here in just a few moments will be action from down under as well with Aussie football coming up here at 11:10 Eastern and 8:10 Pacific. Sydney taking on Greater Western Sydney, the Swans and the Giants. I like the Swans here in this one, plus all the way down to 5.5. In fact, I might take the Swans on the money line here in this one and maybe pair it up with the over here at 170.5. So I'll take the Swans officially plus 5.5 at home against the Giants, and I'll go over 170. Don't have Dan here to shoot me down yet. He'll probably pop in and tell me why I'm going to lose, but the move has clearly been on the
Ramon, mate.
San Diego FC just scored again too. Sub as Anders gets the goal. 3-0. My San Diego FC team leading here.
All right, well, yeah, underway.
Yeah, to be honest, the line has come in on this. Go ahead, Mike.
That's it. I was just saying we're underway. Now minus 110 for Smotherman. Plus 120.
Oh, okay. I couldn't hear you. I thought I interrupted.
Nope, you're good.
Yeah, I mean, the line has come in, but if I'm being honest, I kind of don't love the way CD's landing these calf kicks. Just landed several big ones. Some decent work from Smotherman, but yeah, it's a little worrying though, the way those calf kicks have been coming for free.
Yeah. Oh, that was a tough one there too.
Mm-hmm.
Another standing banger, though. Kind of interesting, considering we talked about the wrestling and Iowa being the wrestling capital of combat, I guess. But lots of guys standing and fighting. Not going down to that mat. Does look like Smotherman got touched up there a little bit. And he took another one. Another stiff right.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, we are back to the opener on the live line. Smotherman back to about, or pardon me, the closing line, about a plus 120.
Dodgers got a run, 1-0 in the bottom of the second against the Braves.
What a night. It's fucking 11 o'clock here on the East Coast. We still got hockey. Or I'm sorry, we still have baseball. We still have UFC. We still have rugby. We got all kinds of things happening here. Let's go. Plenty of fights left here on this UFC card as well. Been a great start. Let's see if we can keep it going.
Yeah, and we are just also want to mention here 25 minutes away, probably 30 or more, but the Canelo fight tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Big favorite here. As we said, big favorite. But I'm there, minus 3,500. We saw Canelo kind of playing with his food last time too, right? Last couple times, I think. And I took Canelo by decision to try to get a nice paid jump, a big time paid jump here, because Canelo's expected to end Williams' skull here tonight. But I ended up on a decision here for just trying to, maybe I'm desperate after I'm on tilt here with the Dallas Colorado game and the horse race. We're doing pretty well here though with this fight card for sure. I think I'm 6-1. I put all the plays up there. Only lost that. Sub got it. The Lee Bolanos fight.
Yep. Good stuff, boys. Good stuff.
Gonna be some good stuff here in 4 minutes.
Now, are you a meet the guy at the door Uber Eats person, or are you let it leave it and I'll just go?
I've got a little place out there where you better, where I want you to put it. This is a lady coming.
Ooh.
She's only got 153 to live. I usually like them a little more. As someone who, got to tell you, when the pandemic came, I was one of those guys out there driving. I wanted to get out on the road. I was like, hey, I'm not about this pandemic. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to be, and man, I was driving out there, driving the food delivery there for the first month or two when no one else, when everyone's afraid to go outside.
Why not?
I had a great time doing that. Crazily enough. Of course, I was a poker dealer, though there was no poker going on. Had to find something to do. But we were the first.
Pretty clear round one.
Let's say it again, Sub. What? Sadie 1-0.
Oh, just pretty clear round one for seeding.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately.
Plus 190 sitting out there for us.
Yeah.
Dale, yeah. We were the only ones out there, Dale. We were the only ones out there driving.
The roads were nice.
So 5 fights to go for us tonight.
Michael B says Smotherland now plus 250 with a question mark here. I mean, was it that bad? He definitely took a lot of leg kicks. There was definitely no question about the leg kicks this guy took, but 250 seems like it's a little too wide, Sub.
I thought it was a good round for CD overall.
Yeah.
We'll see here. Smotherman didn't really get his game going, I don't think.
Like to go to decision minus 550 right now. So
I know.
books are saying there's still an opportunity. Lose the first one, win the next two. Smotherman can go and get her done. Fighting the takedown, he does get taken down. And Smotherman gets smothered up by the takedown there, Ramon.
Yep. I'm down to some college baseball on some of these TVs. We're getting pretty low here.
Let's go.
Got Georgia and Missouri, TCU and Arizona now on my screen. Atlanta's tied the game against the Braves. And I see here Sadeh with some control here. And some, I think, did they warn? What was he trying to reach for the fence there a little bit?
Looked like a little bit of a minor cage grab.
Yeah, the ref seemed to make a deal out of it. I didn't think there was a whole lot there.
It wasn't egregious. It wasn't by any stretch.
Right.
Now they're going to stand and bang. Maybe that's Smotherman's best option right now is get in there and just start throwing some leather. Plus 310 on the live line right now. Plus 340.
Yeah, I knew CD would have a big grappling advantage, but honestly, he's usually not a great wrestler. So I'm a little surprised the way that's gone down. He's had a lot of success kind of getting to the legs, getting on top, etc.
I got about 250 left in round number 2.
Yeah, Cameron's going to have to really get his game going if he wants to take this round. I mean, outside of a big moment or something like that, because it's just not having a whole lot of success winning the minutes right now.
Spenny says CD just looks quicker all around. Yeah. He's nut tap.
Yeah, I agree.
And he doesn't want any time. Nope. You tap me in the nuts, it don't matter. It's interesting because the decision is sitting around minus 1,000, minus 1,200 right now, but these boys are banging here. 12, let's go. Plus 400 for a KO situation. I think I might sprinkle on that here because it does feel like if Smotherman's going to try to win, he's going to have to do something to knock this guy out. He can't just let it go to judges' scorecards.
Mm-hmm.
I just want this round to end so I can. I talked about the little place there where right it's waiting for me there, guys. On the
oh, there it is. There it is. It's ready to go.
You're gonna have to carry me here on the in between rounds here.
See a picture of those burn ends. That's what we want to see.
I want to see him in my belly.
So far, so good. Appreciate everybody rocking with us here. I see a lot of you guys have jumped in here for this main card. If you haven't done so already, smash that thumbs up button. Support the cause. Support the crew. Let's bust up this YouTube algorithm. Sports money style.
Scores it 114 to 114, even draw. And both judges, Pablo Gonzalez and Jose Mansour, are in agreement. They both scored the same, 115 to 113. Both in favor of your winner by majority
decision.
And the WBC Cruiserweight Champion of the World,
Jack wins. And that is the fight before the Canelo fight.
All right. We got some UNAM decision Canelo opportunity here right around the corner. Man, Smotherman is just looking disappointing. Gets out of that round. They're going to go to the corners. Ramon's going to go to the spot. He's already gone. I can eat some burnt ends. Sub.
Yeah, Smotherman definitely KO or bust at this point.
Yeah. And it looks like bust.
Yeah,
Plus
looks like
1,000. Plus 1,000. Can't get involved there. Plus 1,100. He's gonna have to knock him out. That's it. There's no option. I don't think. I mean, what? 10-9 both rounds, right? Nope. Subs.
Yeah, about as clear a CD rounds as it could possibly be, really. I'm kind of shocked just how dominant this fight played out.
CD looks like he could have been a minus 300 the way he's kind of popped this thing off.
Yeah, easy.
Let's go. Stop Geo says Benny Bombs. He's on Siakam, 10 plus rebounds and assists at minus 120. Spenny sandbagging everybody. He says, I'll probably have some stuff tomorrow. You know damn well Spenny's going to be throwing bombs tomorrow. Let's go. All right, round 3 is underway. Sub plus 1,500 for Smotherman. Some would say BITCH. Timmy Two Shoes in the house. It's 6 a.m. Central. Rangers versus Celtics. Got it. Go over 3.5 goals. What do you think, Sub? Oh, look who's here. Look who's here, Sub. Let's bring him in.
I heard you bitches was looking for me. Bitch, here I go.
There he is. MMA Jeff.
Watch that last round. Watch my boy get ridden around like a pony.
Yeah,
the first round was a lot of the same, unfortunately.
Well, I didn't see the first. That sucks. What's going on, boys?
Yeah.
Final.
Well, we've been
Not a lot, man. That was the show.
Fucking awesome. I tell you what, funny. That's a funny dude.
I bet, man.
Yeah, it was a good time.
Yeah, he's great.
Pricey, let me tell you. Burger and fries, chicken tenders and fries, and 2 beers was $75.
Oh, CD's looking to get that sub in play here.
What do you guys got here?
Yeah, that Darce is nasty, man.
We got the Smotherman spot.
We were all on Smotherman
in
this one.
And he is not shown up here.
He's getting smothered.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he sure is. I'm surprised he got out of that Darce, man. That Darce was nasty.
I thought he had it, dude. It looked tight. 2.5 minutes, though. It's going to be boom or bust for Smotherman.
I thought he was unconscious for a second.
Yeah. It's been a good card, Jeff. We've been kicking ass and taking names, but some good finishes. Surprisingly, not a lot of wrestling, a lot more standing banging. Blood.
I watched the Miller fight. I watched the Peterson fight before the show started. And then when I was offline for a little bit, but I was watching along. Saw a couple of KO. I know I had Jillian Robertson by sub, and I saw she got the KO.
Yeah, man, I catch some huge ones on her KO.
Sub hit an 18
KO 11-1, KO 2-3, 21-1.
There might have been 6 or 7 different ways that the chat and the panel here cashed on that Robertson fight.
Nice.
Under was like plus 250.
Want your daddy?
Final.
Good. Tell MMA Ashley, we can't hear. Better get on screen.
Yeah, just got home, so the Dog wants to see me. I'm going to have to switch positions here. I'll be right back.
I can't believe the Colorado Avalanche fucking blew it. What a bunch of shitheads.
Yeah, that's pretty wild, man.
Silent Rob will ask Jeff when he comes back.
Yeah, pretty wild ending there.
I mean, give it to him, standing and banging. I feel like some of these guys just fucked up their game plans, though. Trying for violence.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you for trying to knock the other guy out.
Yeah, this isn't really how I saw this fight going at all. I mean, I had worries about Smotherman, but I didn't think it was going to be CD
just dominant.
It's kind of pillar to post, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta be disappointed if you're Smotherman. Did nothing. Shout out to Flea Mathis. My guy.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Crazy Night says, hit the derby. Posted in the chat. Head stars and a crazy comeback. Killing the UFC. Get it, man. Yeah, that was a little setback, but hey, look, I live bet a couple spots there on CD in that first round, so we'll survive. We'll live to fight.
Did you?
The Dodgers are up 3-1.
By the time I was looking at it, it was kind of too late.
Yeah, I think it was like minus 150 that I jumped in on. I just didn't like the way you were talking about those leg kicks. I didn't like that first round. Guys, a reminder here. I don't know if it started yet. I don't think it has, but Ramon did talk about the Canelo Alvarez UNAM decision. It's plus 210. It's about to pop off. God, it's been a good card though so far. Let's go. We got Montel Jackson, Daniel Marcos in the next spot. Let me look at the playbook. It's so funny when I see you're in there too. I see you're making the updates, and I'm in there trying to look at it.
Let's update that last fight. Yeah, it's always too bad when you got to put the red line through.
Yeah, well, it's better than a red X. Yeah. All right. I thought this fight doesn't go the distance. I like Jackson inside the distance for me on this one. This is the way I approach this thing here. I thought Marco's striking defense not ideal. It wouldn't surprise me if he does something stupid, Jackson. Or I'm sorry, Marcos and Jackson can find a way to, tie the knot, so to speak.
Yeah, to be honest, I took Marcos. And we were talking about this one a little bit earlier. This one opened around a pick 'em, and the line got kind of blown out where Marcos turned into a plus 180, and I thought I had kind of found the bottom and took it, and then it did come in a little bit before it went back out again. I kind of got cold feet on my Marcos bet. The one thing that I will say in Marcos' defense is the guy's very solid early. So if I can get in on Jackson at a decent line and just kind of hedge off, I might just do so.
All right. So D got it. Oh, hello, sir.
What's going on? How are you?
No, I just walked into a loss I didn't know I had, but what happened?
Yeah.
What was it? Was it UNAM or was it split? I didn't even hear.
Oh yeah, it was 30-27. Yeah. CD kind of fucked him up, to be honest with you.
Ready to go, Jeffy.
All right.
Look at that.
Wow. Hell yeah.
Oh, shit, I missed it. Oh, look at that. Let's go. Let's put you on the big screen. Hang on. Let's go. Let's get that big screen up there. Look at that. God damn, that makes me want to get some. Woo!
All righty.
Oh.
Flea, I gotta say, I gotta give it an 8 out of 10. The only reason being is he didn't do enough Trump voice. He did a lot, but I'm being greedy and going to see a lot of different comedy shows. That's a funny fucking dude, though. Straight up.
Enjoyed it?
Oh yeah, it was great. The comedians before him were hilarious. It was a great show. I saw Jim Norton like what, a month or two ago, and didn't compare at all. Didn't compare at all.
Mm.
Who opened for him?
You know, he said he had three guys open up. One of one of them had a podcast. He's actually from Philly. He was commented. I don't know their names though. I'd have to look. But yeah, either way, solid show.
That's great, man.
You know, I was talking with Ashley on the way home, and I was saying the same thing. I was like, great show. I had a great time. Funny. I literally had tears in my eyes. I was laughing so hard. But you know, I you know, you think about it though. Like, you know, I saw Jim Norton. He was $20-$25. This was $150 a ticket, $300 for 2 seats. Is it worth it? I don't know. It was a good time. Good time.
Yeah, that is an expensive comedy show.
Yeah. I mean, it's sold out. I probably could have sold my tickets for
$150 for 2 seats.
What's that?
$150 for 2 seats.
$150 a seat, $300 for 2 seats.
Okay.
Yeah, $150.
Yeah, he's a high level though, obviously.
Yeah. Good time though.
All right, I doubled down on this one, boys.
What up, scumbag Hardy?
I took a little action here. I got a little Montel Jackson inside the distance at plus 250, and I've got the fight does not go the distance at plus 140. So I'm taking some plus money bangers here. Let's see what happens.
Let me get my pick up here. I'm on the dog.
Oh, you like Marcos?
Yeah,
Marcos
me too.
action.
Final.
Oh boy.
Well, now I'm 6-2, but
hey, 6-3 still commendable. It's been a good card though so far. So far, so good. I mean, with the exception of that second fight, that downtown Maize fight sucked, but everything else has been. Give it to them. These boys came ready to play.
I need some
Yeah.
real
DJ, when I saw Jim Norton, that was at a small club, but this one I was at the Sabres Arena, so it was sold out. What is it, 19,000 fans or whatever, 19,000 seats? Yeah, it sold out in a couple of days too. So definitely, like I said, $150 a seat. I don't know if that was worth it, but it was a good time. I mean, shit, it took us an hour to get home. We literally were walking out at 10:15. Meanwhile, the show started about 8:20. So,
It's funny. I was saying earlier. I said you're about like 10 minutes away from the arena, so to take an hour to get home tells you that it was packed.
Packed, dude. So usually we'll eat before we go downtown, just to cut the time down. And we left. We got downtown at 5:30. The gates opened at 7, or the doors opened at 7. Every fucking restaurant we called in the area, an hour and a half wait. Packed. I've said that I haven't seen downtown as packed as it was since you and I went to the Flyers Sabres playoff game. How long ago was that? 15 years ago?
Probably.
Oh yeah. The 15 restaurants around the arena, every one of them, an hour and a half.
Crazy. Nicholas Handy says he sold out the field house where the Pacers play.
Yeah, sold out. Yeah, sold it out here too.
Funny dude. Seems like a funny dude.
Funny dude.
I was saying earlier.
He did a Conor McGregor impression.
Nice.
Fantastic. He did a Conor McGregor and Nate Diaz. That was good.
Too bad you didn't get any clips for us. We'd copyright the fuck out of that thing.
I sent you a picture. We were in the 100 section.
Yeah, I showed the picture.
We were pretty close.
Twisted, I'm not on Bo Nickel. I'm going to go RDR. It's the co-main, dude. The dog in the co-main. I'm not happy with what I've seen out of Bo Nickel the last couple fights. His competition stepped up. He has stepped back. Now, some would say he's trying to round out his game. He's a wrestler, as we know, but he's trying to work on the striking a little bit more, and maybe that's why he's kind of fallen off just a touch, but there's a reason he's not on that pay-per-view card next week. Their golden child. Controversy of the rankings here across Sports Money this week. Timmy Tissue. Morning parlay. Celtic over 3.5. Fenerbahce over 3.5. And Real Madrid over 3.5 plus 845. Look at that.
And Jeff, I've just tuned in here. Canelo getting ready to get into the ring once again. And I've, he's a four-dime favorite, but I'm taking him by decision. I think he's been playing with his food a little bit too much.
Yeah, I think that's the play.
I got a UNAM decision at plus 175.
Yes, that's what I took.
Yeah, fuck yeah. I got a plus 210. Let's go.
Plus 180 because I'm a loser.
It's going to be one of these cases where he knocks him down in round like 4 or 5, and everybody that's holding on to a KO ticket is going to think they're on their way to a W, and then he just cruises for the next 8 rounds or whatever. Yeah, I like the decision there.
Tarek B, that was over a week ago.
Nicholas, we have a Helium Club right, I don't know, 500 yards away from where I was, and we go catch a couple of shows there. DJ, crazy story from a small comedy clubs. We went to, I was out in LA a couple of years ago, several years ago now, and me and the girl I was out there with were like, oh, let's go catch, looking for something to do. We're like, oh, let's go catch a comedy show. And it said the comedian, I forget who it was, but it said with special guest. So we were sitting there, and sure enough, the special guest comes out running out in a hoodie. And it was actually Dane Cook. It was at the Laugh Factory, the famous Laugh Factory on the Sunset Strip. Dane Cook came out, and it was he was trying out his material right before he shot his HBO special. So for about $20, got to see Dane Cook do his comedy HBO special material, which was pretty cool.
That's cool. Look at this fucking guy. Gary Copeland. Never met a steroid he wouldn't take. Allegedly. There she is. Hey. Look at this fucking guy with the red hair. Jeez. Marcos. All right, boys, we're underway. Couple fights left. We still have plenty of good action on this card. We got 4 fights left here on this card. Plenty, and we got this bonus coverage that Ramon gave us here with the Canelo Alvarez fight.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on that over here. I'm watching it. But in between, I hope I'm not. If I'm too rude with eating on screen, let me know. I'll put it off. I'll turn it off.
No, in fact, barbecue sales just went up 1,500% in the last 20 minutes. So I don't know what you did out there, but the barbecue entrepreneurs, thank you.
I don't want to be rude and chomping on screen here, but I want to hang out with you guys. I made it to the big show, Mom.
It's been a good show. We've had it's been a good time, man. We've I was saying to Sub and Ramon earlier, Jeff, I said I can't recall a prelim card where we've made as much money as we did. It was just winning.
Awesome. Yeah, that's great.
I'm gonna rate the burnt ends a little bit higher than the rib tips.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
Never really been I've tried making some burn ends before. I'm not really good at the burn end game. The other one that I struggle with is brisket. I make a pulled pork. But
it's a little tempting to not get full brisket on this. I'll tell you.
I literally just picked up a pork shoulder yesterday.
Jackson's got Marcos up against the cage. The rooster. Here comes the rooster. Come on, Ramon. You know you gotta like that one.
He's eating, otherwise he'd comment.
I see him smiling. It's all good.
I feel like I'm gonna just tilt this a little so I can lean over and hide.
I was telling I was telling the story last night to some friends there. I said, we were talking about you going to the show tonight. I said, funniest show I've seen is Dave Chappelle, man. He came back. It was I probably might have told the story before. It was after he came back from his little African hiatus when he was doing the Dave Chappelle show, and then all his boys came in there and took the money and left him high and dry. He went on for about 3 hours in Atlantic City, and it was one of those shows where you kind of start out, you get a couple chuckles, and then by the time it was all said and done, my face hurt here just because I was laughing so much, and my stomach, my chest hurt. Just funny motherfucker, Dave Chappelle.
The show that I was actually saying it to Ashley tonight. I was saying that when we went to the Chappelle show there in Rochester, I was a little let down personally, and I think it was more because he's my favorite comedian, as you know. I think I was expecting more. So I was saying tonight, I was like, man, I hope it's better than that show, and that was a funny show. Don't get me wrong, but I think because I hold Chappelle up to a higher standard, I expected it to be funnier. And I was saying, I hope tonight's not a disappointment, and it certainly didn't disappoint. That Shane Gillis is a funny fucking dude.
Okay.
Funny dude.
That sounds like it was worth the money then.
Yeah.
Yeah, would have been nicer if it was a little less, but it is what it is.
Oh, there's nothing worse than coming back and you're like, man, I just spent all that money and it sucked.
True. Yeah. Yeah, same here.
Remember that time we were in Vegas and we saw, it was on your birthday. We saw
David Spade.
No, it was David Spade opened up, but it wasn't at the
It was Chris Farley's brother opened up for David Spade. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. First, yeah. That's pretty good.
Yeah, there was 3 openers actually, Nicholas, which I was shocked. Like I said, it didn't start till 8:20 and we were out of there at 10:15. So there was 3 openers, 20 minutes, 25 minutes a pop. Spenny said he saw Shane Gillis live. He was hilarious. It was. I was wiping tears from my eyes. He had some good bits in there. I was saying when you were off screen there, one of the openers was a dude from Philly.
All of the best fighters come from Philly. How about the comedians?
Doing his Philly bit. He gave the shout out to the Bills and then said sorry for your loss and said, "Oh, my year. This is my year." And then he got a whole bunch of boos, and then he said, "Fuck Kansas City," and then he got a whole bunch of cheers.
When I lived in Philly, there was a bunch of small clubs. I met some good dudes down there that knew the ins and outs and everything else that goes with it. So we would go out and see up and coming comedians, great bands and things like that, just in small venues where there's like 30 people, right? Like 30, 35 people, just intimate, quaint, a lot of fun to see some of that stuff. But yeah, now you see these guys in stadiums. And we were talking, my buddy went and saw Adam Sandler when he came into town, and the whole entourage that opened up for him. And, sounded like it was a good time, but just different. I saw Dane Cook at an arena stadium.
I think I caught him testing the material out there at the Laugh Factory for that tour that you saw him on.
It was good, but it's just it's different when they're working a 20,000 seat stadium as opposed to trying to make 40 people.
I completely agree. And as close as we were sitting, I was watching the big screen, the jumbo. I mean, they're sitting at Sabres Arena. He had a stage the size of the face-off circle, like the circle in the middle there, and doesn't matter where you're sitting, you're not close enough to see the dude, so you're watching him on the big screen anyways. You could have sat in the 300 section and it would have been the same.
Well, these boys are in round 2. Marcos, the Rooster. Here comes the Rooster. He ain't coming anywhere. Jackson, they're just kind of fainting each other here in the middle. Jackson's trying to throw a couple leg kicks.
DJ Hardy said
I think it's pretty clear the round 1 was in favor of Jackson. We did cash Marcos 1+ takedown at plus 250 and 2+ at 900.
Fucking running, dude.
So that was nice to bring those in.
I'll tell you what, Marcos looked a little wobbled there. He does get the takedown, I guess, again. against Jackson here, but he did look like he was a little shaky. And look, Jackson just delivered a right uppercut from the ground.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Jackson stung him pretty bad on that 1-2 there.
Marcos trying to get some top control there, but DJ Hardy talking about my AFL game here underway, so it's getting a little rough out there. We did say take the Sydney Swans plus 5.5 against the Greater Western Sydney, and Sydney leads 32-1, and we're getting 5.5 points. So, well, it's early.
Let's go. You also said the sprinkle on the money line, so you're looking good, Ramon. Let's go. What a night, huh? We got all kinds of action in play. And we're banging away on this UFC card. Let's go. He's Jackson taking a finish right here. Finish this fucking rooster right up. He looks labored and slow, as Marco says. He's kind of, we'll see. Round 2, 3 minutes left. You see Freddie Anderson gets the contract extension for the Carolina Hurricanes tonight.
Okay.
Wow. Popped him right in the crown of the head.
I think it's. I was on the Avs in a parlay, but I think it's great that the Avs got knocked out of the playoffs, and Rantanen scored 2 goals tonight.
I think he got a hat trick, didn't he?
I don't know. Did he get a hat trick?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He got the empty netter. Right when I started talking shit, because I had all the Colorado players in that contest, that's when Dallas came back. But there was a big 2 costly penalties in the third period, and Rantanen had an incredible goal, Jeff, that was a little bit lucky, but it was also a thing of beauty. It was the key goal that tied the game in the third period. It went off of Blackwood's skate and into the net after Rantanen had actually wrapped around and tried to, do the old, not the old college where you blade it in, but did try the wrap around and put it in. It happened to go off of Blackwood's skate and into the net.
Nice. I saw at one point he had the 2 goals. I didn't realize he got the hat trick. That makes it even better. Makes it even better. Like I said, I had Colorado in a parlay, so that fucked me, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I was rolling with Colorado, but guess I got lucky on the over. Luckiest handicapper around right here.
Hey, rather be lucky than good.
Final.
Luckiest handicapper, best fed handicapper.
We're underway in the fight over here as well. The Canelo, the fight capital of the world, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
That very well may be a true story. It's a true statement.
Hey, nothing wrong with a little sports washing. We're going to get our oil money back somehow.
Take your minerals. We'll take your oil. We'll take your sports. What do you got?
Can I say that on the Sports Money Network? Yeah.
Say whatever you want.
A couple things you can't say, but that's all right.
Yeah. I played 3 units on Jackson here at minus 285.
I got Jackson by decision.
I think he's up 2-0, and Marcus is bad in the third.
I'm willing to lose my modest little play for that for you. So
Jackson by decision was plus 125, I believe.
Well, I'm the
Seems
asshole.
like that's where it's trending.
Distance ticket here. Give me inside the distance, boys.
In all fairness, I played my.
I mean, Marcos is
before I was even on
usually pretty poor in round 3, though.
The rooster. Here comes the rooster. Yeah. I couldn't tell you who sings that song. I just know it. Who sings that song?
what
Is
do
it
you want
Alice
me
in
to go to?
Chains?
What do you want me to go to Glock or something?
I think it's Alice in Chains. I could be right.
Joseph Alvarado says Alice in Chains. Yeah. Good call, Sub. Good call. On the fly, good call, dude. You were quick with that, too. We just learned a little something about Sub. Sub likes a little Alice in Chains.
Yeah, they got some bangers for sure. Well, they're hugging to start the round. Does that mean it's going to decision?
Ugh.
Showing a lot of love right now.
Threw an egregious amount on Jackson too at -295.
Oklahoma City Thunder -800 in that series with the Nuggets. The line's coming out here. I think that was probably the expected line. I don't think there's any.
No surprise there. I don't know. I mean, they're good and all, but
Hey, I was talking about leg day earlier, Sub, and I think even with my deteriorating stumps, I might have thicker legs than Jackson.
maybe true.
He is pretty wiry.
He's looking for the finish here. He's got the distance down. He's got him up against the cage.
Yeah, he hurt him, man. You saw him holding his eye there a second ago. Yeah, he hurt him bad.
Release and fucking throw the heat. Let's go.
Marcos looks very, very tired, in my opinion.
Oh, Dale Fick, that's terrible. Dale Fick says the lead singer for Alice in Chains overdosed and wasn't found for 2 weeks. That had to stink.
I also want to make one more comment here on the MLS tonight. Statement win for my San Diego FC, 5-0 over Dallas.
No doubt. That was the game I was talking about. I wanted to get involved in Anders Dreyer props, and I didn't get around to it, but he tore it up. We also cashed Daniel Marcos 3+ takedowns at 16-1.
Wow. Look, Sub ruined the fucking split decision game. He's going to ruin the takedown game. You better get in there before it's too late.
Sub's taking all your money, you guys. He's giving you guys bad lines by taking all the best lines out there, scooping them up.
Sub crushed all those split decision bets.
Watch out for Sub.
They took them off. No more live split decision bets.
Those days of live split decision, man, there was nothing like it, really.
Dude, it felt like every fight, and they all were going split decisions too. It was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Big numbers, 400s, 500s.
Yeah, dude, huge numbers. I mean, numbers that made no sense. They would be better live, like in the first minute or two of the third, than they would be pre-flop. And you had the benefit of,
seeing what's happened already. That was crazy. I remember I never used to look at him until you cashed like 4 weeks in a row, and I was like, all right, I better start looking at these things. Maybe we're there with takedowns. Maybe that's the way we are now with takedowns. We got to start looking.
Yeah, man, and it could have been even better tonight. I should have taken more ladders. I finally got around to taking ladders this fight. I should have been taking them all the while.
All right, there's some cage fuckery here. I don't know if Marcos is trying to do something soft core poor Antient, but let's see. Let's see what happens. Oh, he's on his knees.
Yeah,
no.
I'm kind of surprised that the line is coming in. I mean, Jackson's still -800, but I thought he was up 2-0 and going into this round, and then he hurt him pretty bad early on. So I don't really understand why the line. I don't really understand why the line's coming in just because Marcos got a brief takedown and did a little, cheese grating along the cage.
Oh, there's a knee. That was just a good knee. It wasn't like a flying knee bullshit. It was just a good knee right to the face.
It looked like
Marcos looking at the clock too, looking to see how much time he has left.
Oh, Mike, you might be live here.
Get him, baby.
No.
It reached around 45 seconds. Around
He's got to
3.
get out of it. I thought Jackson had him.
Yeah, it looked like, oh man, there it is. It looks like it. I see it. Not enough time though.
Most of the social media here on the boxing match has it 1-1 after 2 rounds, and 30 seconds left here in our fight with Marcos and Jackson.
It did look like he had him sub. Damn.
Yeah, it was a nasty choke, man. I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Honestly,
There's been a couple of
Marcos
those
was able
tonight.
to survive that.
There's been a couple where they've had. I mean, the one guy went night. I forgot who that was, but he went night. The rest of them have looked like they're right there and just can't quite finish it off. All right.
Yeah, that was Bolanos that went to sleep. I believe.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, it was. That's right. Dude, I saw it when he went out too. I even called. I was like, he's out. You could see like the stiffness in his arms went limp, and he was just. And then I think what's his name said to the judge or to the ref, he's like, I think he's out. And then the ref grabs his arm and it just dropped.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, you're sleeping, dude.
Even before he started talking to the ref, I was thinking like, you might want to stop this. I don't think he's alive right now.
You could see it. He was sitting there and he just was done. He grabs his arm and it's down. All right. Then someone in our chat, I forgot who it was in our chat, said he just woke up and asked what happened.
What happened in that? What happened in that Loader fight?
Loader got pieced.
Who did?
Loader got pieced.
Fikayev knocked him out in round 1.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Literally. Loader dropped a load of shit in his pants.
Misha Tate lost?
Yeah, Misha Tate lost.
I was on Santos. In that
Yeah. We cashed that one.
Nice.
The line was screaming towards Misha Tate too. It went from, I think it was like minus 150 or minus 160. It went up to like minus 180. It just kept getting action on Tate. She was down early.
You got to look at the playbook, my friend. You got to look at the playbook.
Yeah, there's been some good
stuff.
stuff.
30-27. Yeah, that's why I thought that minus 300 was value. I mean, even though I was on Marcos pre-flop, it just seemed to me like that couldn't possibly be right when he should have been up 2-0, and Marcos is usually pretty poor in round 3.
Well, I dropped a stupid
chalky live bet, but
I dropped a stupid live bet around minus 350 or so. Put a cash. We'll take it. What up, Voodoo Ranger says, what would the panel's winner, art, and method or round parlay be for the remaining card? Jeez. Ponzinibbio, RDR, Cory Sandhagen wins in round 5. There you go.
Fucking crazy.
Yeah, that's as crazy as it sounds. It's crazy as it gets. Look at Ponzinibbio, this fucking guy. 14 first-round finishes.
Ponzinibbio, Bo Nickel, and Cory Sandhagen.
Hell yeah. Yep. You're speaking my language, Jeff. That's
I'm gonna put it in right now. All faves. Plus 147.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misspoke. I took Montel Jackson at minus 345 live. All right. Whatever. It happened to be the whole bankroll bet.
So. Okay, yeah. I was going to say.
The decision,
no, that's a good bet. Honestly, that's a really good bet.
That was a stupid bet because I put the whole bankroll on it. Literally. Looking for draft.
I mean, live, it was a great bet, though, because
it was
up 2-0 at that point.
Literally, I think it was somewhere in that second round we started talking about it, and I realized I wasn't going to get my finish. So, all right, it's all good. All good in the hood. Let's go. So we got this Ponzinibbio fight. This is Subhuman Gauchos. First strike fight of the night. Sub. Before we even get going, let me pop it out.
Yeah, I like Ponzi a lot here, man. I mean, I'm nervous about it with his chin, but other than his chin, I feel like his game is completely intact. Where D-Rod still has his chin, but I feel like D-Rod is clearly a lesser form of his previous self.
I mean, in
So
all
I think
fairness,
outside of a knockout for D-Rod, I think this really should be a Ponzi, pretty clear Ponzi, pillar to post type of fight.
Sub, I completely agree. And you and I talked earlier, I think in the week on this one with Ponzinibbio. He wears a lot of damage. He gets cut up, which scares me because these judges based on the blood in the wear, the damage, and he wears the damage. So that scares me a little bit. But I think he's the better fighter, and I think he should get the win here. I'm on him as well. So
Ponzi.
Just
Our
makes
guy
me-
Andrew gave us
And
early-
speaking of
early
these,
action.
I took his takedown already, but I'm gonna go back to the ladder here. 2+ at 330, 3+ at 1,000, 4+ at 18-1. I think he can get grappling upside. Not that he's the best grappler, but just because D-Rod just can't stuff a takedown.
I haven't given much on the AI side of things here tonight because I've been slacking. Mostly because I've been up for 3 straight fucking days. But that being said, Ponzinibbio TKO in round 3 is what AI has to say about this thing.
all right.
Yeah, he has a habit of knocking people out in round 3 lately too. That's kind of an interesting look.
1,600 for the KO in round 3. I'll throw a couple bucks on that. Why the fuck
Yeah, I'll
not?
put a couple bucks on it too.
Oh, it's been a fun night, man. You guys, good stuff. Appreciate everybody rocking with us. If you guys haven't done so already, make sure you do smash that thumbs up button. Most thing you can do to help us here in show, thumbs up. Post show, make a comment. Maybe your comment says, "What a fucking night. We crushed it." Well, don't say fucking. What a night. We crushed it. We're making tons of cash. Smash that. Whoop.
Now, Santiago Ponzinibbio, round 3 KO is only 18-1. I thought it would be bigger than that.
I got 16-1 here on DraftKings.
Yeah, FanDuel's holding the 18. I'm still going to take a little bit, but I thought it would be bigger. I'm a little surprised by how small that number is.
Sub in round 3, 75-1.
Yeah, D-Rod's he's a pretty talented grappler, though. I think that'd be it could happen, but
I was going to say earlier, our guy Andrew Babakitis there told us Ponzinibbio caught early action from the books, and after the line swelled, they started seeing action the other side on D-Rod now. So books kind of think, or the sharp bettors kind of think this is not a coin flip, but the price was right to get back in on Daniel Rodriguez here. Small dog plus 136. I don't know. I'm with you, Sub. I'm ready to rock. Let's go.
Yeah. I mean, when I gave it out on Wednesday, I thought that Ponzinibbio should probably be like around 60%, and the line's gotten above that. So to my mind, it kind of makes sense that there would be a bit of buyback.
Eric B. Sub. Because we're rocking and Mike's still sober. Listen, don't let this facade fool you. I've been gassed for 3 days. I'm just a functioning alcoholic, boys.
He doesn't
And
get
I
drunk.
got no burn ends. I got no
He doesn't
fucking
get
burn
drunk.
ends.
He stays drunk. That's why he doesn't have to get drunk.
Let me get some ice.
Maybe a stupid question, but I was tied up. Who won the Kentucky Derby? Was it the favorite?
No.
Oh,
It was one of the favorites that won, Jeff. It was the second choice, really, or third choice, Sovereignty.
okay.
Journalism, the favorite, was second.
Journalism. That's what I was thinking. I saw somebody was posting that on Thursday, I believe it was.
The exacta paid out, I believe, 24-1, Ramon. 24-1,
Yeah.
I think was the exacta.
Yep.
modest payout there. Certainly wasn't chalk, but wasn't really that great.
Yeah.
Exacted trifectas, same thing. Just kind of middle of the pack. Shit track though. Ramon was saying they were still racing pretty pure, but it was raining. The track was muddy. It was what it was.
Was it a gray horse?
No.
Oh, I don't know.
No. Ramon says no.
No.
I love those gray ponies, Ramon. Give me a gray horse. Gray is my beard. Let's go. Got my playoff beard going, Ramon. You haven't said anything yet.
Yeah, playoffs. Got to grow the beard in the playoffs. Okay, we're getting ready here with Rodriguez and Ponzinibbio. Maybe a little bit of a late move back to Rodriguez a little bit. Ponzinibbio touched $1.65, and he's pulled back here to $1.50 at some of the shops right now.
I got to say, Mike, you and I haven't talked since yesterday, but the Babakitis portion of the show was fantastic. Not to say the rest of the show wasn't fantastic, but I'll tell you what, informative. I love the questions on the live lines. I like the looks and the thought about it. And then I believe it was Stop Geo. Actually, I see his comment there. Talking about the DK boosts or just the boosts in general. Great insight. I love it.
There's some good stuff there for sure. We talked about that a little bit earlier. It was good. He's a good dude. Make sure you guys follow him on X as well. Good guy, good ad. He's committed. This guy is committed to the UFC, and we're fortunate to have him as a part of what we're doing here as we continue to build out our commitment to the MMA boys and girls.
What is it? A Babakitis 24 on X. Yep. I thought I like that he likes the fights. He's we're talking about the PFL and he's like, we don't do that, and but he watches it. I love it. I love it.
He's setting the lines. The guy's the guy setting the lines. I mean, that's
great.
You can't ask for more than somebody to take a couple minutes to come out, talk to us about the function, how they go in, what they do, how they set the lines.
The Westgate Superbook was the book that, well, back in the day it was the Hilton, but that's the book that I was going to flying on $38 round trips from before I was even 21. That's where I would go to hang out. I've always looked this old.
He talked about the how the Superbook expanded into different states, and he's like, then they shut it down. We're not doing that anymore, and we're just focusing here and back. It's just a good dude. Make sure if you guys do get to Vegas, go to the Superbook. Check him out. Ask for Andrew. He'll come out and talk to you guys for a few minutes and tell him Sports Money sent you. Cool dude. Fortunate to have him as a part of our lineup.
The DAZN scorer, if you will, has it 5-0 Canelo. Some people have it maybe 4-1 on the internet here, but it does feel like Canelo. Maybe some joking there a little bit. You see, Bobby Mack says throwing less than 10 punches around. It feels like he's throwing about one punch around. Dodgers 7-3. It's only the fourth inning over here against Atlanta.
Stop Geo says, Mike, you gonna fucking keep the beard post the playoffs? No, that's not. No, I won't. I guarantee it.
Critical notice.
Ponzinibbio about to fuck this dude up. Is that what's happening here?
Ponzinibbio here. Halfway through round one.
I think he looks pretty good. I mean, the line is kind of stuck around where it closed. But yeah, I think he looks fine.
I got some live minus 130. It's moved back to minus 154 here. I'm in.
Oh, wow. So it did come in at one point. Yeah. I'm surprised it started so quick. I thought I had a second.
He's at 154 right now on DraftKings.
Jeff, I was saying when you were talking about our guy there, he did give out some dogs there. He said that the sharp bettors were betting the dogs last night in boxing. My boy, I was at his house and he was like, let's talk about this boxing. We're going to watch it. Let's talk about it. So I said, all right, I'll ask the guy. And he did say that the sharper guys were on the dogs in the boxing matches. And they cashed. I mean, the one cashed.
I messaged you there. He mentioned Golden State, so I jumped on Golden State on the money line. Like, if I threw him in a parlay, I got fucked on that. But I was laughing because when you were doing the show there, he talked about mine and subs fights.
Yeah, I said the sub. He talked about a whole bunch, all the ones that we were involved with here. And
oh, did he get yours too?
Yeah, he had Jillian. And he texted me later and he was like, Houston lost. The books took a beating on that one. I said, it's okay. Or no, Golden State lost. I said, it's okay. I gave out plus 5.5. It's all good. It's fine. Ponzinibbio's on the run.
Nobody watches the morning steam where we said take Houston.
Ron, I watch the morning steam unless I wake up at 1 o'clock in the afternoon because I was up till 7 a.m.
Did you mention that about the Avalanche? I didn't see that, but 7 straight Game 7 losses for the Avalanche. Is that what?
We had talked about
something like that.
We talked about a couple of the guys. The coach,
okay.
McKinnon now 0-5 in Game 7s.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay.
Crazy. Ponzinibbio is now plus 250. He's fighting for his life right now.
Yeah. Andy, he needs to recover here in this 45-second break on the bench.
Well, hopefully D-Rod will be a bit gassed. Yeah, he got hurt bad though to start that off. Luckily, D-Rod threw like 7,000 shots and missed about all of them after that.
Spenny says Pons was saved by the bell.
I mean, the bell
Nicholas
helps.
Andy says 10-9. Yeah, it was probably 10-9. I would say that's fair.
It's definitely Rodriguez.
It's definitely 10-9. D-Rod.
Yeah, it's definitely Rodriguez's round, and it certainly wasn't a 10-8. I think 10-9's an accurate score.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think Pons was probably up ever so slightly before he got hurt. But yeah, I mean, pretty clear after the big shots at the end.
I'll take him again at plus 250.
Yeah, I did too. I didn't really want to give it out. I was kind of nervous about it, but yeah, I did too.
I give it out.
It was 280 briefly. I tried to get in.
Yeah, and it's now plus 220, so it has come down a little bit.
Yeah. He's doing fine in this first minute.
Yep.
There you go, Dale. Well said.
Yeah, fucking A right, Dale. I knew it. The funny part is, for any of you guys that do get involved in that situation, you know there's a transition process. The sun's not up yet, and you're like, man, the sun's going to come up soon.
Where were you at, Shanks?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we were all fucked up. Jack Daniels was flying.
I could imagine.
Cornhole. Fucking giant spotlight on the board at 4 a.m. Neighbors have to love that. I got a new cornhole technique. 17 of 18 bags I threw right in the fucking hole. Literally. 17 of 18. You don't want to play me in cornhole. Ponzi gets a little fucking rocked there, a little wobble.
You got to know he's got to put the foot on the gas here.
Final.
Ponzi?
Ponzi?
Silent Rob says spitting on it. You just got to put a little hair in the hole. Michael, find it.
I spit all over that hole.
Hmm.
It's funny, we were laughing. 3 rounds in a row, I didn't miss the fucking hole. It's impressive. I don't want to toot my own horn, but that was pretty fucking impressive. Ponzinibbio now plus 450. Yikes.
Yeah.
You take it again?
I mean, it's still a pretty close round in my estimation.
Plus 500. I don't think I'm
D-Rod had that one bigger shot, but
we'll catch a refill in the restroom. I'll be right back. We'll see what it looks like for round 3.
Right now, I agree with Nicholas Handy there. It's 10-9 Rodriguez, and this is looking like Rodriguez round again. Unless something crazy happens here, there's still 2 minutes left. But
I'm putting another bill at the 550. I think D-Rod looks pretty tired.
He does.
Still a bit of time left. I don't think this round's out of his grasp. Man, I'm getting all his takedowns stuffed. Yeah, D-Rod's breathing hard, man.
It was plus 550. It dropped to 500. Ramon, you got any updates in the boxing?
Yeah, it's pretty slow going, Jeff. Canelo's controlling the ring. He's really just making his man move around the outside of the ring and then just picks his spot to throw a couple of punches. And I don't even know if I've seen the guy seen his opponent throw any punches, really. And the scorer at ringside, I believe, has it all the rounds so far for Canelo. We are headed here to, I believe, round 8. Round 9, I think, here now.
Okay.
Let me make sure I have it right. It might be round 7. Guess I'm eating my food.
Fernando says he needs the over 9.5.
Yeah, I think it's 1-1, and I think that D-Rod is very tired.
Fernando, what did you get that at?
Even if it loses, that plus 550 was way off. I mean, there's no way that was right.
I took it at 550, and now it's plus 110.
Yeah. That's a solid bet, Jeff. There's no way that was right.
Pretty dull fight, and I think the referee here has told these guys to step it up a little bit. He took them before the round began and talked to them both.
That's a solid bet there, Fernando. Like I said, I took the UNAM decision, but the over, obviously, going to decision, it's going to be over. Good bet.
Yeah, we're at a pick 'em now. See, that's the correct price. I think it's 1-1.
Yeah. It was good.
Honestly, there might still be value on Ponzi there because I think he has a better gas tank, and I think D-Rod looks tired.
Yeah, I don't think D-Rod has the energy left to throw those fucking heavy shots like he was, or not even heavy shots. You just seem to catch Ponzinibbio at the right spot.
Team playing.
Ponzinibbio minus 200. Yeah, I got the UNAM by there at plus 175. You got a better number than I did.
Okay, Mikey said he got 210. I got 185.
Yeah, I got 175. Fernando says he got 220. Oh, Fernando says he got it at FanDuel. Oh,
Oh, the Ponzinibbio just get fucking dropped? Shit.
Yeah, he got finished. That
He's not
sucks,
happy
man.
about it, but look at him right now.
Wobbling.
Yeah, he's a mess. That sucks, man. He looks good at the start of their rounds too. Oh, that sucks.
Wow.
He's
round
upset,
3 KO.
but I don't know what to think of that actually, with the stoppage and then seeing him stumble like that.
Sounds like it sucks. Can I cash out?
That sucks, man.
No cash out option. I had Ponzinibbio to KO round 3. It was the wrong side. Twice I've been on the right round finish with the wrong fighter. All right.
Man, that sucks.
We will lick our wounds.
He got dropped. Is it a worthy stoppage?
Yeah, I mean, dude was fucked up. Did you see when he got up?
I mean,
it was like
it seemed
even
quick
he was
in real
leaning on
time,
the
but then when you saw him get up and when you saw him get up and he didn't have his feet under him,
yeah,
I mean,
it was a good stoppage.
a good stoppage at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look
Have a
at
good
him
night,
after
Michael
he
B.
pushes off. Look, he goes up and then he falls on the cage to hold himself up. Yeah, it was.
Look out, Cage! Look out!
That sucks, man.
Michael B, sorry you didn't have a good night, but have a good night. Spenny said the KO at plus 450.
Yeah,
Cameron
yeah.
Sinet cashed that shit at plus 2,000. Nice job, boys.
Spenny had it.
Spenny did have it. He also has the link, but you know.
Spenny's a bitch. You know that. We all know that.
Oh, bummer.
D-Rod, man. I'll tell you what. Let's go back to our boy. He said there was early action coming in on Ponzinibbio, and he said late action came in on D-Rod. He said sharper bettors bet these fights late, and they did get that cash. So for what it's worth.
I took a play on Bo Nickel by KO here, knowing he's trying to work on the stand-up game. I see the total sitting over unders minus 115, both sides. Could end.
What was going to happen if that round finished? I don't want to say who
Final.
maybe was having the better
I mean,
third round.
I thought Ponzinibbio looked good in the beginning of that round until he got touched up.
I thought he looked good at the end of the second
Hard
round
to say.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
definitely.
I agree.
Final.
Stop Geo. Look at Stop Geo. Listen, I told you guys. The
He's
barbecue
still
market
the
has gone
one-
through the roof. Ramon Scott Media. Great minds think alike. I just smashed some
Final.
smoked pulled chicken, mac and cheese, and cornbread from a local
Oh,
barbecue joint.
I haven't started on my cornbread.
Oh, look at that. God damn. I am going to probably have some barbecue tomorrow.
Ponzinibbio was even punch drunk there when they were it looked like when they were standing
At the
around.
end. Yep. Still trying to figure out where the fuck he is. Stop Geo barbecue joint. This. Hey man, some of them food trucks give you the best stuff out there.
Crash
What?
and burn here a little bit.
All right, boys, we're down to it. It's the co-main event. It's the dog for me and RDR. Fuck Bo Nickel. And I'm sure I'm on an island. So there you go. Maybe it's the one. Maybe it's the one, Sub. Everyone thinks Bo Nickel's going to finish this guy in the first round. Although I haven't heard a lot of that. And we're going to take RDR. We'll take him at plus 340. And I'll take him by decision as well. Plus 700. Let's go.
I mean, this is certainly Bo's biggest test. There's no doubt about that.
In all fairness,
yeah, I took 2 units on Bo to win, and fight starts round 2 at minus 130 on Fanatics.
In all fairness, boys, I talk about
pretty cautious early.
I talk about the tattoo check here.
The tattoo check? Is that what you said?
Process is fucking unbelievable. Look at this guy's tats, man.
Final.
Oh, D-Rod?
Yeah. Listen, if this guy's got better tats than the other guy, you gotta expect. Listen. Those are some fucking tats, man. 1986 tattooed across his chest like it's fucking Superman. Woo! Spenny, here we go. Spenny coming in off that last win says Bo Nickel by decision at plus 200. Fight goes the distance. It sounds like me.
I took some Bo by decision earlier in the week too. I kind of worry though watching RDR's fights. I mean, he's a gas bag, man. And if he's failing on takedowns and whatnot, I do worry about that.
Fight to go the distance at plus 140. All right, we'll take it that a little bit too. Take a little bit.
That's not such a bad bet either. Yeah. I kind of like that, to be honest. I mean, if RDR gets on top, Bo could be in some shit. I mean, it might be he just explodes out and everything's all gravy, but I mean, RDR, he's world class in his jiu-jitsu. It's for sure.
Oh, that's disappointing. To say, look, he says Bo scared me because I don't see that killer in him. Not betting on this bum RDR though.
Well, like
I don't know if RDR is a bum. I mean, RDR striking is pretty.
He backs it up. He says, "Motherfucker out wrestles Kevin Holland and a washed up merchant."
Yeah.
Well, like Nasty Nate was, giving me the business in the chat. I said, why isn't Nickel, ranked in the UFC rankings? And he said, well, UFC doesn't have anything to do with it. I say they select the people who pick the, make the rankings. And these people do not respect Bo Nickel. He's not even ranked ahead of this guy. I thought from everything I've seen and heard, right, that Bo Nickel's going to come along. He's one day going to be the best fighter in the division. He's going to be a champion one day. It's been several years now. They haven't given him any tough fights here. They've been kind of coddling him a little bit, and they're giving him a fight here. Now he's still a big favorite, despite the fact that most of the media that the UFC has included to make their rankings don't like him. They don't like this guy.
Well, I never understood that argument.
He hasn't fought any ranked opponents before tonight, right? So I mean that's kind of how it goes. If you don't beat somebody with a number next to their name, then you don't get a ranking or a number next to your name.
It's basic math, right? You got to beat somebody to be somebody.
Yeah, that's.
I disagree because, pardon me, Mikey, on your channel, I'm eating.
Hey,
but
I wish I was eating.
My job as a capper, right, is to ignore all that and give it the eye test. Is this guy? And if so, I want to rank him ahead of people I think he can beat.
Sure.
I'm not waiting to move my pencils up. Finally, I love Pink Sharpie over Yellow Sharpie, but I got to wait for Pink Sharpie to beat somebody that Yellow Sharpie beat. If I can watch it and just observe it and say, look, Bo Nickel, he's been the touted guy for a couple years here right now. And okay, maybe they haven't given him the fight. So people are just saying, well, I haven't seen it with my own eyes. But I think the job as analysts is to determine whether or not a fighter can be a champion. That's how you handicap a fight too, right?
Yeah, no, I think that's fair enough.
the
And I
line.
think, in my power rankings, I think I would put him top 15. No doubt about it. In this UFC middleweight division. Yeah.
that's
interesting way to think about it.
I'll step back from. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. You have to be on top of this thing. You can't be the one coming behind it saying, "Oh, now he's a top 10 guy. Let's bet on him." No, you have to anticipate when that's going to happen. And at the same time, though, there's a huge pay-per-view card next week. This guy has fallen off a little bit, not entirely, but now he might be working on striking, so I get that too. But there's a reason he's here in this spot here, and maybe he does get a little humbled, and we see RDR come out there and get it done.
They have put him on pay-per-views before.
Yeah, they have.
They
got one next fucking week.
He's been only on for the last 3 or 4 fights on the big cards.
Yeah.
Here he can't even earn a main event here.
Right. And we're sitting here, and I couldn't. No disrespect to Des Moines, Iowa, but I couldn't point to it on a map.
And I would say, are all these so-called experts, are they all going, oh my God, Rainer de Ritter is plus 280? I'm not saying that Mike is saying it like I am, because my pick is clear. I've made it in the chat there. I'm on de Ritter here.
Let's go, RDR, Ramon. You and me.
I think you can make the case for RDR. I mean, I get it.
Big price tag, too. I mean, look, the other side of things here is plus 350s, plus 700s to win by decision. Maybe Bo Nickel goes out there and shows us he is who he is. I'm glad Jeff's not wearing his fucking Penn State hoodie. That takes a little luck factor off of Bo Nickel. So we're all in the
Hawaii on right now.
Well,
where am I? I got the Hawaii on.
I think I think part of the reason why Bo's stock right now is maybe a little bit artificially low is because his last fight was just so super boring. But in his last fight, he fought, probably the most dangerous middleweight in the world off of his back. And so naturally he didn't want to take him down. I think he probably will take RDR down once or twice here, because RDR, if he's on top, he's a very nasty jiu-jitsu player, and he's got decent sweeps, but he's not, he's not Paul Craig. He's not gonna instantly throw up a triangle and break your arm the way Paul Craig will. So he poses a little bit more danger, especially early on the feet, but I bet you this one will be a little bit more exciting than the Paul Craig fight. I say a little bit more because this could end up being a fairly boring fight as well.
Stern Company comes in. He says, Iowa's under Minnesota and above Missouri. And I'll be honest with you, boys. I'll put myself out there. I don't mind putting myself out on the line. I couldn't point to Missouri on the fucking map. No disrespect.
Well, what we learned tonight is that Mike is very bad at geography.
Oh, I know the middle of the country. They're all in the middle of the country. Shout out to Ernie. What up, Ernie? Got a new guy. I haven't seen Ernie Figgins in this process.
What up,
What's
Ernie?
up, Jeff? It's me, Ernie.
How you doing there? Hope you're having a solid evening.
Welcome. We appreciate.
I've always heard really good things about Des Moines. I can't say I've ever been.
I've heard good things about Ernie.
Never heard a good thing about Des Moines. I've never heard a bad thing about Des Moines, but I've never heard a good thing either. Shut up, Cameron.
The fight's over
There
here.
you go, Cameron.
Appreciate all you guys, man. Hey, we're having fun. It's been a great night. Let's keep it rolling. Let's find a way to get back on the winning track here. We got 2 fights left. Listen, don't dismiss the co-main dog 65% win ratio plus, and we're catching a plus 330. We don't have to win them all, but let's win this fucking one. Let's get RDR. Fuck Bo Nickel. I like Penn State. We are Penn State. I like Bo Nickel too, but not tonight. RDR number 13, 6'4".
Don't make me go put that hoodie on.
Guys, Jeff, the fight has gone the distance. There's no way Canelo loses this fight. It was probably 11-1 or 12-0.
Let's go, Unam.
Final.
Critical notice. Ramon, shout out to you, man. Thanks for being a part of this thing here tonight and sharing your barbecue.
Boy, I'm enjoying this.
Makes me want to get some barbecue tomorrow. Makes me want to get some barbecue right now, but I don't.
Yeah, that did look really good.
Well, it's almost gone. We're getting a little low here, guys. We're getting a little low.
Well, I gave out a lot of parlays tonight. So far, I've given away 2 units in parlays, but Bo Nickel fight starts round 2, and Sandhagen fight starts round 2. Well, that would bring home the final parlay, the shortest parlay, but it would get me up on parlays. So really pulling for Bo here.
Well, Ernie, we don't know about Ramon's tits, but we got fights coming up here, so we can talk about that.
Let's see, boys. We got 2 fights left. Plus, we got the Canelo Alvarez spot.
I think Ramon said it just ended, right?
Yeah, the fight's ended. We're waiting for the result. It's going to be probably
Union.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's most of the observers have it 11-1 or 12-0. So
The
RDR
fight has started.
Aggressive, boys. RDR throws a knee. They got a bunch of body shots. Let's go.
Got all jacked up. 15 seconds.
Yeah, I'm excited. That's what I want to see.
yeah, Ernie. Ever since I've been doing these, taking that creatine and working on my upper body here a little bit, I've been getting some compliments on my chest. But don't look at my legs. I look like Jackson.
No leg days. No leg days in Ramon's workout.
Well, like I said, I got the treadmill, and I should be doing better because I thought I'd, now that I've retired from competitive recreational softball, I was really not feeling great physically. So I've been working upper body, and I'm just lazy on that treadmill. I need to do it.
All right. The trend going around social media is 100 men versus a gorilla. I would take Ramon versus 100 gorillas.
They also made a compare. I'm trying to think of what else. I saw another comparison with that. Oh gosh, what was it? It was a meme. So it was funny.
Notice.
Yeah,
You
Renier
got to
Dorita really
right
is.
away. You got to eye poke the gorilla right away. That's the only way to get involved in the game.
Oh,
that's not going to work. That gorilla's just going to rip your fingers off and gouge your eyes out anyway. They're way better than at eye pokes than we are.
Well, yeah, but when they close their eyes, you kick them in the nuts. Now what's the gorilla going to do?
Get angry.
I mean, their nuts are tiny, though. I mean, I don't think they really react the way we do.
I tell you what, I wouldn't want to be in a fight with a gorilla.
There's
a lot of fucking stuff. Look at these guys, man. These guys look like acrobats in a fucking circus here.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to be.
Nickel does have the neck a little bit.
Joseph.
Yeah, I don't know if going for that choke.
Exactly what I would do. That would be my move.
I don't know if going for that choke right there was the wisest thing for Bo.
No, he's got RDR on top with a minute and a half to go.
Yeah, they're both able to get over on each other a little bit.
Team playing.
No disrespect, boys, but if I had to pick 100-man lineup, me against a gorilla, I don't know if you guys would make it.
Final.
Fair. You said I'm going to go fight this gorilla. I'd be like, hey, good luck, dude.
You guys wouldn't return my call. Let me know how that goes. I might take Seb with me. Seb seems like a wild man. Sandy says it's still an animal. Robert Dixon says, good call on Boxing Ramon. Did we get this thing? Did we get the UNAM?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. What the fuck, Ramon? Plus 210.
Well, I've just been saying, I didn't give the official amount because it was so obvious. That's why I said.
It was so obvious you fucking won. I just cashed a plus 210 with you, my friend. Let's go.
I'm not fucking leaving.
Great call, Ramon Scott.
Yeah, that's how you turn minus 4,000 into plus 200. I mean,
fucking ain't right. Shout out to you, Ramon. That was a great call, dude. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, really good round for RDR, for sure.
Yeah, Nickel had his moments there early, and it turned quickly, Sub.
Oh, well, let's not fucking dismiss that plus 210 I got there, Ramon. Fuck, dude. You talked about that for like 3 hours.
Trying to be humble here. I'll toast. I'll give a toast here.
Oh, jeez.
Fucking guy.
I tear up some barbecue right now too.
Jeff, you weren't here, I don't think, when I ordered this.
No.
Oh, it was fun.
The 50% discount with my Uber subscription, and so this great plate of 2 meats and 2 sides and a salad was only $25.
Damn.
I told you I got a burger and chicken fingers and 2 beers for $75. Nice.
Derek B says, if you have to fight a gorilla, make sure you have someone cover sports money at 6 p.m.
Trying to think, because there's a bunch of memes going around right now with one guy against 100 somethings, and there was really a funny one. But that's what people are.
I don't even know how that got so. It's fucking everywhere. It's literally everywhere.
What is it? What is it? I don't even know what it is.
100 guys versus a gorilla. I literally.
Yeah, that's where the meme started.
Came out of nowhere.
In all fairness, I recant what I said earlier. I take the 3 of you boys with me and a gorilla. I think we could fuck that gorilla up.
Well, if we take some food, I think we got a chance.
Yeah, we get some of those ribs you were just talking out there. Take some rib.
We get sticks.
No sticks. Someone's got to choke him, and someone's got to eye poke and dick kick. That's it. Win.
You can't choke a gorilla.
Well, you can get on his back. You can't get the gorilla's back.
No.
Backpack that motherfucker.
All right. Who's gonna eye poke him? Who's gonna dick kick him? And who's gonna grab his back?
I'll volunteer eye poke and dick kick. I'm that guy.
Well, I've just sent 100 men versus a gorilla through Grok, and I'm analyzing the results.
Ramon's gonna sit back eating his barbecue, watching me, Mike, and Sub fuck a gorilla up.
Right. Well, Jeff, one of the things is, is it in a closed environment where the humans could conceivably trap the gorilla with their massive numbers, or would it be out in a jungle where the gorilla might have an advantage?
Look at Nicholas. Yeah, that made me laugh good, dude. He says you grab.
Gentlemen, I await your reaction.
Oh, I saw it.
What happened? RDR? Did I miss it?
Finished, yeah.
RDR! The fucking dog in the Wayne cashes again inside the distance. Let's fucking go. Fuck
Bye,
that gorilla.
Cory.
Fuck that
Bye.
gorilla. Let's go. I'll take that gorilla on right now, 1-on-1. Let's go. Oh, good job. God damn.
Oh,
Oh,
man.
knee to the face.
that knee to the chin popped him.
Let's go.
The surprise.
Money is mine. I have the money. The money is mine. I got it for the first time. I got the money.
Sorry, Ramon.
No, look, it was the knee to the chest. I mean, really, a knee to the chest, right? Not even a. Now there he is grabbing his head there, and there was some. There. You guys said it. I mean, there was more than just that. There was some head blows and some a knee to the stomach that kind of started all that going, right there. But and I guess I almost am contradicting myself when I talk about the ranking situation that Nate was giving me the business with. But again, here you have the man who, well, he is ranked, and the other, and Bo wasn't, even though we maybe expected him to. Like I said, they brought him along, right? They've been coddling this guy, giving him. Has he been minus 1,000 or greater in all of his fights so far?
I think
Gotta
so.
be close to it.
More or less. It had to be close to it at any rate.
Maybe the first one he was like 600 or 800, I think, right? So maybe the first two,
Mhm.
but and he just got in there and wrestled the guys. But that's got to be deflating for a guy like Bo Nickel, who has been brought along by the UFC as to be one of our next up and coming great stars. Finally, put him in there against pretty guy who looked pretty good in those two fights, right? Getting those wins, and that's got to be a real demoralizing fight for Bo.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I agree.
Wow, it's a real confidence booster for your boy here. Pimp slap POD RDR, the dog in the co-main, boys. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, good hit, boys. Mike, Ramon, well done, man.
Son of a bitch! You done messed up, Aaron!
Did Bo really one time said he could beat Chimaev?
Final.
I think he did say something like that.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
That was a big one.
Was DeRitter the guy who had did he have the operation on his nose for the breathing, or was that another guy? Do you remember that?
I don't think RDR ever did.
Okay, it was maybe somebody else. Maybe it was the guy he fought. I'm trying. It doesn't matter. No one defeated. Brett X said no undefeated fighter safe in 2025.
Yeah, that has been the trend this year, hasn't it? Yeah, we saw Marcus lose his 0-2 tonight. He was undefeated.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Oh, thanks, Rob. Duplessis was the guy with the nose issue. That's right. Just a lot of D's. I guess that's what got a lot of gotten D's in the initials there.
When Ramon sees D, he goes crazy.
You boys had a good time. Fuck you. Let's go. RDR. That was a big win right there. Big
Look at his wins, right? You have him beat Mearshart, he beat Holland, and he beat Nickel. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I would say.
There's Rich in the chat. Hey, my man. How you been, Rich? Great to see you in the chat here. Man, Rich has been around. We've been hanging out for years in these parts, Rich and I.
Well, I've never seen this before, but Fanatics has they have a market where you can bet exactly how it ends, as in via the type of submission, via the type of they have Cory Sandhagen to win by KO/TKO via doctor stoppage. at 50-1. I rather like that.
Fifth round is where I would put that one in play.
Sub, I was talking about
kind of
that.
thinking about the later props and whatnot, but I like that doctor stoppage bet though.
Sub, I was talking about that a couple of had been a couple of months ago. Like which books offer? I forget who it was, but I was like, this fighter's going to win by armbar, specific to the armbar submission, and I don't think it won, but I couldn't play it anyways. I don't have a book that offers me that, but that's interesting to know.
Yeah, the only book that I have access to that gives me those sorts of markets is BetMGM. But yeah, they would only let me get $62.50 on it, but I just took that at 50-1.
VB just tweeted out, Bo takes the body shot and realizes this fighting thing ain't for him.
Now I'll tell you what, we're about to watch Bo take every fight to the mat. He doesn't want to stand and bang anymore.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
You're right. Who said
my knockouts, but I'm not
said in the chat they're bad strategy? I think everybody can agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think Bo specifically said, and I guess I don't know it to be fact, but I'm pretty sure Bo said he wants to work on the stand up. He doesn't want to necessarily be considered a wrestler, and his fights are boring, as we all watch. It's just wrestle. He wants to have that, but I think Spenny said it there. He doesn't have the KO power. I think he's working on it, but he's also been given cupcakes.
Jeff, I know coming in for the main card here, but we have talked about this almost the entire fight card. These guys and their strategy is fucked. What they're not doing the things they should be doing. They're trying alternate process, I guess, trying to stand and bang instead of wrestling, and they're taking L's. Shout out to RDR. Got us that.
Well, I think I don't know if we've said it or everybody's been saying whatever, but has this roster makeover over the past a year plus kind of tried to get rid of some of the grappling specialists, and maybe they want more violence.
Well, it's funny you say that because they changed the gloves and then they changed the gloves back, and there's been a lot of adjustments made. Dana White, for what was it, 2 years now? He's just given contract after contract out of the Contender Series, and they're freshening the pond. We've got a bunch of fighters now retiring, getting into their late 30s, early 40s. So I don't know if they're necessarily getting away from the grappling, but I think they're looking for finishes. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sub.
No, I think to some extent they're trying. I mean, it's only worked marginally, right? Because you think like Pantoja at 25, Rob Dvalishvili at 35, or pardon me, Rob at 45. No, at 35. What am I talking about? There's still a lot of wrestlers that are winning belts, right? Bilal Muhammad, like they're definitely trying to phase it out as best they can, but it's only working. Ankalaev at light heavyweight. There's a lot of these guys that are kind of boring wrestling specialists that they can't really get out of there.
Well, Sub, on the flip side, they're not trying to have boxing with 4-ounce gloves. You know what I mean? They still want the MMA, the jiu-jitsu, they want the wrestling to be incorporated, but they still obviously want the highlight finishes. But you get 14 fights a card, 13, 12, whatever it is. You're not going to get a finish on every fight. And that's just the inevitable. It is what it is. You're not going to get a finish on every fight. And as much as the fans love to see it,
I don't think they wanted Merab Dvalishvili over Sean O'Malley, for example, or Ankalaev over.
Did you see they're going again? To
Pereira.
Vishvali and
I did
O'Malley?
see that, yeah.
May is it May 13th? Is it next week? Is it the week after? I'll be right back.
So sub, I was talking to Mike Kendall, the ring announcer there for the LFA, it was a couple of years ago now, and I was bitching about the price of the tickets, but it was like it was like $175 a ticket, which is fine. And it was front row, so it is what it is. But it started out with 12 fights. There ended up being like 9, so a couple got canceled. But
Mike wanted 25% of his money back. No, go ahead.
it was no. It was literally like an hour and 45 minutes, and I was like, I just spent this money for an hour and 45 minutes of entertainment. Now, I bitch about the money. It is what it is. I don't mind spending the money, but he had said to me, would you rather watch these 9 fights go to decision, or do you want to see some fucking action? You want to see somebody get knocked out. You want to see somebody get submitted, whatever the case may be. And I was like, you know what? That's a great point. That's a great point. I want to see the action, as every MMA, enthusiast does. I do like, and it kind of, I don't know, enlighten me or more of a, hey, you know what? I don't want to see necessarily wrestling, but I can appreciate the wrestling that flips into back and forth exchanges. That is exciting. Where that Peterson fight there earlier with Maize, that was fucking boring. That was wrestling, and it was just lay on top of the dude. It was fucking terrible. That was, to me, that was a terrible fight.
I agree.
But you get into some of these like these these middleweight guys or the flyweight guy, there's back and forth and it's exciting. So I don't mind the grappling, but I do agree the UFC does seem to be getting away from.
Hey guys, let me break this in here. A little bit of breaking news here. I think we knew it was coming. We were hoping and waiting for our moment. It will be September 12th. Alvarez Crawford from the Allegiant Stadium, right here up in the street. September 12th. That's a Friday night, Mike. Alvarez Crawford is set here in Las Vegas on September the 12th at Allegiant Stadium here for that super middleweight championship. That's a Friday night, so it won't clash with any college football or anything else, I guess.
Can you get us tickets for Mo?
I will try. We'll fight that one in the big stadium there for sure. There.
I'll tell you what, I was watching the One Championship last night, and I commented to Ashley that I would love to go to Bangkok and watch some One Championship. So that might be in the works. Might be going back to Thailand.
Dude, One Championship is such a good promotion, dude.
Oh, it's awesome.
It's so much fun. It's fucking awesome, man.
They do such a great job with it.
It's some of the best Muay Thai you'll ever see. Their MMA fights are so exciting. Like, it's an awesome promotion, man.
I love it.
Here comes the
people
rooster.
sleep on One, dude. It's truly great.
Here comes the rooster.
My problem with the One is obviously it's in Thailand, so it's off hours. It's fucked up hours. But last night I think it kicked off at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. I don't even know what time. I don't know what time.
Yeah, it was 8 a.m. or something like that, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure it was.
It's hard to even know. I've been online with you guys at 3 a.m.
Much like Mike, I've been drunk for 3 days now. So
we've gone live at 3 a.m. We've gone live at 7 a.m. I don't even know. I know Dan keeps telling me, he's like, dude, I'm sleeping. I'm like, dude, I don't. I guess I should learn the Australian time zone. That 3 a.m. fight card was something special too.
Oh, I think oh,
You
my,
came on at the main, but you had
my
curtain jerker.
I don't even know what was going on at that point.
And we all snuck that plus. Was it 750 or something like that? It was something crazy. It was a lot of fun. Good stuff. Good times. Let's go. Cory Sandhagen, boys. Aurora, Colorado fights at elevation.
Be right back, boys.
It's been a good time. Good night tonight, boys. Ramon, I'm so glad you joined us here. Me, you, and Sub have had a great time. Jeff coming in here for the main card. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a good night.
We made it. One more to go here tonight.
One fight to go. Are we gonna? Ramon. Somebody told me main events are 5 rounds. Do we go all 5 rounds or do we shut down?
I'm here to save the day. And I'm going to punch in my pick here right now in the fight, and I'm going to be on a little doggy here.
Oh, he's going dogging. Biggie plus 5.5. It made me laugh last week when you were like, I don't know if they knew it was 5 rounds or not. Dude, we were fucking gassed. We were 7.5 hours deep. We were all gassed. Jeff and I still sat backstage watching, shit talking each other. But yeah, let's go. Let's finish this one off. Let's get 5 rounds, boys, or not. But I do think we see the favorite gets it done in the 5th round, if not decision.
All right.
Thank you guys all for watching. I'll tell you what a great time. As a reminder, if you have not already done so, best thing you can do to help us grow this channel. I say it every single day. I can't believe we're not loud and proud. We should be disrupting. Everyone talks about help the algorithm. Fuck that. Let's blow this algorithm up. Smash that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. It only takes a second. Let's go. We got all kinds of things happening here in the sports money universe. And I'm going to tell you this, across the board, nobody wants to help you guys win more than us. Except
for one man.
Our guy backstage. Dan's in the house. What up?
Hello, boys. How are we?
Brother? What a
Good,
good
mate.
time.
I've just been a busy
Great
boy.
time.
Yep, back for the main fight.
What do you got for us? Late mail. Can you
Just
give us
in time.
some? Can you tease it?
Might be just Dan and I at the end.
I've got. I just went with Sandhagen decision and most strikes in like a parlay, so it's plus 120. So I just went with that.
No, that's not bad.
Yeah,
that's not bad at all. Yeah.
Well, welcome, Dan.
And we won. The Tigers won. The Tigers won yesterday. They fucking killed it. We had the minus 2.5 with the alt line with some plus money. You could have taken it any way you wanted, but we got the plus money spot and we cashed that yesterday. Very lucky. We were lucky, but you make your own luck, don't you? So fuck saying that. We won the bet. That's all that matters.
Good job.
Well, I didn't make the finish. I got to tell you, Dan, I know the Tigers were winning big time in the first half, and even I had to tap out there.
Yeah, it was. It got a bit sketchy at the end. The only reason why that bet won in the end was because the Dragons dropped a potential try/touchdown, which was then returned for like a pick six. So if that try wasn't scored, that game would have gone into overtime and probably would have lost it. So, but yeah, we cashed. That's all that matters.
Great job. Another big winner. Let's go.
Grab his dick and twist it! You twist that dick!
Man, sports money is buzzing, boys and girls. Look at these guys here. Hey, I don't want to tap my own horn, but I will. I think we're 17-3 in the last 2 days of pre-gaming. Let's go. Let's fucking win, boys. That's what we're here to do. May started off with a banger. Let's finish this fucking card off with a banger. RDR with a big plus money spot. You already know. You're here because you already know. Let's go. Rich Stubbs. Will the fight go the distance? I think so.
I think so too.
Yeah, we're underway.
Yeah, Dan was talking about that most significant strikes line that he put in that parlay. That's my big bet on this one. FanDuel opened that line at minus 310 for Sandhagen. And I very quickly matched bet that. Just a silly line. Sandhagen has an extensive UFC career. The only time he's ever failed to get the most significant strikes was against Umar Nurmagomedov. And even then, it was pretty narrow. Figgy's like less than 50%. I think 11 of his UFC fights, he had fewer significant strikes than his opponent.
Why do you make a main event that you might be expecting a $5 favorite? What's the point?
Say again, sorry.
What's the point in making a main event where you know your favorite, or did they know? Sounds like they did, that your main event's going to be a $5 favorite.
That's a good question. Yeah, that is a good question.
That's a great point from us. You think
he
matchmakers would
it seems like
make
he's on
something a little
the
more
back half of his
competitive.
career, right? I mean, maybe it's to do Sandhagen a favor.
Well, this division itself, what would be, the winner's not going to move up. At this point, even though these guys are rated closely in their little rankings.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I'll point to that a little bit. So, Figgy, what's going on here?
Look at Figgy, fucking spider
Monkey on the back.
Yeah.
What's happened with you? We had 100 Figgies and one.
It's like Circus du Soleil. He's doing like capoeira around his body. He's like dancing on him.
100 Figgies versus a silverback gorilla.
Oh, easy Figgies. Easy.
The gorilla
Man,
might tap
The
I was
gorilla's
watching
gonna
that.
tap for sure.
There was a piece on Cory Sandhagen about how he takes a dose of mushrooms 2 weeks before his fight.
I saw that. I saw that.
I'd be more impressed if you said 2 hours, but I guess you can't do that.
I still think 2 weeks is impressive. 2 weeks.
I don't know if
he says he
wants to expand his mind, right, Dan?
Yeah. He's like confronting his subconscious so that when he's in a fight, he's of clear mind. It's his whole philosophy on it.
One Cory versus 100 gorillas.
I think Cory thinks it's one Cory versus 100 Corys. That's the way he is.
One
Cory on mushrooms against 100 gorillas.
He might think that way when he's on the mushrooms.
That's what I mean. One Cory versus 100 Corys. Yeah.
If you had mushrooms, one Cory might.
This is kind of a goofy fight, but it's highly entertaining. With one, you're trying to leg lock, you're trying maybe for some weird leg, and you can just tap the guy in the face a few times, just punch him.
Something. Shout out, thank you guys all for watching us here tonight. Appreciate everybody joining the stream. I see the numbers keep growing. It's awesome as we continue rolling forward with the main event. Thank you guys all. Shout out to the guys on panel here. Ramon Scott Media, of course, MMA Jeff, Subhuman Gaucho, Dan Doherty here, our guy from Down Under. Thank you guys all for spending time with us.
Showed up and 20 viewers showed up. I wonder if he's got a posse out there.
Well, I know he does, dude.
Hey, maybe.
Look at the video count. Look at the video count. He puts his rugby action out there. The guy's crushing it across the board. Dan, we appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Right now, Dan, Bulldogs 14-8 over the Titans. Live line right now. Bulldogs 13.5 here.
Yeah, if you're subscribed, you get the late mail. We had the full game under 48.5. The live total is 45.5. So it's like it's hanging in the same spot. Hasn't moved much. But that was the play we gave out under 48.5.
Dan, can you drop it in the chat? Can you put your YouTube or your Twitter in the chat there? Let everybody know. I see the late mail. You guys do multiple spots too. You're not just one spot. You guys will give 3 or 4 across a week if you see it. Let everybody know where they can find you.
Yeah, I'll whack it down in the chat there. Usually I'm just on Twitter. You know, I'm not a big self promoter. I just like, you know, if you like it, watch it, and if you enjoy it, subscribe and hang around because there'll be some more stuff coming. But
yeah, I love it. I love it, Dan. Dan, your fucking shit's great. Appreciate it. We also got Ramon Scott Sunday through Saturday.
Yeah, I'm on over here, Dan. I'm got me a little something going on too. I took a play here in the AFL tonight, and I took the Swans plus 5.5 with a money line sprinkle. They got off to a hot start here. It is a still pretty tight game now, though. 52 to 42. Swans over the Giants.
Yep, that's the Sydney Derby in the AFL. It should be a gritty game. It's a good game. They usually end pretty close. That's a good spot.
Yeah, Figgy a little worse for wear there in that round, and Cory looking pretty good. Cory's looking like it's round one here starting.
Literally.
And if
Figgy looked like he was still concussed.
We got Sports Money is giving you pre-gaming Monday through Friday at 6 p.m. There's also golf getting thrown out there on Tuesday. We got First Strike on Wednesday. Dan, what day are you putting your videos out? Is it specific?
Yeah, usually come out like Tuesdays for me, but I think it's like by the time Mike puts it out, it's Tuesday for you guys as well. I think it's Tuesdays, is it, Mike? You put it out?
Sounds about right, my brother.
Yeah.
We're rolling.
Yeah.
Great content across the board.
Yeah, same time every week. Goes up.
Fucking A right. That's the most important part, Dan. Same time every week.
Well, you know, within an hour, if I get the edit done quick enough, it goes up. Yeah. As soon as I'm done, it goes up. Then I go to bed. That's usually what happens.
Look, that's so important though, right? I mean, listen, you guys in the chat, you guys have busy days, you have busy jobs, you guys are doing all kinds of things, but it's important to know when you can find that content out there, you can find it. I'll tell you what, nobody is more reliable than the Sports Money Network here with the crew you see on screen. And goddamn, Ramon Scott, I tell you what, 9 a.m. Eastern. That's 6 a.m. Vegas time. 7 days a week, we shout out Ramon Scott with the morning steam, giving you guys the early looks to cook the books. What a fucking crew. What a crew. What a thing that's evolved here with Sports Money Network, Ramon. We appreciate you, my friend. Thank you. Thank you, Dan, for the content you give us as well. Thank you, Sub.
Yes.
Thank you, Jeff. Guys, being here on a regular basis. God damn. Cheers.
Ramon, I would rub your head. I was sitting next to you. Right
Rub it for you.
I appreciate it.
It's been fun. I'll tell you what. Here's an insider tip, boys. Here's insider little known secret. This backdrop we use every week came from my guy Dan Doherty, giving us this backdrop here for the UFC. How about that, Dan?
I'll tell you what, they call him Dan the Man. No, that's just me calling him Dan the Man.
It's a good name to have. It's easy.
Boys, I would think about taking another here. There's no way Figgy's going to be able to keep up with his pace. There's just no way.
All right.
He's also cut open.
Just playing with him at this point, the way he's, getting him down there and able to kind of prone bone him a little bit and just wail down on his face time and time again. Just taking aim right here on Figgy right now. And Figgy actually is in a need to make this a stand-up fight, which I guess isn't his best, right? But I don't think he has a choice because this situation isn't working out at all right now.
Ah, nasty Nate, you find these nuts. Boston smashes tonight.
Okay.
How's this? I have one book. It's got the live line at plus 1,200, and the other one's plus 700 for Figueroa.
Crazy how these books.
How the fuck does that work?
Even when Figgy finds his way out of something, that's it.
That's it. That's it. Sandhagen. KO finish.
Did he just stop it, or was he saying he didn't tap her and he was getting punched and he just
he just got busted up. Look, he's still busted up. Look at him.
He's got grandma in there looking at him.
Good on Sandhagen, man. He fucking deserves it.
Is that grandma horse racing in there? Well, it looks like her. Oh, Spenny says his knee went bad. And the way, it might not be his knee blew up, right? The way they were twisting each other with their legs, right? Or I should say that. We're going to see it right here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He held on to it long, too. Like, you see him wincing. Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's like dislocated.
Yeah, he was tapping. You see him on the
dislocated knee.
You see him smacking him in the face and looking at the ref like, this is over.
No, you see it when it twists, you see it pop, and then you see the dip in his knee joint. Like there's a little dip in there where it's been moved.
Yeah.
Sandhagen actually called that fight. He called the finish.
Well, you can see he knew he was beating his ass, and he immediately gave him some.
Yeah, he didn't want to do it anymore. I'm done.
He gave him some compassion there to, it wasn't helping him up. He was just saying, "Hey, I got you. You okay? You can fight." But it was over.
Wow. What a finish. What a way to put the bow on the show here. Sandhagen gets it done again.
I had Sandhagen by decision. I didn't expect him to whoop him up like that.
I didn't expect it to be that early.
That's how I thought it would go, Jeff, to be honest with you. I didn't play it, but that's how I thought it would go. But it was pretty clear to me, like, I don't know, 4 minutes in, I was like, there's no way Figgy's keeping up with his pace.
Yeah, you said that,
way.
yeah.
When that fight was playing out, there's no way.
Glad to be on with you boys. I'd say wish I wasn't on with you earlier. I did wish I wasn't on with you, or wish I was on with you earlier, but yeah, show, which I had a great time at, and yeah, fuck yeah. Glad to hear you boys ripped it up early, ripped it up late.
Yeah, it was a
great show, boys. What a lot of fun. Cameron Sinet says, not a 10K night, but close enough. That's exactly how it went down, boys. Good job. Good job all around. You guys fired. You came prepared. You came ready to strike. And that's what we did. We struck. Let's go. Let's go around the horn. We'll put the bow on this show here. Jeff, tell them where they can find it. Tell them what's happening.
I can find me at Sports Money. Y'all know that. We go over it every week. We got Tuesday, we get golf out there. Wednesday, we got First Strike. We're rolling the Saturday streams for the UFC. You can find me over at Sports Money.
Good stuff as always. How about our guy here, Dan Doherty, giving us the rugby looks to cook the books. Dan, tell them what's up, man. Tell them where they can find you.
Yeah, check me out. I put the link in the chat there for the YouTube. But, our stuff goes up on Sports Money every week. And, yeah, you can find me at my Twitter handle at Doherty. Thank you.
There
That's
it is.
our-
You,
Make it
you
some
can
time.
find him also at OnlyFans.
OnlyFans. Do you have an OnlyFans account, Dan?
Unless Jeff's used my face to make one, no.
All right, boys. All good stuff. Great time here. Our guy, Ramon Scott, coming in, giving the breakdown, giving us the barbecue. This guy single-handedly moved the barbecue business this night here tonight. Ramon, tell him what's up.
Yeah, we're back to hey, I got to get to work here. I got a card tomorrow to look at here, baseball, basketball, and get ready for a big Sunday of action. So thanks a lot, guys. I'm really in the UFC card. Only man, I've got myself a plus 1.15 units. So well, I guess I'll cash. But we had the Canelo, obviously. We had some other picks along the way. So join me tomorrow on the morning show, and I'll hold down the fort, guys. Thanks a lot, and cheers. I got one left here for you guys. If you're ready to go.
I would take that down in a heartbeat here. Our guy, Subhuman Gacho, ready to roll. Sub. Great night from you, my friend. Tell them what's up. Tell them where they can find you.
Yeah, man, really fun night. Yeah, needless to say, find me around here. Yeah, I can't wait till next time, man. This was a really fun night. It was a nice bit of profit. Man, if only the ref would have let it go till the end of that second round. I think we might have just got that doctor stoppage. My man Figgy looked pretty busted up there, but yeah, that was fun, man. It was a lot of fun. Cheers to everybody in the chat. Hope you had as good a time as I did. And we'll see you soon.
I am honored to be able to cap with you boys. You guys do the work. You do it on the basis. You guys are the sharpest MFers in this fight game. And I appreciate that, man. I'm thankful to have you guys capping with us. I'm thankful that we come in. I mean, what a great day, of course, but win, lose, or draw. You guys came out here and showed up. You showed out. And that means something. So shout out to all you guys in the chat. Thank you guys all. We had some great contributions here. Ignatius Penny Feather the 7th gave a gifted Sports Money membership. Cameron Sinet gave a $9.99 dono. Trisha M came out there with a Sports Money membership, helping us grow this community. Flea Mathis comes in with a $4.99 dono. And Silent Rob put the bow on the show. $20 up, helping us continue to build this process that we do. I love all you guys, man. Thank you guys here. Make sure you take the time to smash that thumbs up if you haven't done so already. Leave a comment. Tell us your biggest winner in the stream. Let us know what you guys made money on tonight. What a great job. We'll be back next Saturday for the UFC. And of course, follow all these boys here. You see their Twitter handles. You'll find their content on YouTube. What a great night, man. What a lot of fun.